Committee on the Delivery of Government Efficiency will come to order. The clerk will call the roll.
Chair Capriglione.
Here.
Vice Chair Bojani.
Here.
Representative Alders.
Here.
Representative Bowers.
Here.
Representative Kane.
Here.
Representative Campos. Representative Cook. Representative Curry.
Here.
Representative Garcia.
Here.
Representative Olcott.
Here.
Representative Rodriguez Ramos.
Here.
Representative Tinderholt.
Present.
Representative Troxclair.
Here.
A quorum is present. As a reminder, and this is a reminder because some folks haven't registered themselves yet, but as a reminder, anyone wishing to testify publicly, please register at the kiosks located in the hallways behind the hearing rooms. If you require assistance in registering or testifying, please contact the committee staff. Due to the number of witnesses who have registered and to accommodate all who wish to testify, there will be a time limit of 2 minutes per witness during the public testimony period. Today, we will begin our hearing with new bills on our agenda, then take up invited testimony on Medicaid procurement. We will not be taking up any pending business in this hearing. With that, let's get started with bills. The chair lays out House Bill 1442 and recognizes Vice Chair Howard to explain the bill. Hey there. First, just say the chair offers up a committee substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The bill I'm laying out now is actually one that I have filed a few times. And in fact, last session, the bill had joint author, actually, Chairman Capriglione, as well as Representative Tepper, and co-author, Mr. Kane. So I appreciate that. Bringing forward the same bill, basically with a couple of changes. This is actually about open meetings and the important part that plays in civic engagement, because obviously that increases government transparency and allows for Texans to interact with decision makers on policy issues that impact their daily lives. While many state agencies, such as HHSC and TxDOT, broadcast and archive their open meetings, there are several agencies that do not provide access in a clear location on their website or post in a consistent and timely manner. This bill simply provides a uniform standard for qualifying state agencies to broadcast and archive their open meetings. Under HB 1442, state agencies in the executive branch that receive $10 million or more in funding from the General Appropriations Act and have 100 full-time equivalents would be required to broadcast live video audio of each open meeting and archive it on their website. Agencies within the executive and legislative branch that the initial criteria does not apply to would simply be required to archive an audio recording or an audio and video recording on their website or on social media. This bill will bring guaranteed and reliable accessibility to the state's open meetings and increase transparency for Texans. And let me just say, we, as a legislative body, have passed some things over the years that have increased the openness of government to our constituents. In 2009, we passed a bill that required the State Board of Education to broadcast their meetings. In 2017, we passed legislation to require HHSC, which included DFPS and DISHES, to post their meetings. We have had this bill, similar bill, pretty much the same, except for the committee substitute, which I'll refer to, that passed unanimously out of state affairs in both 2019 and 2021, but didn't get to the floor. Last session, 2023, we actually passed it out of the House, and it just didn't make it through the Senate. So I've been trying multiple times to do this. Luckily, along the way, many agencies choose to do this on their own. They don't require that we legislate it, but at the same time, there are many that are not. And I think Representative Troxclair and myself are the only local reps here. Our constituents can come to meetings, can come to attend them. A lot of you, your constituents would have to travel hundreds of miles to come to these meetings. So to have it on a site where they can see the meetings live oftentimes, but also if they want to go back and review what happened, to have them archived. So it's really that simple. It's just requiring the standard way of making sure that our agencies are open and transparent to our constituents. And I'm happy to answer any questions, Mr. Chairman, and reserve the right to close.
First, members, are there any questions for Vice Chair Howard? Representative Rodriguez Ramos.
I didn't see it in your bill, but transcripts of the meetings, did you have that discussion? Or in terms of like archiving it, where there's transcripts of the meetings?
Right. No, that's not part of the bill.
Yeah.
We're just talking about audio and video. We certainly could look at that, but that's not what, this bill doesn't contain anything about that.
Okay, and I noticed it didn't say anything about closed caption either.
No, it did not. And, that's been an issue we've been looking at here
Yeah,
at the Capitol in terms of having closed captions. So there's probably more that we could do.
But
This
this
is
is
just starting us to make sure that we're actually doing some kind of public transparency with the video and the audio.
yes, ma'am, it's wonderful.
Thank
bill.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Members, are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, if there are no further questions, we'll proceed to testimony. The chair calls Hasib Abdullah. Thank you for being here today. We show you registered as Hasib Abdullah on behalf of self, and that you will be testifying for House Bill 1442. Is that correct?
Correct, Chair. Thank you, Chair. My name is Hasib Abdullah. I'm testifying for the bill, House Bill 1442. I think it's a great bill, as many people already mentioned. It's all about transparency. I haven't seen the committee substitute, but I'll just say the one piece of advice I would give in terms of the definitions or the bill itself is there's not a situation where you can easily download the video. So if you just put a particular, depending on what file, JPEG you use or a video, downloading it makes a big difference. I know it's a 2-year span, but having easily ability to download it would go really long way for transparency, especially with people who aren't as handy with downloading and IT and stuff. But I'll just say that I've had many situations where agencies will erase their videos as soon as, if they make videos, as soon as the very next meeting. So I think this is a great bill. Thank you.
Members, are there any questions for the witness? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 1442? Seeing none, the chair recognizes Vice Chair Howard to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry, I neglected to mention the sub. It's some simple things in terms of it just changes full-time employees to full-time equivalents to parallel the information, the way that it's worded in the GAA. It also removes legislative agencies from live broadcast requirements because they don't have sufficient full-time equivalents, now that we've changed it to that. And it provides a 5-year exemption for the Commodity Producers Boards, which are basically voluntary and do not receive state funds directly. So that's what the sub has in it. It's pretty simple. But if there's any other questions, I'm happy to answer.
Any other, okay, Representative Redebaugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Howard, for this great bill. I think it's a great idea. I guess my question's pretty simple. What happens if there's a system failure or emergency?
And the bill accommodates for that, and just there's not, the requirement doesn't apply if that happens.
Okay.
So anything, a disaster or a system failure, it does accommodate that in terms of saying it does not it's not required when that happens.
Okay, so I guess with the follow-up question then, have you flushed out how agencies will demonstrate good faith compliance during those related those repeated disruptions that may occur?
Good question. We'll have to follow up on that. I don't believe we had any real discussion on repeated technological failures, but that's certainly something we can follow up on.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you again.
Yeah, thank you.
Representative Curry.
Representative Howard, thanks again. To repeat what Representative Bowers said, I love this bill. I love the transparency. I love everything about it. Do the agencies that are affected, do we know for sure, do they have the infrastructure and the means to do this? I mean, I see that it's a zero fiscal note bill, correct?
Right. I'll tell you what we've done to accommodate that over the years is, one of the main things is to allow them to use other state office buildings that have the technological equipment to do it. So for instance, I mean, there might be a meeting of one of the agencies, they don't have a room that's set up. They can go to the Department of State Health Services to their building and use one of their rooms. And there are meetings that already happen that way, where they use other buildings. They can also contract with a third party to help them do this if they don't have the equipment set up in their own particular agency. But we're trying to make sure that they don't have any barrier to doing it, including cost, by just using what currently exists in another office building.
So then it does require them then to go, if they don't have the means or they don't have the ability, with the technology that they need, it requires them to go to another spot, correct?
That is one of the things, one of their options. Now, that's if they are required to do, if they have the budget and the full-time equivalents that require them to do the full part of this bill. If they are falling to the lower category that just requires that they put something on the web, they can actually do what a lot of us do and just do it on a phone
Right.
and post it on a website.
Okay.
Yeah.
I should have, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Members, any other questions? Thank you,
Thank you
Vice
for
Chair
your
Howard.
favorable consideration, and I close.
Absolutely. More transparency, better government, great bill.
Thank you.
The committee substitute is withdrawn. If there's no objection, the bill will be left pending. Is there objection? Chair hears none, and the bill is left pending. The chair lays out House Bill 1672 and recognizes Chairman Ashby to explain the bill.
Thank you, Chairman Capriglione, Vice Chair Bojani. First off, I just want to acknowledge first time I think I've ever been able to sit in a chair to lay a bill out, so I appreciate the comfort and efficiency of that. I appreciate the opportunity to lay out House Bill 2115 before your committee today.
I'm sorry, it's House Bill 1672.
I'm sorry, House Bill 1672.
Okay, wait. Okay.
A little
that's fine.
error here in my script, but yes, for the record, this is House Bill 1672.
Is the other one a good bill, too?
It is a good bill,
All right,
but
because-
we'll talk about that in another
All
committee
right,
for
good.
another day. So brief background, which really strikes at the heart of this bill, which is brought to me by a local DPS. So the DPS, as you may or may not know, regularly conducts compliance reviews of commercial motor carriers and assigning them a safety rating of satisfactory, conditional, or unsatisfactory. Carriers that are rated unsatisfactory have 60 days to correct those issues and show proof of compliance. If they fail to respond, they're given an additional 10 days before DPS issues a, quote, order to cease operations. This is then sent to the Texas Department of Motor Vehicles, or DMV, for public posting in the Truck Stop database. This alerts law enforcement to unsafe carriers operating on our Texas roads. Under current law, DMV is required to allow an appeal of these cease orders despite having no role in the compliance process. And in the decades that this process has been in statute, they have never received an appeal to DMV. So all we're doing here is allowing DPS that already provides the due process in statute and rule to continue their enforcement. And this redundant appeals process, of course, delays enforcement and risks public safety by allowing unsafe carriers to remain on the road longer. So, simply put, this eliminates redundancy of due process between DPS and DMV. It accomplishes this by adding orders to cease to the list of licensing exempt from the administrative review process in place under current statute. DMV notified us recently that we need to make a technical correction to this to make sure that we're accomplishing what both agencies are looking for here, and so we will be offering a committee sub in the very near future to address that technical issue. But with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd be glad to answer any questions and reserve my right to close.
Of course. Members, are there any questions for Chairman Ashby? Seeing none, we don't have anyone registered. Just hold on 1 second. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak on, for, or against House Bill 1672? Seeing none, Chairman Ashby. To close on the bill.
Chairman, committee members, thank you for your time today. I close.
Great, thank you. If there's no objection, the bill will be left pending. Is there objection? Chair hears none, and the bill is left pending. The chair lays out House Bill 252 and recognizes Chairman Wally to explain the bill.
Thank you, Chairman Capriglione and members. Thank you for the opportunity to lay out House Bill 252. House Bill 252 amends the government code to expand the number of state employees eligible to be paid twice a month. Current statutory provisions limit state employees from being compensated more than once per month. This limitation is a challenge for state agencies trying to fill and retain certain positions, especially when hiring entry-level employees or certain trades people, some of which are moving from or weighing positions in the private sector where monthly payment is more frequent. Currently, state statute requires employees in classified positions who are at or above salary group A12 under salary schedule A, members which ranges from the annual salary of $33,840 to $49,798 to be compensated once a month, while employees below salary group A12 may be compensated twice a month. Many prospective state employees entering from entry-level positions in certain professions like construction and maintenance may be accustomed to a more regular compensation period. This impacts agencies like TxDOT when hiring entry-level highway maintenance staff and engineers. House Bill 252 aims to better attract and accommodate state employees by expanding the salary classification of employees eligible for compensation to twice a month. HB 252 adds language to allow certain state agencies the ability to compensate employees classified salary groups A12 to 817 under the classification salary schedule A of the General Appropriations Act to be paid twice per month. Again, that salary group A17 has a salary range of $42,976 to $64,469. So these agencies include the Texas Department of Transportation, Texas Department of Human Services, Texas Workforce Commission, and the Department of Public Safety and other agencies at the discretion of the comptroller. Expanding employee classifications under salary schedule A that are eligible for more frequent compensation will help ensure these agencies remain competitive in recruiting and retaining our state's workforce. And members, this issue came about during the appropriations process as a subcommittee chair the last 3 sessions, and I guess 4 as a conferee, or 3 as a conferee. These, you try to help state agencies be more efficient, Representative Capriglione, but you also got to make sure that folks are, the average day-to-day folks that are working at places like TxDOT are getting paid at a more frequent schedule than once a month, because it's very hard to budget that salary, that lower salary employee. And I think we do have a resource witness from the Texas Department of Transportation. I think Mr. Williams, I'm sure he registered, but be glad to answer any questions that the committee might have, and would respectfully ask to a favorable consideration of the bill.
Sure. Members, are there any questions for Chairman Wally? Representative Bowers.
Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Chairman Wiley. Just, you mentioned something about more frequent pay, and I just wonder how will this change impact recruitment and retention?
Well, for that level of an employee, that salary employee, these are a lot of entry-level maintenance type jobs, particularly at TxDOT, because TxDOT is the one that brought this to our attention, and we're problem solvers, so we try to help. So I guess to directly answer the question, budgeting for a month at that salary is difficult. And so we believe, and the agencies believe, that at this biweekly schedule is just more consistent to the budgets that working folks have. And so it's the ability to be able to just get a more frequent pay schedule. It's just that simple, so that you're not having to struggle, getting paid once a month and trying to hedge, okay, do I pay my light bill here? Do I pay my rent here? Or at this period of time? It's just so that it's more consistent. And I think that gives some relief for those families.
And so, like you said, it's simple, it seems, but will it be enough, you think, to improve retention if other job conditions go unchanged or remain unchanged?
This is a tool, right, to keep them. It'd be a tool to keep them. Look, the salary ranges are one on the lower end, so, again, these are, everyday shift workers that,
Yes.
work hard for they're state employees. They work hard, they try to do right by their agencies. We're just trying to give them a little relief.
Thank
Look, it's not a pay bump. This is not a pay bump, bill. This is just allowing them to get paid twice a month.
Thank you so
Yeah.
very much. Thank you for bringing such a considerate bill.
Thank you.
Members, are there any other questions? We may have one person testify, but let me ask, is there anyone here? Oh, we have a new one. Okay. Reserve your right to close.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The chair calls Ann Bishop. Thank you for being here today. We show you registered as Ann Bishop on behalf of TPEA, and you will be testifying for House Bill 2552. Is that correct?
That is correct. My name
Okay,
is Ann
252,
Bishop.
House Bill 252. Yep, thank you.
Yes, and I am testifying on behalf of House Bill 252. And TPEA, Texas Public Employees Association, represents state employees and retirees across the state. And many of our members are in classification scale A. And this is a good bill for them. They have requested this a couple of times to be paid twice monthly instead of once a month. It has a negligible impact statement from the Controller's Office, so it is a no-cost bill. And we're happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Members, are there any questions for the witness? Okay. Vice Chair Bojani.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
Hold on one second. We have a question to you
Yes, sir.
from Vice Chair Bojani.
Thank you, Chairman. Thanks for coming and testifying about this
Certainly.
bill. I know that state agencies can compete with the private sector, which I think normally has twice a month pay schedules. How do you think this bill would help with retention of state employees?
Oh, I think it does help the retention of state employees. State employees live paycheck to paycheck. Many of them live paycheck to paycheck. And they often are two paycheck households. So this helps them manage their money a little bit easier. And otherwise, they wouldn't request it. But certainly, this is requested by the members.
And how burdensome is it, you think, on the state to do a 2-week or
The-
twice month?
Thank you for asking that question about how burdensome it is on the state. The state already offers twice monthly payroll for certain classifications. This just expands the people that are eligible to
So it would not
receive.
be much costly at all?
It
Okay.
should
It's
not,
more
no.
efficient, I guess, that way?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Members, are there any other questions for the witness? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Okay. Is there anyone else here who wishes to testify on, for, or against this bill? Okay. Seeing none, Chair recognizes Chairman Wally to close on the bill.
Thank you, Chairman. I close.
Thank you, Chairman Wally. If there's no objection, the bill will be left pending. Okay, statement. Yes, go ahead.
I just want to say, coming from the construction industry and lots of different businesses, I will tell you that you're dead on with what you're asking for. It's exactly what we should be doing. In the construction industry, we pay once a week, mostly by law. And I don't understand how it's gone this long without it being fixed. Obviously, retention is a huge item. We had a lady testify on this committee how expensive retention is, or turnover is, to the state of Texas, which is just unbelievable numbers. But do you have any idea why this is even in place this way and why it has gone on this long?
No, so that's why we're trying to fix it. So this is, I think, the second time we've tried to take a stab at the bill. We're trying again so that look, in the construction industry, my dad worked in construction, my grandfather was a welder. They're used to, on Fridays, getting that check.
Right.
The
Every
shift
Friday.
workers,
Right.
they're used to that Friday, and in particular in your industry, Friday, they get their check. But for state agencies, for these type of employees, biweekly is a normal standard.
I understand that. I think it's
Schedule.
awesome. I think it's awesome. I mean, I love it. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Great layout.
Thank you.
Thank you. Members, are there any other questions? If not, if there's no objection, the bill will be left pending. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the bill is left pending. Thank you. The chair lays out House Bill 1500 and recognizes Chairman Bell to explain the bill.
Thank you, Chairman Riccione and committee members, for the opportunity to lay out House Bill 1500. House Bill 1500 is the sunset bill for the Department of Information Resources, or DIR. As many of you know, DIR plays a central role in managing and protecting the state's IT infrastructure, coordinating cybersecurity, telecommunications, data centers, and cooperative purchasing for technology across state agencies. House Bill 1500 reflects the work of the Sunset Advisory Commission over the interim. We proposed targeted reforms to ensure DIR continues to meet our state government's complex and evolving needs. This bill will continue the Department of Information Resources in its mission to serve Texas by leading the state's tech strategy, protecting state technology infrastructure, and offering innovative and cost-effective solutions for all levels of government. The bill restricts the DIR board to improve representation for state agencies of all sizes and makes all customer representatives non-voting members, preserving independence and oversight. We also clean up outdated statutory advisory committees and instead require DIR to establish advisory groups to rule and better align with its core responsibilities. To strengthen cybersecurity statewide, the bill mandates that agencies undergo an information security assessment and penetration test every 2 years. It also redefines cybersecurity reporting to eliminate redundancy and clarify expectations. Recognizing the importance of procurement in the state's IT posture, HB 1500 requires DIR to expand training for agency staff and develop a procurement-as-a-service pilot program. DIR will also validate agencies' deployment reviews to ensure accurate IT planning. Finally, the bill includes standard sunset updates like improving complaint processes, updating board member training, and eliminating obsolete reports. Members, HB 1500 ensures Texas remains proactive, secure, and efficient in managing technology across state government. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members, for your consideration. I'm glad to answer any questions, and resource witnesses are available if needed.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, are there any questions for Chairman Bell?
With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll let any witnesses testify and respectfully request the right to close.
Great. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak on no, there is one person. The chair calls Rahul Srinivasan. Thank you for being here. Today we show you registered as Rahul Srinivasan on behalf of Texas 2036, and you will be testifying for House Bill 1500. Is that correct?
That's right.
Awesome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chair Bajani, members of the committee. I'm Rahul Srinivasan, Director of Government Performance and Fiscal Policy with Texas 2036. I'm here to express Texas 2036 support of House Bill 1500 by Chairman Bell, seeking to implement sunset recommendations on the state's IT agency, the Department of Information Resources. Our state's ability to deliver services to and protect the state-held data of its growing population and vibrant economy hinges on a robust, secure, and efficient information technology infrastructure. HB 1500 significantly advances this mission by implementing key sunset recommendations that enhance governance, strengthen IT procurement, and reinforce our state's cybersecurity. Texas 2036 supports those provisions in HB 1500 that enhance customer service and representation by restructuring DIR's governing board and customer advisory committees, ensuring those strategies are aligned with the actual needs of states and of the state agencies and DIR's other customer service agencies, and the provisions to improve statewide IT planning by strengthening these oversight and reporting requirements, specifically enhancing the IRDR processes to ensure strategic and cost-effective IT investments, and expanding procurement support for state agencies through that targeted IT procurement training and certification processes, as well as the innovative procurement as a service pilot that the chairman already alluded to. Now, these reforms are timely and critical, and we know that there's ongoing deliberations around separate legislation, but we believe that HB 1500 equips DIR with the necessary authority, structure, and clarity of responsibility to fulfill its critical mission effectively. We're committed to supporting initiatives that modernize state government operations and protect critical state data, enhance service delivery for all Texans, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Members, are there any questions for the witness? Representative Curry.
Yeah, I have a question just regarding the DIR's ability to actually purchase and a program, use infrastructure and program to support the functions of another agency. In other words, internally, and this may probably is not on point directly, but internally.
Try and be on point, though.
Pardon?
Try and be on point. Just we want to make sure we're talking about, especially for sunset bills, talking about the issue specifically.
Yeah. Okay. Ask it another time then.
Okay. No, you can ask whatever you want. I just have to keep.
I'm happy to follow up too if you'd like.
Yeah, I'll just do that, Chairman.
Okay.
That's easy. I don't want to screw this up.
Okay.
I'm all
I
in
don't
I'm all in favor of this.
Yeah, I
so.
was trying to make sure there's not a point of order on the bill.
That's my only job. Okay.
All right. All right.
Well, thank you. Any other questions for the witness? If not, thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else here wishing to speak on, for, or against House Bill 1500? Seeing none, the chair calls Chairman Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members. Again, I would appreciate your favorable consideration, and I close.
Thank you, Chairman Bell. If there's no objection, the bill will be left pending. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the bill is left pending. All right. Good call. All right. The chair lays out House Bill 1851 and recognizes Vice Chair Morales to explain the bill.
How easily we forget our neighbors on the House floor, huh?
Sorry. We were just trying to make it as dramatic as possible.
Thank you, Chairman and Vice Chair Boljani, and members of this committee. It is an honor to be here before you to lay out my first piece of legislation in this new committee. Looking forward to seeing y'all's hard work. There is a packet of information that we are distributing. This bill is aimed at 95 economically disadvantaged school districts. This stems from an issue that we saw in the interim as we were helping one of our ISDs address some of the fiscal constraints that they were having. And I'm going to go ahead and lay out the bill so you can understand the issue that they faced, and I think how this committee can help a long way in resolving that issue and making sure that we continue to provide the best resources available to our school districts, specifically the economically disadvantaged school districts. And there are approximately, like I mentioned, 95. So House Bill 1851 is a bill that is aimed to improve school safety by granting economically disadvantaged school districts access to surplus equipment from the Texas Facilities Commission. Current Texas law allows cities and county law enforcement involved in border security to access surplus DPS vehicles, but the bill blocks school districts from doing the same thing. It was we discovered this oversight when Socorro ISD's police department needed vehicles and was denied the current process through the current statute. If we are serious about border security, we should just be as serious about the safety of our students. Through collaboration with the Texas Facilities Commission, I was able to secure a one-time exception for Socorro ISD, and I want to thank the agency for working with me on that effort. But one-time fixes are not enough. This process exposed the flaw in our state law that demands a permanent solution, and you can help in that regard. HB 51 provides a solution by allowing economically disadvantaged school districts to access surplus DPS vehicles from the Texas Facilities Commission. This is a cost-effective way to enhance school safety using resources the state already owns. The reality is simple. A district's ability to protect its students shouldn't depend on its budget. When a school police department in my own community couldn't get the vehicles they needed to keep students safe, it was the law that stood in the way, not the lack of resources. HB 51 is a smart, fiscally responsible solution. No new spending, just better use of existing assets. If surplus DPS vehicles can help secure the border, they can help secure our schools. I urge you to support HB 51 because protecting our kids should never be an afterthought. Socorro ISD personnel is present here. We have witnesses from the Socorro ISD to testify. I'm happy to take any questions, but if not, I will yield to the one or more witnesses that may have signed up.
Great, you do have some questions. Representative Tinderholt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I probably need to push the button. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. How are you today?
I'm good, Representative Tinderholt. Thank you.
I like the bill, but my concern is when I read it, it says school district, and I want to make sure that school districts don't buy vehicles just for their district, that they do it for law enforcement or security or those types of things. If I'm wrong, when I look at this, it doesn't say for school districts for law enforcement or for security or for, am I misinterpreting the intent, or are we missing some words potentially in here? And here's, I want to make sure that we're not allowing school districts to get DPS vehicles to shuttle teachers around. This is for, the purpose of the bill is for safety and security and for school district police departments to be able to get vehicles. So am I missing something, or would you be willing to put a word or two in there that specifically talks about law enforcement or security?
I would happily address that in a committee substitute. I see what you mean here. The wording prior to that does address that it's coming from the Department of Public Safety of the state of Texas to a municipal or county law enforcement agency. And
Or to a school district.
Or to a school district, but it does
And
not
I'm wondering if
say
it
that.
should say, or to a school district for the purposes of security or law enforcement, something along those lines.
Correct.
That's the only question.
Happy
I
to
have.
make that change.
Thank you.
Representative Kane.
I'm not trying to stump you here, so we don't know, we'll figure it out. But do we know what an economically disadvantaged area of the state means?
It is defined by state statute. We took a look at, there is a map that is available. Check 1, 2. There is a map that is available also that I was shown by my staff. And of course, don't have it here in front of me, but I can make it available to you. It highlights all of the, there you go. That is that part of the packet that we provided? Yes. And so we counted them, and it was approximately 95 economically disadvantaged schools.
Okay, thank you.
Members, are there any other questions?
Chairman, I do want to, if I can, I do want to add, late last night, as many of us happened to receive these legislative budget board fiscal notes, I want to address that issue because I know that your committee is in charge of efficiency and making sure that we're running. You know, we were surprised to see that there is a $2 million per year negative impact that the legislative board is addressing here. I want to clear up because obviously it was so late when we received it this morning that we saw it, and obviously we're going to work with the legislative budget board. But I'd like to give you some data so that you can consider and base this. One, I don't think that even if there is some sort of expense, I think it's minimal when compared to the safety of our kids. We will happily address this with the Legislative Budget Board once we make the committee substitute, as Mr. Tinderholt has requested as well, for adding that language. Hopefully, we can come up with a revised version of their fiscal note. But I think that there are some concerns with the fiscal note itself that our staff and I have raised. They show that there's 620 surplus vehicles year in and year out that DPS provides to the Texas Facilities Commission. Out of those, 30 were transferred to law enforcement entities under the provisions of the government code, while the remaining 597 vehicles were sold as surplus. This is for 2024. I think the number that they provided is factoring that all 597 vehicles would be taken up by these economically disadvantaged school districts, which is not the case because we only have approximately 95 economically disadvantaged school districts. So I think that there have been some issues with the math. We'd like to address it with them, but I hope that that doesn't hinder your ability to support this piece of legislation because I think it is so important for our students.
Representative Tinderholt.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. I tend to have a problem with this number as well because essentially it's all coming from taxpayers. All the way around, it's coming from taxpayers. And I would much rather repurpose DPS vehicles for law enforcement agency that needs them to protect the children and students and parents in our school district. And they're also going to take these vehicles. Are they not going to try to sell them outside of this program? Isn't that what they do?
That is exactly the methodology that they provided. These 597 vehicles are sold at an approximate average price of $13,500. If I did the math right, that comes out to approximately $8 million. And so then they're saying also for these law enforcement entities, the cities and the counties that can already participate in this program, they only have to pay like a handling fee, much lower, in order for that processing to take place. So I think they're factoring that in, and that's why how they came up with a $2 million per year. But it still doesn't make sense when we don't, if there's only 597 vehicles and we only have 95 economically disadvantaged schools, and also the current law says that allows the transfer of 3 vehicles per eligible requesting agency every 3 years. So you can only get 1 vehicle per
Well,
year.
You could get 3, right?
Or 3, and then you have to wait 3 years. So I'm happy. I know that I'm going to make a committee substitute already. If we need to put in there a maximum cap of no more, like only the first 50 people, 50 agencies.
I don't even care how many, honestly, if they need them, for me personally, if they need 8, I think they should be able, we already own the vehicles. and
Correct.
it's
And
for
these are
safety.
surplus vehicles that DPS has decided we're done with their use, their life use. Let's turn it over.
So at a max, this fiscal impact should be 95 times 3, not, it shouldn't be the 500, it should be less than 300 in a year if every agency wanted 3.
Correct.
That makes sense? Okay, thank you.
And I'm just looking at the fiscal note now. I feel like there's a way to say it's not really being transferred, but maybe sent, because some of this looks like a transfer fee for title and other stuff. So I'm sure in the bill you can maybe, this seems like an accounting ledger thing, because to Representative Tinderholt's point, this is government to government transfer. So maybe there's a way to, in the bill itself, say that it's not actually a deduction from the appropriated receipts. Representative Curry.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Rep. Morales, for bringing this. I'm going to add on now to that point, simply because it looks like the Facilities Commission is charging a fee to do this. And that goes straight down through here. And again, they have an LAR, I'm sure, and we pay for their employees, and they're in our budget to be a part of what we're doing, and now we're going to charge a fee to make a profit off of our own taxpayer money. So I don't know. I'm not trying to complicate your bill any further than it needs to be, and maybe there's other things that can be done here, but that's a red flag to me. I mean, we're trying to help out our other political subdivisions and our local taxpayer money, which is a huge problem with the property taxes and so on and so forth. And our job is not just limited to these walls in this town and these agencies. Our job is to help the taxpayers throughout the state. And so I'd be happy to talk to you about, I've got some ideas on the side. I'd be happy to talk to you about those two to try to help formulate that. But I will say that there's a lot that can be addressed here, and we appreciate you doing this.
Thank you, Mr. Curry. I appreciate that. I'm sure that a lot of the cities and counties hearing this, that they wouldn't have to pay the $1,000 transfer fee, would find it useful as well. I have not received personally any complaints or concerns over that. I know that when they gave us the one-time exception, I believe that process was formulated and taken through, as far as the processing fees that needed to be initiated by Socorro ISD. But I'd be happy to visit, see how we can make this piece of legislation better.
So one other kind of follow-up question to that, the way that they talk about DPS and what's happening there, we know We know for a fact that they transfer vehicles within DPS and move them down to various levels, including the ones that are right around this building, or highly used DPS vehicles, and then they bring them here, and then they can go on from here. Have you been apprised of that process at all? Do you know how that process works and whether they're charging a fee for DPS to transfer its own?
I am not aware, and I don't know of a resource witness from the Texas Facilities
No, I'm not
Commission.
asking for that. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to complicate. We'll talk about that another time.
But
Thank
we can
you.
get you an answer from my staff, Representative Curry. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, are there any other questions for Vice Chair Morales? Seeing none, reserve your right to close.
I believe there's one witness?
Yeah, we do have one witness. The chair calls Shedrick Duffy. Hello, thank you for being here today. We show you registered as Shedrick Duffy and that you are registered on behalf of yourself and the Socorro Independent School District, and you will be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. Thank you for allowing me to address the committee in reference to House Bill 1851 brought forward by Honorable Representative Eddie Morales of District 74, El Paso, Texas. My name is Shedrick Duffy. I am a police officer with the Socorro Independent School District in El Paso. I would like to give you a brief summary of my employment history so you can better understand my expertise. I served 24 years with the Texas Department of Public Safety, stationed in El Paso as a state trooper. I can testify to SISD police officers' willingness to assist state troopers and other law enforcement officers on traffic stops, while also providing security and help maintaining situational awareness of our surroundings while we deal with gang members, transnational criminals, drug searches, and additional investigations. SISD police officers are instrumental in helping our various traffic stops, be safe. When I needed a K-9 stiff on a vehicle, SISD K-9 officers would show up to assist when K-9 officers were unavailable. To this day, SISD officers maintain an excellent rapport with all first responders. Most of our fleet units are very old. For example, my unit was a 2007 Dodge Charger. Some of our units are even so much older. It's not unusual to hear a record being called to a unit back to the station. Our school district is approximately $40 million in deficit. Not to mention, we are in an economically disadvantaged area of the state. Our agency is authorized 72 officers, but we currently staff with 63 officers. We have 51 school campuses that we are responsible for keeping safe. We have an operating budget of $355,770 yearly. Everything that our agency needs come from this budget: new vehicles, vehicle maintenance, equipment officers, overtime pay, computer software, radio, cell phones, and crossing guard equipments are just a few items needed to operate in our department. As you can imagine, the officers pay for a lot of the equipment on their own. In summation, the retired DPS units and equipment will increase our effectiveness in protecting our citizens, our most precious resource, our children, by ensuring our officers are equipped with reliable vehicles, equipment to use against transnational crime, international gangs, and human trafficking organizations that operate in our border zone.
Okay. Members, are there any questions for the witness? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else here who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 1851? Seeing none, the chair recognizes Vice Chair Morales to close on the bill.
Thank you, Chairman. I believe this legislation will make a meaningful difference in protecting Texas children. It addresses the issue of more transparency, more efficiency, and better government, as this chairman and this committee has noted. And with that, I respectfully close.
Thank you, Vice Chair Morales. If there's no objection, the bill will be left pending. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the bill is...
That's all we have before this committee. May we be excused?
Yes.
Thank you.
Goodbye. See you later. The chair lays out House Bill 643 and recognizes Representative Gervin Hawkins to explain the bill. Hello.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, and members. This is a very important bill. Very important.
That's why we said it.
All right. Currently, under state law, contractors on public works projects must take out certain surety bonds, including payment bonds, for contracts in excess of certain sums of money in order to mitigate risks to the state. Payment bonds ensure the general contractors pay all of his or her subcontractors for state agency construction projects. Current law requires payment bonds for contracts in excess of $25,000. That's current law. Language and concerns was brought to my office by the Texas Parks and Wildlife, and that is what promoted me to move on HB 643. So this bill would increase the minimum contract threshold for payment bonds from $25,000 to $100,000. Because as we know today, $25,000 is, minimum, particularly if you want to erect, certain monuments out at parks and or do landscaping. Projects under $100,000 usually involve just one trade or just a few trades. Some examples may include HVAC replacements, roof repairs, flooring replacement, lift station repairs, fencing, or well drilling, among others. They are comparatively nominal and low-risk projects. So because of the current bonding thresholds were first established in the early 90s and have not been revised since, public works projects have continued to increase in size and complexity and have not kept up what we call post-COVID-19 inflation. Raising these thresholds would better align the state with other public sector entities, especially the federal government. While municipalities in Texas require payment bonds for contracts in excess of $50,000, the federal government has a $150,000 threshold. Raising the threshold will reduce red tape and the administrative burden on agency staff while lowering project costs and would increase the state's bidding pool, especially enabling more small and historically underutilized businesses to compete as prime contractors. Newer and smaller contractors often have issues getting bonds, so by increasing these thresholds, these contractors can act as prime contractors for projects under $100,000. Chairman and members, my office has been in conversation with stakeholders and anyone who have any concerns about this bill, but we think it's common sense and it's logical, and particularly in today's time. And with that, Mr. Chair, I reserve my right to close.
Thank you. Members, are there any questions for Representative Gervin Hawkins? Seeing none, thank you. The chair calls Anna Husted. Representative, do you mind maybe
Moving
just?
out the way.
I know people are getting really comfortable. That's cool, but just if.
I thought Representative Morales.
I know. Well, I was told I wasn't supposed to let him do that. So. No, no. That's it. No one else gets to sit there. Okay, except for you, Ms. Husted. We show you registered as Anna Husted. Maybe I'm pronouncing that correctly, but I apologize. On behalf of the Associated Builders and Contractors of Texas, Inc., and that you will be testifying for House Bill 643. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, it
Great.
is.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Chairman Capriglione, members of the committee, my name is Anna Grace Husted, and I serve as the Director of Advocacy and Outreach for the Associated Builders and Contractors of Texas, also known as ABC Texas. We represent over 1,600 member companies across Texas, spanning all trades, specialties in the commercial and industrial industry, construction sectors. I'm here today to testify in support of the committee substitute for House Bill 643 by Representative Gervin Hawkins, which would require payment and performance bonds on Texas Parks and Wildlife Department construction contracts exceeding $150,000. Under current law, payment bonds are required for contracts exceeding $25,000, and both payment and performance bonds are required for contracts over $100,000. The committee substitute to HB 643 would raise that threshold specifically for Parks and Wildlife Department contracts, creating a more tailored approach for the types of projects typically handled by the agency. ABC Texas continues to support statutory bonding requirements because they provide essential protections for subcontractors, suppliers, and the integrity of publicly funded construction. While this bill modifies the default threshold, it does so in a narrow and measured way, applying only to a specific agency whose contract types may justify a higher threshold. Importantly, it still requires bonding on all projects exceeding $150,000, maintaining robust protections for downstream contractors and public owners. We appreciate the thoughtful engagement from Representative Gervin Hawkins on this issue, and we support the committee substitute's intent to strike the right balance between administrative flexibility and payment security. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Members, are there any questions for the witness? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Appreciate
Thank you
it.
so much.
The chair calls John Martinez. We show you registered as John Martinez on behalf of the Regional Hispanic Contractors Association, RHCA, and you will be testifying for House Bill 643. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
Great. Thank you. Please proceed.
First of all, I want to say thank you, Chairman and Vice Chairman. I've been coming here since I was 7 years old, and I am always amazed of how our system works and so proud to be part of it. This bill is refreshing because for the regional Hispanic contractors, there has been an onslaught of threats or challenges. This bill, we think, is equitable for everyone. If you're a small business, and when you're a small business, whether you're African American or white or regardless, you face the same challenges. This bill addresses that whoever you are, you have an equitable way of jumping in. I would love for the prices of things to cost what it cost in 1990. That's not the reality today. On behalf of our members, we are part of a coalition in Houston that has all types of construction associations. And the one thing we agree on is bonding. Bonding and pay-apps are the two biggest issues. This addresses the largest impact that happens with these contractors. We need that pool of contractors working on these types of projects today because now we have bigger projects that they can grow to. And with that, I thank you.
Great. Members, are there any questions for the witness? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else here who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 643? Seeing none, the chair recognizes Representative Gervin Hawkins to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Unless there's any questions, I close.
Questions? Seeing none, thank you. If there's no objection, the bill will be left pending. Is there objection? Chair hears none, and the bill is left pending. Thank you,
sir.
The chair lays out House Bill 2028 and recognizes Representative Hickland to explain the bill.
Thank you, Chairman, Vice Chair, and thank you, Committee. Of the people, by the people, for the people, these are the words that are rooted in the vision of our nation's forefathers and remind us that transparency and accountability are cornerstones of our democracy. Citizens have a fundamental right to easily access information about when and where entities that collect and manage their tax dollars are meeting. House Bill 2028 reinforces this principle by requiring governmental bodies in Texas to post meeting notices and agendas prominently on the landing page of their official websites. This ensures meeting information is readily available to the public. Chairman, members, thank you again for allowing me the time today to lay out this bill. I would appreciate your support, and I'm available to answer questions.
Members, are there any? Let's see who we have registered. There's several folks registered, none of whom are registered to testify. But if you want, we can ask if anyone wishes to testify on this. But First off, members, are there any questions for Representative Hickland? Seeing none, hold on just one second. Is there anyone here who is registered or who wishes to testify on, for, or against this bill, House Bill 2028? Is there someone you would like to come speak to? Okay. Okay, Representative Rodriguez Ramos. Okay. Recognize Representative Hickland to close on the bill. But before you close on the bill, Representative Rodriguez Ramos has a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Am I missing something? Because it's saying internet posting requirements. Are we excluding these? And it says governmental entities, yes, but are we excluding all of these entities that are stricken out?
No, it just renames them. Instead, it says, instead of saying it's these certain entity, it says any government entity. I think you can see, or other entities subject to this chapter. So
Right.
it includes all of it. Essentially, any governing body that's subject under this government code, this would apply to them.
Okay, so it's not excluding like the school
No.
districts and all of this stuff?
Yeah, no.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Representative Kane.
So not to stop you, maybe we can find the answer together later. It has a pretty large exception, the good faith exception. To anybody trying to comply with it, it says if they did so in good faith, that's not a problem. And I'm trying to figure out when that would ever apply. That's why you may be able to help me find the answer later. I mean, like good faith, they didn't put it on the homepage. I don't know how someone could ever accidentally not post the notice, and so maybe we can figure it out for me one day. That's done on the second page. Just curious about it.
The second page of the bill, the good faith
Yeah.
exemption.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
That's all. We'll
I-
figure it out later.
That already existed, and
Mhm.
I didn't add, and so I didn't change anything. Basically, I wanted to keep it very simple and just bring this government code up to the millennia, so that
great.
it's easily accessible to find out when these entities are meeting. And I mean, this comes just from personal experience as well. We have so many special purpose districts, many public entities that the public has a right and a vested interest because they affect our local tax rates and our tax dollars or tax bills. And so wanting to attend these meetings, and right now the only thing that's required is maybe posting a newspaper or posting on their door. But are we going to drive by the random offices, 72 hours ahead of time? It's just,
Yep. I'm
it's
with you
very
on supporting
difficult.
it 100%.
And so this is
Yep.
just trying to keep it very minimal and simple. I think, Representative Curry has a great idea for a way to resolve this by creating a larger, website that's more collaborative.
Neat.
This is just updating what's required of these entities underneath this government code.
Thank you, Representative. I was just going to add that as someone that enjoys suing cities for violating people's rights, I've had trouble finding these notices before, so it's a good bill. I was
That's
just curious about the exception. We'll work on it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Members, are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you, Representative Hickland.
Yes, thank you. I close.
Great. If there's no objection, the bill will be left pending. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the bill is left. Okay. All right. The chair lays out House Bill 1893 and recognizes Representative Tinderholt to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, this is Representative David Cook's bill, but it does pertain to the district that I'm in as well. This bill eliminates license plate redaction from law enforcement videos, easing workloads and improving access. Under current law, Section 552.130 of the Government Code treats vehicle license plates captured on video as confidential, even though these same license plates are publicly visible on the road to people. Because of this, law enforcement agencies across Texas spend countless hours redacting license plates from dash cam, body cam, and surveillance footage before it may be released. For example, Redacting just 1 hour of video from an auto accident can take 5 to 10 hours of work for one person. Body cam footage is even more challenging because of constant movement, requiring skilled specialists to edit the video manually. These redactions are expensive, time-consuming, and create an unnecessary burden on law enforcement and an additional cost to taxpayers. The Arlington Police Department estimates that 80% of its dash cam footage requires license plate redaction. Smaller law enforcement agencies, which lack resources for redaction, may have to withhold entire video recordings, meaning victims, witnesses, and the public may never get access to important footage such as accident scenes or witness statements. HB 1893 fixes this issue by amending the Government Code and Transportation Code to clarify that license plates captured in law enforcement video are not confidential, do not need to be redacted, and may be released under Texas Public Information Act request. This bill reduces the burden on law enforcement, increases transparency, and ensures the public can access important video footage when needed. Mr. Chairman, I'm available for questions from the committee and respectfully request the opportunity to close.
Thank you, Representative Tinderholt. I think Representative Kane has a question on the bill.
Mr. Tinderholt, I wouldn't normally ask this to you. I know you're not in law enforcement, but you worked around it enough to kind of know it. At first kind of glance, when I looked at it, I was a little concerned, like we're going to give people license plate numbers. But then I was reminded, if I had your license plate, how would I even know it was you? Do citizens have access to that?
No, they don't.
Okay. How do you get?
And they can see these license plates walking through a parking lot. If they walk past the crime scene, if they walk past someone getting a ticket, they can see it anyway.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Sounds fine.
Members, are there any other questions for Representative Tinderholt? Seeing none, thank you. Okay.
There may be one witness, sir,
Yeah.
I believe.
The chair calls Natalie Ralston. We are playing the "you have to not sit there" game.
I'm sorry?
Okay, just whatever. Have to treat everyone equally. So, okay. Thank you for being here today. We show you registered as Natalie Ralston on behalf of City of Arlington, and you will be testifying for House Bill 1893. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Great, thank you. Appreciate it.
Good afternoon. My name is Natalie Ralston, the City of Arlington. My testimony pretty much echoes Representative Tinderholt's layout of the bill, so I will make this more efficient and not repeat everything he said. So I'll just say that again that on average, we're taking about 80%. I'm sorry. I lost my thought. See, this is what happens when you don't read. 80% of the digital media evidence requires redaction in some form, and so it's just an issue that is taking a lot of staff time and delays our ability to respond quickly to open records requests. So I'll leave it at what Representative Tinderholt's laid out, and happy to answer any questions that you guys have, the committee has.
Thank you. Members, are there any questions for the witness? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Is there anyone else here who wishes to speak on, for, or against House Bill 1893? Hearing none, the chair calls Representative Tinderholt to close on House Bill 1893.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, if there's no questions, I respectfully close.
Great. Thank you, Representative Tinderholt. If there's no objection, the bill will be left pending. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the bill is left pending.
Chair lays out HB 2768 and recognizes Chairman Capriglione to explain the bill. The chair
Thank you.
offers a committee substitute.
I do offer committee substitute. Appreciate that. Members, I'm here to speak to you about House Bill 2768, which establishes a state information technology apprenticeship credential offered by public junior colleges or public technical institutes to address shortages in the state information resources workforce. Texas has a growing demand for skilled IT professionals in state agencies, but many individuals with strong technical and hands-on skills lack a clear pathway to transition into sustainable long-term careers. House Bill 2768 seeks to bridge this gap by creating an apprenticeship credential that provides practical training and real-world experience, allowing individuals to gain the necessary skills and certifications to secure stable jobs in state government. Key provisions of House Bill 2768 are ensuring that apprenticeship credential allows state agencies to directly partner with public junior and community colleges to develop those apprenticeship programs. It provides structured on-the-job training through partnerships with state agencies and private sector employers, offers a direct pathway for individuals, whether students or career changers to secure sustainable full-time IT positions in state government. There will be a committee substitute, which we've laid out, that addresses the funding for these programs through state agencies and outlines what is to be included in the program, such as on-the-job training, classroom instruction, competencies for credentials, and goals determined by the faculty and the employer partner. By creating this structured pathway, House Bill 2768 ensures that individuals with technical skills have a viable route to long-term stable employment in state IT, while also helping Texas agencies fill critical workforce gaps. Happy to answer any questions and reserve the right to close.
Members, do you have any questions for Chairman Capriglione? No? All right. If there are no further questions, we'll proceed to testimony.
Okay.
The chair calls Sam Greer. Thank you for being here today. We show that you're registered as Sam Greer on behalf of Austin Community College, and you are neutral on the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you very much. You may begin.
So thank you. And thank you, Chairman Capriglione and Vice Chair and members of the committee. I'm Sam Greer, and I serve as Austin Community College's Director of Employer Outreach and Experiential Learning Programs. In this capacity, I oversee all of our internship, apprenticeship, service learning, and assist with clinicals throughout the college. And I'm here, although the college is neutral, we are very excited about the possibilities of this bill. And we support the committee substitute for House Bill 2768. We have recently started a cybersecurity registered apprenticeship program with the Texas Department of Information Resources. The agency is currently interviewing ACC computer studies students with an anticipated start dates in April. The agreement was signed last year, but there was a delay in getting the required approval from the U.S. Department of Labor. There is considerable interest in expanding the program to other state agencies, and we're currently in discussions with several agencies to develop IT apprenticeship programs for them as well, including Texas Parks and Wildlife, the Comptroller, Health and Human Services, TEA, Department of Public Safety. And once the bill is enacted, I think it's going to really take off for reasons that I'll explain in a moment. And then the precursor bill to the current proposed bill, House Bill 538, of course, allowed the DIR to include associate's degrees in the computer studies in their hiring pool, and established the apprenticeship programs under the DIR umbrella. It took some time getting this through the Department of Labor because it's a registered apprenticeship program. But we are we're confident that the apprenticeship programs and state agencies are going to grow considerably under this proposed legislation. In my opinion, the inclusion of the industry-recognized apprenticeship program verbiage is the key to the long-term success of this legislation. It will allow the customization of each agency's apprenticeship program to suit the specific needs of that agency, as opposed to the cookie cutter that is required by the Department of Labor. Right? They have a very specific. It's called an ONET code, and it describes the course of study and all of the parameters, and it does not suit every agency or every employer. So what we are now looking at is with the industry recognized model is each employer can customize the apprenticeship program to precisely what they need, meaning it can be part-time or full-time, it can be which is huge. They set the time limit. They also select the related technical instruction, and so so they can specifically say exactly what it is that they want. So. Also,
Excuse me, sir, would you be able to
does
wrap
not-
it up in a few seconds?
Okay,
Don't
yes,
mind.
it doesn't
Thank you.
require any additional approvals either. So I think it's fantastic for the state of Texas.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate your testimony. Members, do we have any questions of the witness? Oh, yes, Representative Rodriguez Ramos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Greer, so this, I worked in higher ed in the past, so this is, in the beginning would be CE, like continuing ed.
No,
Coursework.
these are actually, these are for credit. They can be continuing ed if the employer determines that that is the more appropriate related technical instruction. But right now, these are all for credit. So they're pursuing an associate's degree.
Wonderful. And so the idea is the agency would work with or partner with a college or a technical institution, a public one, the curriculum will be developed through the college or the educational institution in partnership with the state agency to figure out what the IT needs are in that space. And then the classes would be taught through the agency, through the curriculum that they've established. So is that how it works? Like the agency will have.
Yeah, the agency works with our faculty to determine which courses the student will take, and then the student is on a guided pathway to take a series of courses which have been determined by the employer, which is the state agency. And it is specific to the needs of that agency. For example, cybersecurity could also include some computer programming if Health and Human Services needs that as well. So they determine exactly what it is that they need, and the student will follow exactly what that pathway is, and they're working, and they're getting on-the-job training at the same time.
So so there was not an issue with, because my concern was faculty shortage, right? But that's not the issue. That wouldn't be an issue because the faculty essentially would be people already working within an agency who's going to do this.
It's actually different than that. The faculty are ACC faculty members. They're our professors, and they're going to ACC classes. There's a site supervisor who is in partnership, and we have an agreement with them. And so there are competencies that are directed, that are written into the agreement that the students have to hit. They have benchmarks at the agency, and then those correspond to academic instructional benchmarks at the college, and they're linked. And so our office actually tracks all of that for each student. And so we offer reports every semester to both the agency and the faculty.
Okay, and so there's not a concern with the shortage of faculty
None.
from the higher ed institutions to partner with?
No, it's
Okay.
all, it's our regular, course of business at the college.
Okay, all right, thank you, sir.
Okay, Representative Bowers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Dr. Greer, thank you for your testimony. Just wondering, will agencies still favor traditional degrees over apprenticeships?
Well, I can't answer that one, of course, because I'm not the agency executives, but historically, I can say that having worked with directing internships with Department of Information Resources for over 12 years, in the last several years, there have been a dearth of applications from bachelor's degree students, and the students are just much more attracted to going into private industry because of the pay.
Yes.
And so they are going to, one of the benefits of the apprenticeship program is these students tend to be very loyal to the employer who have put them through college, and they tend to stick with their employer. So this would solve an issue with the state agencies as far as their talent pipeline and actually having these students. The industry, the IT industry, a lot of that talent tends to job hop.
Yes.
And these apprentices tend to stick. So they're very loyal to the employers that put them through school.
That's great. Yeah, and it may have been a question for the author, but I just wondered, you know, having gone to four-year institutions, like, what would be the difference and why move towards that? So,
It's strictly to, they still have the same technical training. The two-year degree is, of course, going to be, well, it's 2 years shorter, but it has fewer electives and does not have quite the breadth of the educational offering. But it is a solid technical degree. They still, they have the same number of technical training hours at the college.
that's excellent. I guess, I mean, it still means that they're getting that training, and they may get some hands-on training that the four-year or two-year student might not get. They may get it right away.
They absolutely will get that. They absolutely will. And they still have the option to continue on to a four-year school.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you
ma'am.
so much.
Members, any other question of the witness? Okay, thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Chair calls Ed Cerna. Thank you for being here today. We show that you're registered as Ed Cerna on behalf of Texas Workforce Commission, and you are neutral on the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you for testifying. You may
Mr. Chairman,
begin.
committee members, for the record, I'm Ed Cerna, Executive Director of the Texas Workforce Commission. I want to give you just a little bit of information concerning our apprenticeship program. We, of course, had one some time back. We started ours in 2022 with 10 apprentices. We went through the Department of Labor's registered apprenticeship program. There was no industry-recognized apprenticeship program available at the time. It took us about a month to get the program approved by the Department of Labor. Of course, we have an inside track. We have the apprenticeship team in our Workforce Development Division that helped us get through all the paperwork. And we can help other state agencies and employers do that. That's exactly what that team does. We identified 10 candidates. We'd had trouble filling positions, software engineer positions or programmer positions for some time. So we took 10 vacant positions, so it didn't cost us anything that we weren't already going to spend. We took 10 vacant positions, modified the description so that they could be used as apprenticeship positions. We asked local community colleges to help us get the word out. So it was not for training, it was to get the word out. Within a couple of days, we had 126 or 128 applicants for the 10 positions. For our program, it was a 2-year program. We had the training on site. We had an online tool that they could use. They worked approximately 2,000 hours doing various actual tasks for us, not busy work. They attended about 144 hours of training a year. Of the original 10, we had, they came from varying backgrounds. We had 2 veterans. One was an owner-operator of a trucking company. One worked as an administrative assistant in a vocational rehabilitation program. We had some TWC employees that were interested. We had a teacher, other folks like that. We did lose one. The teacher decided after a couple of months that she really rather be a teacher. So she went back to being a teacher, and we got somebody to replace that individual. But I'm pleased to say that of the original 9 that stayed, all 9 graduated the program and are now working for us. They decided to stay with us. And the other, the one that replaced the teacher, she will complete the program in May, and hopefully she will stay with us as well. So it has been very successful for us. It was a great way for those individuals to get experience, get paid, and enter a career that they weren't in before. So.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions of the witness? Yeah, Representative Bowers.
So, thank you, Mr. Cerna. I'm just wondering, I mean, could I in the interim, do your apprenticeship program in a year and a half and then maybe come on? And I know it would probably be a conflict of interest for what I do, but I mean, it seems like you can do that in 2 years' time, and then there would likely be a job waiting for you, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. There was a job, and that's one of the things that benefited us is the individuals knew that if they were interested, they could stay with us, but if not, they could go get a job someplace else making more money. And they did get an increase in pay, by the way, from when they started in the program to when they completed the program.
Thank you.
Members, any questions? Thank you so much for your testimony.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Chair calls Joe Arnold. Thank you for being here today. We show that you registered as Joe Arnold on behalf of Texas State Technical College, and you are testifying neutral on the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you for being here. You may begin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate the opportunity to come and speak about this. I won't go into a lot of detail because my colleague from ACC did a really good job of talking about the mechanics of this. So I'll give you a quick snapshot of how we approach apprenticeship programs at TSTC. Basically, it's all driven by the employer. It's what the employer needs. So once we talk to the employer and determine what those skill sets are, then we develop a program. Some of them are off the shelf. Some of them are a mixture of several different programs that we pull pieces of, tailored for that specific employer. So over the last 5 years, we've served 20 employers, trained over 460 of their employees. One of those is TxDOT. We've trained over 100 of their employees in CDL and prepared them to excel in their jobs. About half of our programs are DOL. The other half are not. Most lead to an industry-based certificate. Some of those can articulate into an associate's degree. The FAME program down in New Braunfels is a 2-year program, and it ends in an associate's degree. So we're excited about the opportunity to be able to work with other state agencies and solve the needs.
Thank you. Members, any questions of the witness? No? Thank you for your testimony.
No, thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against HB 2768? If not, the chair recognizes Chairman Capriglione to close on the bill.
Thank you. If there's no other questions, thank you for considering House Bill 2768, and I close.
Thank you, Chairman Capriglione. The committee substitute is withdrawn, and if there's no objection, the bill will be left pending. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The bill is left pending. The chair lays out HB 2818 and recognizes Chairman Capriglione to explain the bill. The chair offers a committee substitute.
Great. Members, thank you for the opportunity to address the committee. Today I'm here to speak to you about House Bill 149, which is designed to address, I'm sorry, my bad, undo. I told someone else not to do that, so I will do the opposite. All right. Rewind. All right. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today. I'm here to speak to you about House Bill 2818, which establishes an artificial intelligence division within the Department of Information Resources to help state agencies leverage generative AI technology for legacy modernization projects or other projects. By enabling the use of AI to replace outdated systems or build new programs or tools, this bill aims to dramatically reduce costs and accelerate project timelines. Under its provisions, the division is empowered to either use AI technology developed or procured by the department or to contract with other vendors, provided that the AI solution performs at least a majority of the work required. This approach ensures that AI drives operational efficiency, replacing labor-intensive legacy processes with faster, more cost-effective, and automated solutions. Additionally, the bill mandates that the division prepare detailed cost analysis reports for each project, which summarize the time, money, and resources saved by employing AI versus traditional methods. These reports are intended to provide transparency and accountability, clearly demonstrating the benefits of AI integration in terms of efficiency and reduced project expenses. As described in the bill, DIR will have the ability to choose the projects that they wish to move over to this division, ensuring that not every project needs to be done completely by AI. But the projects that might be the easiest to do with AI or would be cheaper will move. This strategic investment in AI not only modernizes state systems, but also sets a precedent for innovative, fiscally responsible technology adoption across state agencies, making it an essential step forward for Texas. As you mentioned, Mr. Vice Chair, I have a committee substitute that makes changes to some of the language used in this bill, helping to define the amount of work that the system must be able to do in order to be eligible for this division. Additional changes are focused around clarifying that the cost analysis reports will show other metrics of efficiency, such as time, and that these reports will show efficiencies in the project rather than in the procurement of the tool. I'm happy to answer any questions that you all may have.
Thank you, Chairman Capriglione. Members, any questions of Chairman Capriglione? If not, then we'll proceed to testimony. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. We show that you reserve the right to close, I guess.
Okay, I reserve the right to close.
Okay, thank you. The chair calls Renzo Soto. Thank you for being here today. We show that you registered as Renzo Soto on behalf of TechNet, and you're testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman Capriglione, as Vice Chair Bojani, and members of the committee for the opportunity to testify today. We are in support of House Bill 2818. For the record, I'm Renzo Soto, Executive Director for Texas and the South for TechNet. We're glad to support House Bill 2818 and its establishment of an AI division. We believe this is an important step for the Texas state government and the Texas constituents they serve to realize the benefits of emerging AI technologies. We've already seen this work at Texas state agencies who have been integrating AI for efficiency purposes. Over the interim, the House Select Committee on AI and Emerging Technologies heard from TxDOT, for example, about how they've leveraged AI to make processes like onboarding and offboarding more efficient. They also cited instances where the processing of IT invoices went, in some cases, from taking 3 weeks to process to seconds, which helped avoid payment delays and potential interests. The opportunity for savings while also modernizing the state's workforce skills are significant. And as AI continues to evolve, we'll see more and more use cases become available for government entities to leverage. For example, at the federal level, they're partnered with a company called Altana, a startup that operates a global supply chain platform to help map how fentanyl ingredients are assembled and shipped to production sites, helping to shut down both. With the addition of Altana's AI systems, federal agents can see deeper into fentanyl supply chains, and thus far, this partnership has resulted in the seizure of 13,000 pounds of fentanyl precursor chemicals and 10,000 pounds of fentanyl. To conclude, it is an important piece of legislation in the overall package that's being considered here in Texas this session to help advance AI's responsible development and deployment and make sure that our agencies are also realizing their benefits. We're glad to support the bill. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, do we have any questions of the witness? No? Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate your time. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against HB 2818? If not, the chair recognizes Chairman Capriglione to close on his bill.
Once again, thank you for considering House Bill 2818, and I close.
Thank you, Chairman Capriglione. The committee substitute is withdrawn, and if there is no objection, the bill will be left pending. Is there any objection? The chair hears none, and the bill is left pending. The chair lays out HB 149 and recognizes Chairman Capriglione to explain the bill.
Great. Members, thank you for the opportunity to address the committee again. I'm here to speak to you about House Bill 149, which is designed to address the potential harms of artificial intelligence by establishing a comprehensive regulatory framework that emphasizes consumer protection, transparency, and accountability through purely the outcomes these systems can generate. This bill would broadly apply to all AI systems, ensuring that consumers are fully protected when interacting with these technologies. With this framework, Texas can ensure that negative, intentionally driven AI outcomes are mitigated, while also creating a streamlined process for litigation, a framework for future potential AI outcomes that the legislature may want to address, and strong consumer protections. Since the end of last session, I've been exploring this area, watching what other states are doing in this area in an effort to build upon their mistakes. A common issue that has been shared with me from stakeholders is legislating through the inputs of this new technology, which seriously hampers AI developers and deployers from creating new versions of this technology without fear of being out of compliance along the way. Over this time, I've explored many versions of how to do this. Ultimately, HB 149 is a stakeholder-driven response, putting Texas on the map, showing other states that this is the correct approach. This bill seeks to highlight the outcomes that we want to mitigate, laying out what we as a state do not wish to occur, then letting AI developers and deployers innovate around these concerns. Consumers should know that they are protected from intentional system misuse and abuse, knowing where their data is collected and used for these systems, and that these systems will uphold their constitutionally protected rights. The provisions of this bill seek to do so by laying out clear do's and don'ts of what systems can and cannot be able to do. By doing this, we promote trust in AI systems and help grow this efficient tool, benefiting Texans and our AI economy in the process. One provision of this bill is to ensure that consumer engagement and protection is to require government agencies to disclose to users when they're engaging with an AI system using clear, plain language without deceptive practices. Additionally, the bill prohibits AI systems from being used to do a number of different uses, such as manipulate human behavior, incite harm, engage in criminal behavior, allow AI systems to perform unlawful acts of discrimination, bypassing informed decision-making, or engaging in political viewpoint discrimination, thereby protecting individuals from potentially dangerous or unfair outcomes. Furthermore, this bill empowers the Attorney General with robust enforcement authority to investigate and penalize violations, including the imposition of civil penalties for noncompliance. By requiring disclosure on government use of AI systems, setting up an online complaint mechanism, and establishing investigatory and civil penalty process, this legislation seeks to mitigate the negative impacts of AI while promoting its responsible development and use. These provisions collectively ensure that the adoption of AI across various sectors will not only drive innovation and efficiency, but also safeguard the fundamental rights and safety of consumers, making this bill an essential tool for balancing progress with protection. In order to balance innovation and regulation, there also exists a sandbox to be administered by DIR, which will allow for good actors to come develop new systems in a safe environment without fear that they may be investigated, that they have taken proper precautions, and notified the state accordingly. An advisory council is formed to ensure that continuous public input and engagement is taken. The council will serve as a body to hear feedback and study how specific regulations might hinder AI development and deployment, as well as study potential negative outcomes that may need to be addressed by the legislature in future sessions. Lastly, I wanted to address, some of the comments that people have brought together. For those of you who don't know, I have probably spent the last 18 months working on a framework for the state of Texas, and we have heard and we have spoken to a stakeholder group that has at times exceeded over 200 different organizations. And as you can imagine, it's hard to make everyone happy. Sometimes it's hard to make 5 people happy. And what we're trying to do is focus not on making everybody happy, but first and foremost, protecting public citizens and their safety and their fundamental rights. At the same time, we want to do this in a way that AI will continue to flourish and be innovative here in the state of Texas. And so one particular opposition letter I do want to address, which is Net Choice. In each body, each session, this body has always prioritized online children's safety, cracking down on pornography on the internet, and really the only group that has ever opposed the bills that we've all supported has been a group called Net Choice. And so I'm not surprised that they're one of the 300 people that has an issue with this bill. But I am so thankful for all of the other groups that have spoken to us continuously, that have provided input, and we have taken a significant amount of the suggestions that have been made over the course of the last few months. This bill contains strong protections against AI systems from being made with the intent to develop or produce child sexual abuse material or any other sexual material that can be made intentionally on these systems. AI technology has great potential to provide needed assistance to a variety of industries, helping to create efficiencies that can save money, time, or improve the quality of service or life of those that utilize it. However, we cannot ignore the potential harmful outcomes, and House Bill 149 will provide these protections for consumers, balancing innovation and regulation and building upon the principles of the free market to do so. I look forward to working with all of you and other members of the legislature and, of course, our stakeholders to continuing to approve this bill and to address other areas of AI outcomes as they may be of concern. And probably the longest layout ever. I'm happy to answer any questions and reserve the right to close.
Thank you, Chairman Capriglione. Members, do we have any questions for Chairman Capriglione? No?
If not, I respectfully reserve the right to close.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
This time we'll move to testimony. The chair calls James Zerniowski. Thank you for being here today. We show that you're registered as James Zerniowski on behalf of Americans for Prosperity, and you are against the bill. Is that correct?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Don't worry about the last name. I know it's brutal seeing all those letters there, so it's totally fine.
Thank you.
But thank you. Chair Capriglio and members of the committee, my name is James Chernowski, and I'm the Senior Policy Analyst focused on issues surrounding technology and innovation at Americans for Prosperity. Thanks for providing us with the opportunity to share our perspective on HB 149, the Texas Responsible Artificial Intelligence Governance Act, today. The original version of this proposal, which was HB 1709, had a similar companion in the state of Virginia that was just vetoed by Governor Glenn Youngkin, who noted that that particular legislation would turn back the clock on Virginia's economic growth, stifling the AI industry just as it's taking off, and that there are many laws currently in place to protect consumers and place responsibilities on companies relating to discriminatory practices, privacy, data use, libel, and more. We appreciate and applaud Representative Capriglione's efforts since introducing this legislation to incorporate modifications, removing many onerous and problematic provisions in the underlying legislation that were flagged by numerous groups, including our own. Particularly, we appreciate his narrowed focus on the use of this technology by the government and its adverse impacts it might have on Texans. However, we believe that some problematic provisions remain in the current version before the committee today, and respectfully recommend that they oppose moving forward with this legislation in its current form. Notably, in Section 551.56, the legislation attempts to have it both ways, trying to treat political viewpoint as a protected class, while simultaneously recognizing in Section 551.058 that disparate impact alone is not sufficient to demonstrate evidence to the intent to discriminate. That would be an expansion of discrimination law in a way that also infringes on private actors' First Amendment rights of their own. In that same section, the legislation would bar social media companies from utilizing artificial intelligence to engage in aspects of content moderation. While we understand the reasoning behind such a provision, it also opens up the legislation to a legal challenge. In Moody v. Net Choice, the Supreme Court recognized that social media platforms, similar to alternative forms of media, are entitled to editorial discretion afforded underneath the First Amendment. This provision would run directly against this finding by the Supreme Court and needlessly create a situation where the state has to expend taxpayer money to defend a law that knowingly has a problematic provision. We understand the concerns around content moderation choices by these platforms, but a tangential case in Murphy v. Missouri showed where the energy around those concerns should be laser focused. In that case, we saw evidence of the government leveraging its position, resources, and power to pressure social media companies to take action on content. Mark Zuckerberg, the CEO of Meta, acknowledged this reality when it came to how the government pressured Facebook around COVID-19 content. It's also worth noting that many of these platforms have gone and adjusted their various policies over the last year and change, much of which was driven by the response they've seen from the public's reaction to their approach in content moderation. Ultimately, the solution to this particular issue isn't necessarily focusing on the platforms themselves, but rather the government and preventing it from doing such things ever again. Even Representative Capriglione's amendments reflect this reality to a degree.
Please wrap up in a few seconds, if you don't mind.
Texas has been a big winner in recent years, attracting tech companies and their investment away from California, in part because of that business-friendly climate. It stands to gain even more. We've seen proposals like the right to compute legislation in New Hampshire and Montana, and the Learning Lab and Sandbox programs in Utah, which offer a more compelling path forward. And we stand ready to work with Representative Capriglione and other legislators to have a better path forward on AI legislation. So thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you for your
Welcome
testimony.
questions.
Thank you. Members who have any questions of the witness? Thank you so much for your testimony. The chair calls Albert Bett. Thank you for being here today. We show that you registered as Albert Bett on behalf of Insurance Council of Texas, and you are neutral on that bill. Is this correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You may begin.
Thank you. I'll keep my remarks brief. I know it's late in the day. I want to thank the chair and his staff for working with us on this bill. I represent the Insurance Council of Texas. We're a property and casualty trade association with about 400 member companies. We're not the 300 he was referring to earlier. And our members have an interest in this bill. Obviously, we use AI for various purposes in insurance. Really only two concerns, and as I said, the chairman's office has been very good with working with us on this, and I think we're close. I want to point out our two concerns deal with section as file 551.058, the unlawful discrimination. The insurance code, and let me point out the insurance industry is very heavily regulated. The insurance code has specific provisions describing unfair discrimination. The term unlawful discrimination is not used for insurance. And that includes prohibiting in coverage or rates, prohibiting on the basis of race, color, religion, national origin, age, gender, marital status, et cetera. What we've talked about with the chairman's office is finding some way to recognize that specific law and not put in conflicting provisions that would exist as filed so far. Hopefully we can come to some agreement on that. The insurance code also includes some provisions allowing the AG's office to enforce provisions in the insurance code regarding unfair competition and unfair methods and practices by insurance companies. We'd like to find a way to protect that as well and not, as filed, create some dueling enforcement between the AG's office and the insurance code. And these provisions in Chapter 541 of the insurance code have existed for a number of years and give the AG authority for enforcement, injunctive relief, class action lawsuits, and to help enforce the laws if there is unfair practices or unfair discrimination in the code. So we look forward to continuing working with the chairman's office and coming to hopefully some agreement on this. But again, I appreciate their efforts, and we want to make sure we can do something that's good for Texas, but also protects the regulatory structure in place for the insurance industry here in the state. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Members, do we have any questions of the witness? No. Thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
The chair calls Renzo Soto. Thank you for being here. We show that you're registered as Renzo Soto on behalf of TechNet, and you are neutral on the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you for being here. You may begin.
Vice Chair Bojani, members of the committee, I would like to, well, first of all, for the record, Renzo Soto, Executive Director for Texas and the South, representing TechNet. We are on the bill. And I do have written testimony here for y'all. Apologize for that. I want to start by thanking Chairman Capriglione for the process that he's put out on this particular issue. He's been graciously working with stakeholders, including industry, throughout the past year, hearing our concerns, hearing our feedback on this very important issue. And in the written testimony that's being passed around there, we are highly excited about the potential of AI responsible development and deployment here in Texas. Our state in particular stands to benefit from a lot of the different applications and unique use cases of AI that are already being realized out in the field. These things include heightened cybersecurity processes, being able to solve some of the greatest medical challenges of our time, like earlier ways to detect cancer, and with the burgeoning industries here within the state, as well as the established ones like aerospace, medicine and biosciences, and more, they are going to be leveraging these technologies in conjunction with one of the largest technology workforces in the country that's here in Texas. So we appreciate that House Bill 149 includes key components for striking the balance between safeguarding against legitimate harms and continuing to allow for innovation. These include aligning provisions with existing laws to ensure there is no conflict or burdensome overlap, as well as providing flexibility to AI developers and deployers so that they can comply while continuing with innovation. We are working with Chairman Capriglione to secure further improvements to the bill. Those are focused mostly on further alignment with existing statute, securing necessary clarifications for compliance, as well as other technical recommendations. For instance, we do share some of the operational concerns that there might be included with the political viewpoints section that's within this bill, and we've been grateful that the chairman has been very open to hearing our perspective on that, and we look forward to working with him on addressing that issue. So thank you again for the opportunity. We're glad to be a resource on this issue, and we are grateful for the opportunity to have been engaged as a stakeholder, and will continue to do so. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Members, do we have any questions of the witness? Thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Chair calls Hasib Abdullah. Thank you for being here today. We show that you registered as Hasib Abdullah on behalf of yourself.
Yes,
you
thank
are
you.
for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Bojani.
You may begin.
My name is Hasib Abdullah. I represent only myself. I'm for House Bill 149, but I want to speak about it. I think it's a Herculean task that the representative had to take trying to do this. I think it tries to keep Texas ahead of the curve in this booming AI industry, especially in the state of Texas. But one thing I would recommend is the very first line of the bill, H 551, tries to define artificial intelligence. Specifically, it says normally associated with human intelligence. So if that definition kind of falls apart, the rest of the bill, which I think is really good, falls apart as well. So maybe saying something along the lines of, I'll give you an example. Right now, there's some drones who people are training to kind of think like insects or birds and stuff. So you may have a situation where someone might try to sneak past that. So like the very early researchers of AI actually defined AI as agents that perceive their environment and take actions that maximize their chances of achieving defined goals. So I would recommend, Chair, and to this committee and to the author, maybe saying something along the lines of having the definition, and because the legislature only meets every 2 years, that doesn't meet with the pace that AI is changing so quickly, to say that the definition as you have it written down, but then say, or as defined by the council that the bill talks about, or as defined by the National Institute of Science and Technologies, which obviously meets on a regular basis. Because if you just use that definition in 6 months' time or in 9 months' time, it's going to change, and it's going to make the whole rest of the bill maybe not as relevant as it should be. Thank you.
Thank you, members. Do you have any questions? Thank you very much for your testimony. Chair calls Glenn Hammer. Thank you for being here today. We show that you registered as Glenn Hammer on behalf of Texas Association of Business, and you are neutral on the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct. Mr.
You may
Chairman,
begin.
members of the committee, Glenn Hammer, Texas Association of Business, and testifying on HB 149. And I want to thank the chairman for his terrific job of putting together a stakeholder approach that has helped really make dramatic improvements in this legislation. Texas is becoming a hub for AI innovation, and recent investments reflect that. Apple announced plans for a $500 billion investment with a big plant in Houston. Google, Amazon, Meta, Siemens, and others have invested or plan to invest billions in Texas. And of course, the Stargate project starting in Abilene, Texas, another $500 billion total AI investment. Another prime example is Austin-based US Ledge AI. They're using AI to improve legislative efficiency inside and outside government while advancing accessibility and transparency at the legislature. Texas is literally fostering thousands of startups that are pushing the boundaries of technology. And I'd like to say about 50% of the VC investment in the fourth quarter of last year, AI related. So important to point that out. So when it comes to AI, the priority should be responsible governments of AI, artificial intelligence, including the establishment of safeguards and oversight mechanisms that enable Texas to advance, innovate, and meet escalating energy demands. Those are the three big things. This is critical also for national security. We're in a great power competition against China. Vice President Vance in Paris, in my opinion, laid out was probably the most important address ever by a vice president in terms of the importance of the U.S. to continue its supremacy in this area. We have a few specific areas where we do think we need to make some changes on. One, political viewpoint discrimination language needs to be aligned with existing constitutional frameworks. Two, we need to make sure enforcement language is clear and consistent and definitions are aligned with current statute and consistent throughout the bill. And you'll find a more detailed feedback in my written submitted testimony. But we want to strongly thank the chairman for the general direction of this proposed framework that we think would advance AI policy. And I just want to also say, as I go around the state and I speak with different chambers and small businesses, is the amount now that they are using AI in their businesses. Small businesses are relying on AI technology to cut costs and to be far more efficient. In fact, I just met with a great coffee company that is able to be more profitable, be more successful because of the use of AI. And Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my final comments is that Texas is the strongest economy we say now in the world. We need to be the leaders in AI to continue that, and with the light and right regulatory touch and all the above energy policy, no state will ever catch the state of Texas. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee.
Thank you very much. Members, do we have any questions of the witness? Thank you so much for your testimony. The chair the chair calls Tanner Jones. Thank you for being here today. We show that you registered as Tanner Jones on behalf of Cicero Action, and you are for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. We can begin.
My name's Tanner Jones. I'm the Director of Technology Policy at Cicero Action, a think tank based in Austin, Texas. I want to thank you all for your time today, and specifically want to thank Chairman Capriglione for his leadership on this very important committee and in AI policy in particular. The thrust of my remarks today is that if you dispel with the headlines surrounding AI regulation in Texas for the past several months and focus on the language of the bill before you today, you will find that it is a model for responsible governance. And I have two brief arguments in support of this thesis. First is that this bill eschews regulatory overreach by focusing on outcomes rather than capabilities. And second, it will be crucial to cement U.S. technological leadership. But first, on eschewing regulatory overreach. What we found in AI, in namely the European Union and some other American states, is a focus on risk-based capabilities, risk-based frameworks leading to regulatory overreach. The problem with this nature of regulation is it yields regulatory capture. While your constituents have access to you, it's only the most powerful and entrenched incumbent firms that have access to the regulators and actually determine the contours of what constitutes risk. Thus, unsurprisingly, none of the important AI companies are based in Europe. They're all American companies. And this bill resolves that problem by doing two really important things. First is by prohibiting rulemaking authority for the council, and second is by closing statutory gaps. So rather than focusing on amorphous risk, it actually makes sure that when child sexual abuse materials are made with AI, that law enforcement can prosecute and that even the most textualist judge feels confident sentencing. But second is U.S. technological leadership. We just had our Sputnik moment in AI not too long ago with China's DeepSeek, and meanwhile, California, the former most important bulwark of American technological leadership, is currently drowning in red tape. Texas has an opportunity to seize the day. Already, there are 1,000 AI companies based in Texas. It is the top state to get a job in the AI boom with 40,000 job postings. And last year, technology contributed 20% to Texas's GDP. This council is going to look at reducing regulatory burdens, and the sandbox encourages innovation. I see I'm out of time, but the last thing I'll say is that it's very important for this country and everyone here as AI takes over the economy, that this is an American and Texan future, not a Chinese future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, do we have any questions of the witness? All right. Thank you so much for your testimony. Chair calls David Dunmoyer. Thank you for being here today. We show that you registered as David Dunmoyer on behalf of Texas Public Policy Foundation, and you are for the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. You may begin.
Great. Well, thank you, Vice Chair, committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of House Bill 149. Again, my name is David Dunmoyer with TBPF. Cicero just did a great job laying out a lot of the arguments I would have said. So I want to highlight what Chairman Capriglione has done with this bill, because this has been, as he mentioned, a multi-year long process that has had a transparent stakeholder process for input. And this should be coined the Texas approach. This is how good tech policy becomes law. But further, this is why we see with House Bill 4, House Bill 18, other kid safety and tech bills from last session, this is why states are copying us. Because this is the approach that balances innovation and hitting on all the points that have been made previous on why we continue to lead and innovate and outpace states like California, but also provide remarkable protections for consumers that ensure we aren't allowing this technology to proliferate unfettered with those consequences that we're already seeing. So the three things I want to highlight here is why this is a practical and enforceable law, because enforceability is going to be key as technology continues to move. First, it explicitly and clearly enumerates what these prohibited use cases for AI are, child sex abuse material, viewpoint discrimination, and so on and so forth. And this is an entirely new and unique and Texan approach to AI regulation that's an outcomes-based model. And so simply, if it's bad, if it's demonstrable harm and it was done intentionally, there are consequences. To that point on consequences, this seeks to provide an ecosystem regulatorily that ensures compliance rather than seeking punishment. And you can see this, for example, there's a 60-day cure period. So if there's an unintentional harm that occurs, the onus and responsibility is on the company to prove it was not intentional or did not happen. And so it gives them a chance to redress their grievances. But also one thing that we've heard in a lot of our discussions too is this bill importantly provides clarity on the rules of the road instead of allowing for litigious hellscape where there's uncertainty, and this is why we need laws so we know what can and can't be done. And so finally, I just say that ultimately this bill accomplishes TBPF's goal in our research we outlined. We want to see a bill that ensures technology serves humanity and not the other way around. So I thank you all for your time today and Chairman Capriglione's efforts on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The chair recognizes that Representative Cook is present. Thank you. Members, do you have any questions of the witness? No? All right. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
All right. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against HB 149? If not, the chair recognizes Chairman Capriglione to close on the bill.
Thank you. You just heard previous witness David Dunmore say technology should serve humanity, not the other way around. And that is what the goal of this legislation is. I am thankful to all the different groups that have testified here today in favor of the bill, along with the hundreds of others that have helped us get the bill to where it is. You know, with your help, obviously we have a committee substitute that addresses some of the last remaining concerns that we have, but with your help, Texas will lead on AI, both on making sure that we're the #1 place for innovation to occur in both AI and emerging technologies, but also that we will have the strongest protections for our constituents when it comes to creating guardrails around this important, valuable, but very powerful tool. So with that, happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Representative Rodriguez-Ramos.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Regarding the strongest protections, I see that on page 7, you talk about, it cites unlawful discrimination, disparate impact alone is not sufficient to show intent to discriminate.
Right.
But on page 13, there's a local preemption. So this is this chapter supersedes or preempts any ordinance, resolution, rule, or other regulation adopted by political subdivision. So what remedy do political subdivisions have if the disparate impact does in fact discriminate and the Attorney General does not feel that it doesn't discriminate or it goes along for whatever reason? What, as someone who supports local control, and my city council says, yes, whatever this is doing is more than disparate impact. It's affecting this part of the community that it can be or it does have a discriminatory impact. Like, what remedy do local communities, local municipalities have?
Sure. Well, you're correct in saying what this legislation does, which it would preempt local ordinances and rules on this specific part as it relates to artificial intelligence and tools and so on, developers and deployers. And what I would say is, while I've always supported local control and have worked with my local communities as well very often, I would say that artificial intelligence is a very complicated topic that should be done on the state level. It would not be probably almost for sure in Texas's best interest to have different AI rules in every single jurisdiction in the state of Texas, because I can tell you, having worked on this, and this is, I think we've shrunk this bill down to 26 pages, but by the end it'll be 30-something, right? And so I would say that this is in the state's purview, and in that case, it would be the state that would create the laws as it relates to discrimination as they do today, and make those assessments on the state level. So yes, this would preempt every single community, every single school district from coming up with their own AI legislation. It just would be unwieldy. I'll just tell you that. You could literally spend your life trying to come up with every line and every sentence here, and I don't think that would be fair to our constituents or businesses or our universities to have different rules in every local municipality when it comes to artificial intelligence.
And so what remedy did they have, the local?
Well, they would have all the remedies that are in this bill, right?
the
I mean,
state.
it wouldn't be a remedy that people would have to their city council, but they would have a remedy to the state, right? I mean, our discrimination laws are all state laws, and any discrimination laws or any other laws on a city level would have to conform to what the state says. So the remedies in the bill are detailed in the enforcement section of this legislation, which would ultimately be the Attorney General's office.
Well, and it's unfortunate because, as you know, in this political climate,
In this what? I'm
there's-
sorry?
in this political climate, there is oftentimes adversarial roles versus, one collective that's really benefiting everybody. And so, anyway, thank you so much. I
Yeah,
appreciate it.
of course.
Members, any other questions of Chairman Capriglione? I did have one quick question,
Sure.
if I may. So sometimes AI, even without intent, can have certain biases in there, right?
Sure.
If you're using it for hiring purposes, if there's a gap in your employment history that may be looked unfavorably on you, and
Sure.
that can marginalize maybe more women than men. But this one only says if the intent is not to discriminate, then how do we go around and make sure that the AI that's being utilized does not have any biases like that?
Well, ultimately, what I would say, and it's been the back and forth on this legislation, which is what is AI and what is human, right? What is a company? And I would say in the case of a company that knowingly or unknowingly discriminates, there's already laws that talk about what that is. And just like any other tool that a company has, whether it's Excel or if it's artificial intelligence, if they are discriminating, they have to follow all the laws that we already have when it comes to discrimination. All we're saying in this legislation is the development of the tool itself would have to be intent and knowingly done that. But that does not in any way reduce the liability of a company that willfully discriminates.
The issue is that they're not trying to discriminate. It just happens because it looks at certain things in a different way. But yeah,
Well, it would have to be done in a way that's purposeful. Again, the way that artificial intelligence generally works is it's being trained on data that is being fed by an individual. And if they're knowingly putting in information that would cause the models to discriminate, then they would be under the auspices of this. But again, working on this, it's really easy to think of AI either as a tool or as a proxy human, right? And what we want to make sure is that we don't create new laws that are already on the books that have worked for a long time when it comes to discrimination and so on, but that we focus on the ones that are specifically on this technology.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Capriglione. Any other questions of Chairman? Okay, all right. And if there's no objection, the bill will be left pending. Is there objection? Hearing none, the bill is left pending.
Thank you, and I close. Thank you, and I close. Appreciate it. Thank you. All right, and now for something completely different. Members, we will now move on to our invited testimony. Today, the committee will discuss Medicaid procurement and contracting. The state of Texas spends $73.5 billion in the 2024-2025 biennium for Medicaid and CHIP managed care services, which accounts for almost 23% of the state's budget. Over the years, we've had continuing problems with the procurement process, with HHSC pausing or canceling various Medicaid procurements 3 times, twice in 2018 and once in 2020. These interruptions have raised concerns about the consistency and transparency of the procurement process, leading to changes in how the agency evaluates proposals and eventually to a group of providers suing the state. In December 2021, HHSC introduced changes to its procurement process for all the managed care programs. In its latest attempt to competitively reprocure StarChip MCO contracts, HHSC announced tentative awardees that did not include 3 longstanding children's health plans. In March 2024, these plans and other MCOs began filing protests. HHSC denied these protests and further appeals are pending. In October 2024, a Travis County District Judge issued a temporary injunction halting the implementation of new managed care contracts under Medicaid STAR and CHIP programs, citing a flawed procurement process. HHSC has appealed to the 15th Court of Appeals. Currently, an agreement has been executed between all parties, including HHSC, to abate the appeal until 30 days after the end of the 89th legislative session. To my understanding, this abatement was signed to pause the lawsuit and allow the legislature to address the issue if it so chooses. There are currently bills filed to address the issue. However, members, please remember that today we will have discussions on the invited testimony, not on the bills. With that, let's invite up our first panel from the State Auditor's Office to discuss recent audits of managed care organizations. The chair calls Tessa Mylenar and Willie Hicks. Thank you for being here today, Ms. Mylenar. We show you registered as, hold on. Mylenar. Okay. In here today, Ms. Mylenar, we show you registered as Tessa Mylenar on behalf of the Texas State Auditor's Office, on behalf of Texas Auditor's Office, and you'll be testifying neutrally. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, thank you. Mr. Hicks, we show you registered as Willie Hicks on behalf of the State Auditor's Office, and you will be testifying neutrally. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Please proceed.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members, for inviting us to talk to you today. My name is Tessa Mylenar from the State Auditor's Office. I am a risk analyst for the Article II agencies. Our expert in our office, who has done a lot of the work on Medicaid managed care, unfortunately had a family emergency and wasn't able to join us today as we had planned, but Willie and I will give you an overview and some highlights of the work that our office has done and try to address your questions and then gather any additional information that the committee might need. On the first page of your handout, we wanted to provide some background information on our work on Medicaid managed care. In 2015, Texas Government Code Section 321.013K was enacted, requiring the state auditor to consider performing audits of Health and Human Services Commission contracts greater than $100 million in value, including contracts with managed care organizations. Our office does consider that when we're developing our annual audit plan, and our office has conducted 6 Medicaid managed care organization audits since fiscal year 2017. All of those audits involved reviews of the financial statistical reports that the MCOs submit to the commission, which are also known as cost reports, as well as reviews of claims and administrative expenses. In addition, we have also audited the Health and Human Services Commission's use of contract remedies, including liquidated damages, in its managed care contracts. Across that body of work, we identified several common issues related to affiliate payments, pharmaceutical claims, and administrative expenses. I'm going to pass it over to Willie to talk a little bit more about those themes.
Good afternoon, Chair, members. My name is Willie Hicks. I'm the Audit Manager with the State Auditor's Office. With regards to the reports of MCOs, we have found that MCOs may report unallowable, inaccurate, or erroneous costs on their cost reports, which are the primary source of financial information used to provide the basis for calculating the amount an MCO may owe the state through the experienced rebate profit sharing requirement, and is a key source of the information used to set the premiums paid to an MCO. The most common issues identified from those reports include affiliate payments, which are payments that can involve claims and administrative services provided by an affiliate to an MCO where the affiliate is owned or connected to an MCO. The relationship between an MCO and its affiliate increases the risk of potential conflicts of interest and whether the costs an MCO pays an affiliate are reasonable. In our reports, we have found instances where reported affiliate costs included unallowable costs, such as payments to an affiliate's employees for bonuses, incentives, or expenses unrelated to the contract. For pharmacy claims, the most significant issue we have found was where a provider did not provide or did not report the final amount paid to pharmacies on its cost report because its pharmacy benefits manager was collecting funds post-payment from pharmacies and used a pricing method that did not comply with requirements. This resulted in the cost report not showing the final amount paid to the pharmacy providers as required. However, we have also found instances in our reports where pharmacy claims were not always paid within required time frames. For administrative expenses, the most common issues found were unallowable costs reported on the cost report, such as gifts, certain affiliate expenses, or costs that do not directly support the health program, and accounting errors with amounts on the cost report such as inaccurate calculations, misclassified expenses, or the inclusion of expenses from a different fiscal year. The pages that follow in the handout provide a summary of findings from each of our reports on MCOs. I'm more than happy to continue with the handout or skip to any individual report that you would like to discuss.
Members, is there any specific place you'd like them to discuss? I guess I would say, did they do anything right?
Yes, they pay medical claims, they pay pharmaceutical claims.
Okay. Representative Olcott?
I'm sorry, I missed something in there. I couldn't understand a couple of words you said.
Oh, I'm
Who
sorry.
is it that's actually not following the regulations with the benefits going to the pharmacies? Is this some of the managed care organizations?
Correct.
Okay.
Vice Chair Bojani.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. I wanted to ask if y'all can give us a high-level overview of the procurement process.
Of the procurement process?
Is that going to be taking forever, or can you do it?
I think that would be better directed to the Health and Human Services Commission to explain their current procurement process, specifically for MCOs.
Maybe that if they can't do that, maybe that's a question for some of the panelists themselves who have been part of the procurement process or the contracting process. Members, any other questions before? I have just a couple, if that's okay. So, some of these audits that you all have done, 2018, 2017, 2016, are any of them been done recently? I know we talked at our first committee hearing about the one with, I think, Blue Cross and Blue Shield in 2020 or 2022?
It was 2020.
2020. So, it's 2025. So, and as I kind of pointed out and members know, this is, these are the biggest contracts the state focuses on and that we spend money on, that we take taxpayer dollars to go and provide, hopefully, services to our constituents. So I guess I would ask the question is how or why and should we continue to audit these contracts in depth, right? I know they haven't been procured, but the amount of money that we're spending is still literally in the tens of billions of dollars. So how do we do more audits, or why have we not done more audits?
I'll try to address both parts of that.
Sure.
After having performed 6 of these audits, covering some of the largest MCOs and some of the smaller community health ones, we wanted to allow them sufficient time to address some of the recommendations that we made. To performing more of them in the future, it's great timing. We are in the process of developing our audit plan for fiscal year 2026, and that is something that we can consider in developing that, especially with interest from this committee.
Great. Oh, well, the chair recognizes Representative Liz Campos as being present. So I wanted to ask something else, and it's maybe a refresher for me, if maybe for members of the committee as well, is in our first hearing, we had heard from the State Auditor's Office about how you are, by statute, are allowed to audit state dollars and not necessarily private dollars. My question is why? Because you could make the argument that, and we've made that argument ourselves sometimes when it comes to transparency, that certain entities that receive over 50% or over 60% or 70% of their dollars from the public should be subject to additional scrutiny. But I would say if you could go back and talk to us about that, why that is, and how that prevents potential auditing difficulties, especially if a company has maybe multiple organizations, I don't want to call them shells, but multiple organizations, that one has the employees, one is the one that has a contract, the other one has the MOU, one is the one that does a procurement. I mean, it can get complicated quickly, and where do you run into difficulties auditing some of these companies?
Okay. To address this question, could we invite up our general counsel, who also is registered, to discuss with us?
Of course. Thank you. Her name is, what is her name? What is your name?
Kathleen Day.
Okay, sorry. Okay. The chair recognizes Kathleen Day, here representing the Texas State Auditor's Office, and you are registered as testifying neutrally. Is that correct?
Correct.
Great, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Kathleen Day. I'm the General Counsel for the Texas State Auditor's Office. It's good to see you all again. So as a general rule, under Chapter 321 of the Texas Government Code, we have authority to audit state funds. The Attorney General, and in addition, we have authority under individual statutes that can be found maybe in the Water Code, the Insurance Code, to audit non-state government entities or non-state entities. So really, our authority comes from those two places. And then when it comes specifically to entities where there are state funds and non-state funds, the Attorney General has issued an opinion that is very clear that says that the auditor's office is not warranted to interfere with the administration of an entity except to review state funds. And so, when it comes to instances where entities have state funds that are in combination with private funds that are not state funds, we do reach a stalemate where we cannot look at those funds.
So it's hard to track a dollar, right? To see exactly what its origin is and what it is. So let's say, and I'm just asking in general, so let's say the state gives an organization, I don't know, $5 billion of state dollars. And those dollars go to a company or an LLC or what have you, and there's some expenses that are given to maybe third parties. Can you audit those expenses on the third party? Or is that immediately at the beginning we get that it's private? Or if, let's say, those are paid as bonuses or dividends, does that immediately become private money? In other words, right, if let's say, they made $5 billion in total revenue, and they have a net profit of whatever, let's say $100 million, and the $100 million goes to, as a bonus, can we look at those bonus dollars?
We can look at the funds that were originally given to the entity that are state funds, and that is it. Like I said, there are individual statutes and other parts of different codes that give us authority to audit non-state government entities where there aren't state funds involved. So there are exceptions, but as a general rule, we would not be able to look at it.
See, but you would be able to say if specifically certain, so let's say the state writes a check or an ACH over to a company and they then put that money in a checking account, you would be able to see everything that checking account spent money on. Okay. Members, any other questions? Okay, Representative Olcott.
Yes. So when you all discover some of these discrepancies, or in some cases, they're actually breaking the law, do you all reach out to them? Do you have the authority to reach out to them and discuss it with them? And if so, how do they typically respond?
As part of our audit engagement, we talk to the client. We discuss with them during the planning phase about our audit. So they're always involved in our audit process from the beginning to the work we do to the results that we report. So any issues we run across, we do discuss it with them, as well as the Health and Human Services Commission, because there are times where they may feel we're misinterpreting or have a misunderstanding of a particular rule or requirement that's in the contract.
Sure. So in regard to the 4 MCOs that we're kind of discussing this, or at least involved in this, do you find that they are typically receptive to your discovery, or do you feel like they have an attitude like, there's nothing you can do about it, we're going to continue to do it?
Well, each of our reports, we have made recommendations, and they typically agree with our recommendations. In most cases, I think all the implementations have been implemented. There's just been some disagreement when it comes to what the actual finding is and whether or not it was a finding.
Okay, thank you.
Any, Representative Bowers? Oh, no, sorry. All right. There are no other questions. Thank you. We may ask you some more later, but appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, our first panel of managed care organizations includes 2 MCOs, one who was successful in obtaining a contract and one who wasn't, to give their perspective on the procurement process. The chair calls Mark Sanders and Greg Thompson. Thank you for being here today. Mr. Sanders, we show you registered as Mark Sanders on behalf of Superior Health Plan, and you will be testifying neutrally, is that correct?
That's correct.
Great, thank you. Mr. Thompson, we show you registered as Greg Thompson on behalf of WellPoint, and you will be testifying neutrally, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Mr. Sanders, please proceed.
Okay. My name's Mark Sanders, and I'm the CEO of Superior Health Plan. Superior has a 25-year history of offering Medicaid managed care services to members in Texas. With close to 1 million Medicaid members, we are the largest plan, the only plan operating in all 4 Medicaid programs, and we are statewide in all 254 counties. We greatly appreciate the opportunity to present to the committee today on elimination of inefficiencies in the provision of state services. My testimony today is centered on the inefficiencies that we have identified with the Medicaid managed care procurement process. I'm going to start with looking at the history and timeline of procurements. Each of you should have received a document from us that is titled Managed Care Procurement Timeline. In summary, since 2018, 6 procurements have been canceled, and a 7th one has received 8 protests and an initial unfavorable court ruling against it. This is in contrast to 2 procurements in that time that have been completed and implemented, and I will call out that one of those 2 had only 1 bidder participate. What this timeline demonstrates is an inefficient process that frequently results in cancellations. Each one of these procurements takes years and substantial resources to conduct, score, and make awards. In addition, most of these procurements involve protests and legal challenges with significant time and legal costs for all parties involved, including the agency, and only to result in a cancellation and restarting the process from scratch. To illustrate some of the issues with the procurements, I mentioned the procurement that has the 8 protests with it. I'll hit on some of the significant issues that we've noted with that procurement. The procurement did not take into account an evaluation of MCO provider networks. The strength of an MCO's network is critical in providing access to quality care in a Medicaid program, and we believe without that focus, you limit the ability of the state to select MCOs that can offer best value to the state and its Medicaid recipients. In addition, existing statute requires the agency to give preference to MCOs that have significant participation from traditional Medicaid and charity care providers in each service area. Next, the procurement did not take into consideration past performance of the MCOs and the quality of care delivered by the MCOs. For incumbent MCOs, that data readily exists to complete this evaluation. HHSC has made significant investments to annually grade the quality of care and health outcomes being provided by each MCO. This process is extensive and includes capturing millions of records through encounter and data submissions, all of which are subject to audit. The annual process concludes with an MCO quality report card scoring and MCO ranking for each service area. The report cards are provided by HHSC to Medicaid members as they enroll in the program, and HHSC provides guidance to the members selecting an MCO to look at these report cards and to check and see if the member's provider is in network. For potential new entrant plans, demonstrated performance could be provided from experience in other states or programs. Next, I'm going to refer to another one of the documents we submitted labeled MCO Market Share and Quality by SDA. In summary, this shows most service areas would lose their highest quality performing MCOs and the MCOs that have the highest member choice rates. In contrast, many of the SDAs resulted in incumbents with the lowest quality report card scores and lowest member choice rates being an awardee. This highlights the potential consequences of not considering past performance. In addition to historical quality performance, the procurement did not evaluate past performance in any areas. Instead, the procurement process relied on what is written and promised to be delivered in the future versus substantial historical performance. An MCO, for example, with an outstanding quality score and member choice rate of 62% within a market should receive consideration for such verifiable performance. The procurement process included a significant and unfair competitive advantage to one plan. While the scoring and evaluation process was still ongoing, one plan inadvertently received the written proposals from every other responding MCO. This occurred approximately 1 month prior to the advantaged MCO's oral presentation, which is a question and answer session and format that accounts for 10% of the scoring of the procurement. This was an example of a human error in the procurement process that the court found destroyed the integrity of the procurement. We believe that this and other errors should have already resulted in a cancellation and restarting of the RFP process. We know this was an error due to the fact that the agency sent an email to the advantaged MCO letting them know that the release of the other MCO proposals was in error and requested that this MCO destroy those documents. However, that email was not sent until months after the oral presentation period had closed. Lastly, the procurement resulted in awards that would be extremely costly and disruptive to the program. Through the elimination of most of the highest member choice MCOs, approximately 1.8 million members, or close to 60% of the total population, would be forced to lose their current health plan of choice. When I have previously listened to HHSC testify on this subject, a disruption analysis had not been completed as part of the procurement. Moving to my conclusion, when a member is choosing an MCO, HHSC recommends on its website that members ensure the MCO has their provider in network and review the MCO's quality report cards. Obviously, this is good advice, but does not line up with how HHSC determines best value when selecting awardees. By not reviewing networks or quality performance, HHSC is disregarding its own advice. I believe it's also worth mentioning that there have been numerous efforts to reform the procurement process via legislation and restructuring of the process, including input from multiple consultants. Despite these efforts, there continue to be major struggles, as I've highlighted. I'm sure many of you are thinking, if the procurement process is inefficient, what is an alternative? We believe that alternative is what is referred to as an application state structure, or also known as managed care consumer choice. Under this structure, MCOs that meet stringent requirements as determined by the state, including strong quality and network performance, can participate in an open market structure where members can choose their health plans. This type of structure would better account for and connect member and provider preferences, quality, and cost efficiency. I should also point out that there have been 4 separate bills filed that would require the conversion of the Medicaid program to this type of managed care consumer choice structure. This concludes my prepared testimony. I'm happy to answer any questions from the committee.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Sanders.
Yeah.
We're going to have Mr. Thompson speak before we do the rest of the panel. And sorry for whatever hubbub is here. We might have technical difficulties, but it looks like they've been resolved, those from the outside. But it looks like we are being broadcast outside now. So anyway, with that, Mr. Thompson, and then we'll go back.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Greg Thompson. I'm president and CEO for WellPoint, Texas. I'm also a native Texan. I was born in Odessa, went to high school in Borger, Texas, graduated from Texas Tech University and Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center. I am a blessed individual. I have a beautiful wife and an amazing 13-year-old daughter. After last night's algebra homework, I'm not sure that that is the truth, that it's amazing. We had a little trouble last night, but I'm thankful for y'all's invitation today to speak to you about the Medicaid managed care procurement process. WellPoint is a managed care organization. We were formerly known as AmeriGroup Texas. We have had the privilege of providing healthcare benefits for almost 3 decades in partnership with HHSC. Today, we serve multiple products. One of those products is Star Plus. That is an age, blind, and disabled population. We also serve the STAR and the CHIP populations. These are predominantly women's and children's services. And we also serve the STAR Kids program, which is a complex pediatric program in Texas. As I mentioned, we've had over almost 30 years of partnership with HHSC. We have deep respect for the agency, for their leadership, for how they conduct their business and what they do here in Texas. We are here today to talk about a procurement process, a process that the chairman mentioned earlier awards tens of billions of dollars in business to organizations like ourselves to care for millions of Texans. That particular procurement process was recently found to be, 1, unlawful. And one of the main points for being unlawful is that the agency did not create cost efficiency benchmarks and use those in the procurement process. And 2, a process that is anti-competitive because it awards mandatory contracts here in Texas. That procurement process has been uniform since 2021. The agency has used the exact same process because of a recent series of canceled reissued procurements, what you've heard from the chair and also from Mark today. That particular process was created under an initiative called Project Stella. And Project Stella's intent was to create a repeatable procurement process that could apply to all managed care products in Texas. That would apply to Star Health, Star Plus, Star Chip, and Star Kids. And that particular process is the process that was found to be unlawful. So recently, a judge here in Travis County found that process to be unlawful on 13 different counts. And let me pause for a second to talk about the importance of that particular injunction. In Texas, an organization like ourselves, we cannot go to court and sue a state agency because we disagree with the results of a particular procurement or we're dissatisfied with those results. The threshold is extremely high. We have to prove that a organization, a state agency who has sovereign immunity broke the law. That is very difficult. The particular lawsuit and the process was a multi-month process. Multiple depositions, discovery. It was a week-long hearing, and at the end, the judge ruled in favor of the plaintiffs that the process itself did not follow the law. Now, we didn't want to file a lawsuit against our primary customer. Who would? That was the last thing that we wanted to do. WellPoint has been an advocate for procurement reform for over a decade. Many of you are aware of this. We have tried everything in our ability to reform the procurement process to include metrics in procurement so that we would have successful procurements in Texas. We have also used the actual procurement process itself. We have filed specifications protests. These are protests that you file as a procurement is being issued, and if a respondent sees that that particular process is unlawful or has a fatal flaw or something is wrong with the specifications, we have to notify the state agency that they are there. We have filed those specifications protests, and from our information, the agency has not acted upon those specifications protests. We have also issued protests after the RFPs have been complete. Those particular protests have also been unsuccessful, predominantly because the respondents like ourselves do not have the critical information we need to file a meaningful protest within the time period. When we ask for documentations from the state to understand how the particular procurement was administered, they refuse to give us those documentation, while the actual protests themselves are denied because we did not provide documentation, the documentation that they withheld from us. Chairman, you're aware of our past advocacy for Rider 20. This was back in 2021. We advocated for the passage of Rider 20. Many of you may not know what Rider 20 is. It was a rider that required the agency to follow a law and implement a law that was passed in 2011. Yes, you heard me right. It was a rider that was passed in 2021 to ask the agency to follow the law and a law that was passed in 2011. That particular law required the agency to create cost efficiency and quality benchmarks and use those benchmarks in procurements by giving a preference to high-performing health plans. This is one of the critical areas where the judge found that the agency was not conducting this. As a matter of fact, the agency actually said that they had not created these cost efficiency and quality benchmarks, nor had they used those in procurement. Now, last, I want to talk about STAR Plus. We, WellPoint, we also have an open litigation and a pending litigation with the agency on the STAR Plus procurement. That particular procurement used the Stella procurement process, again, a process that was found to be unlawful. The agency has also admitted that they have not created these benchmarks, nor implemented the benchmarks, nor used those in the procurement process. We have reason to believe that the STAR Plus procurement was also illegally performed. So at the moment, the agency understands that they have this pending litigation. We all know that there are there's laws that they were not following, yet they are okay with that. At this moment, they believe that it's okay that it was an illegal process because contracts has been signed and the business has been implemented. They've also said in a recent court hearing, I was sitting just not too far in the Travis County Court, and they said that at the moment that they intend to likely use the entire 12-year period in contracts with STAR Plus, meaning that they are okay with having illegally procured contracts active in Texas. This is why we're here today. This is why we're here in front of this committee. We're asking you to listen, to understand. We're asking for support of cancellation of the current procurements and also support of procurement reform. We believe that you cannot reform something if there are active procurements that are moving right now. So cancellation and move to procurement reform. Thank you for my time.
Thank you. Actually, Representative Tindall, if it's okay, I wanted to just start with asking some questions. From the perspective of trying to, I mean, I've done some work on this, as you know, over the years, but not every member on this committee has, and obviously almost no one that's watching this, if they can, through the Wi-Fi that's down. But if you could help us maybe just try and get, and both of you did a great job laying it out, but maybe to kind of Vice Chair Vajani's point is, it starts with the RFP process, which we can start the RFP process, and then how that procurement worked out years ago, and how it didn't. Right, there were some mistakes that were made, but wanted to even get into a little bit the application process itself. Right, so it starts with the RFP, and if you want to take it from there, but just high level, like there's an RFP, it comes out, there's an application. What does that look like?
Sure.
How is that reviewed? And
yeah,
if that's okay.
I'll take the
However you
application,
want.
or I'll
Okay.
take the procurement process. Do you want to take
Sure.
application? Okay.
Sure.
So the procurement process itself, as I've mentioned, that's the way the state issues contracts for managing the Medicaid populations in Texas. The RFP comes out. It comes out in a draft form. So that draft form comes out. Everyone who's in this business is aware that these drafts are coming out. We review the draft. We wait for the final RFP to come out. Once the final RFP comes out, that is when I was talking about the specifications protest, that is the time to tell the agency that there are some issues with the way the procurement is structured. During the procurement process, you end up submitting a very lengthy submission. There are questions that you have to respond to. Some of those questions are as simple as, can you explain your claims process? Can you explain your IT security? You also have information about the basic benefits. How do you manage the benefits in Medicaid? Specifically in our complex populations, it's about service coordination and how do you deliver person-centered care. We also have questions around member examples and scenarios, complex member. We also have information that we submit on core financials. Can we get a bond? Do we have insurance licensure? Those types of things. Then we submit those, and the state then scores those RFPs. At the scoring process, there's a time in which individuals, respondents, are placed into what's called a competitive range. And that particular competitive range is not known to us, so we don't know what the competitive range is, but we are placed in a competitive range. And if you're in that competitive range, then you're invited to participate in orals. Orals is a process much like a job interview. You sit in front of our state customer and you answer some questions. There are uniform questions that all respondents answer to. After orals, then there's a step that's called certification. So those individuals who are then continue to be in the competitive range after orals, then you're asked to go through a critical certification step that is required by law, that all organizations are certified to manage the business. And then after that step, the state issues what's called a notice of intent to award. That notice of intent to award is not actual contracts, it's the intent to award contracts. And at that point, it triggers a 10-day window for anyone who wants to protest those notice of intent to awards, that they must file a protest within 10 days. The protest process is a two-layer. First, it's with the procurement office, and then the second appeal to your original protest is with the commissioner. After you have exhausted those administrative protests, the next step is a lawsuit in court. So that's the next avenue.
Great.
Yeah, I would just add a little bit to that, and this kind of overlaps into my testimony. Specifically, the procurement process does not take into account past performance. So I think, HHSC collects all kinds of metrics and reporting from us. They put those through auditing procedures, but they specifically don't utilize those results in how they're scoring and awarding the contracts. They also don't evaluate our network, which again I highlighted as one of the most critical things that a managed care organization brings to the table as a network. So, and then Chairman, did you want me to speak to an application state or?
Yeah, I'm just curious.
Okay.
I mean, for people to know what the process is, it's not, it just, there's an application that's out there. It's lengthy, asks a lot of questions, and if you just talk about.
Sure. So an application state would look like, the state can set the requirements as high as they want for a health plan to be allowed to enter the market. And once you've met those requirements, you're allowed in. So it's really how the commercial and Medicare worlds operate today. It's an application. If you can meet the requirements, and then it can be structured. The contract can still, between those health plans and the state, can include all the things that are in there today that we have to meet requirements. There can be active management of those plans, and if they're not living up to those requirements, then they can be exited from a market. So that's at a very, very high level, but we'd be happy to go into more detail.
Sure. No, that's great. And I got just a few more questions, but this is DOGE, not public health or health and human services or appropriations. And so what we want to do, obviously, is look into maybe on the efficiencies of the provisions themselves. And that's a word that does a lot of heavy lifting around here, right? Like how do we, as part of this committee, go and look at how these contracts and these procurements are run? And Mr. Thompson, you mentioned that in some cases, and ours is about the provision of government services, and our oversight includes state agencies, that you had at various times been asking for documentation, or that you were asked for documentation. So could you, or whoever the two, but we should talk about why, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
For one, we're asking for documentation about what are the things that the agency was evaluating when they considered the numerical value of the awards. Specifically, we were looking for how did they evaluate quality? Did they look at NCQA accreditations? We also wanted to know how they were evaluating cost efficiencies. Those are things that we knew that were required by law. They were not defined in the actual procurement itself by the instructions and the language that was in the actual document itself. And so we were curious how the state was meeting those particular contractual obligations or the legal obligations that they had to do those things. And if you allow me to dive down a little bit deeper of what do I mean by cost efficiency, I will lean into this a little bit, and I'll be very brief and try to get it down to bare bones. Today, there is no comparative metrics on cost efficiencies from one MCO to another. So let's have a scenario where it's one geography and there's 3 MCOs operating in that one geography. And they all have the same products, and the quality of each of those MCOs is the same. Let's just make believe that it's the same. One MCO contracts with a provider at 100% of Medicaid. MCO A, let's call it MCO A. MCO B contracts with the provider at 105%. And MCO C contracts with a provider at 110% of Medicaid. And they all have a tonsillectomy. Let's call it a tonsillectomy. So MCO A pays 100% for that tonsillectomy, MCO B pays 105%, and MCO C pays 110%. The tonsillectomies are performed, they're all great quality, the kids are healthy and well, but the cost to the taxpayer of Texas is different. MCO A actually saved 10% from MCO C. That particular comparison never occurs. Cost is only compared to the expected cost of a particular MCO. So I'm held accountable to what the actuaries expected my costs to be year over year. I'm never compared with my competitors in a particular geography. And these are the types of cost comparisons that we are advocating for to make sure that it's critically important to know that you can't just look at cost alone. You must look at quality of care, and you must look at satisfaction. You can't just look at one piece, but it is critical to look at cost, and that's one area where we believe that there's some opportunities.
okay, so on that point, so again, going back to what this committee is focused on in our jurisdiction, it's waste, fraud, and abuse, right? So I'd like to talk about those 3 words and definitions, and this is, again, just trying to get us all level set for what's hopefully not going to be a long, long day, but a good conversation about all of this. But when people talk about waste, fraud, and abuse, oftentimes they do talk about healthcare. They talk about the providers, they talk about the insurance, they talk about all of that. You know, I was once on the Healthcare Select Reform Committee, and that's mostly what we also talked about as well. But what you're talking about right now might be considered under the wasteful part of it, right? Which is, how do we make sure that we are, nothing's happening illegally, but it's just people are being wasteful, right? Within the bounds of what they have, maybe taxpayer dollars could be used more efficiently. So along those lines about different prices and different levels for different providers, what do you all do, or what should the agencies do to go and minimize and prevent that kind of waste from happening?
Sure, I can start that, yeah. So I know Superior, and I believe all the plans invest significantly in tools that are going to help us identify fraud, waste, and abuse. You know, we're all required to do that, number one, but it's our own incentive because we're paid a fixed premium, and we want to avoid unnecessary costs. So we are very focused in this area. And what I would say is we really identify this through lots of different means. One area that's become very big for us is an analytical approach. So we do a lot of analysis of the claims that we received and look for patterns of upcoding or inappropriate billing. We also look for coding that shouldn't exist. And so we have ways in our claim system to stop that up front. We can do what's called putting a provider on prepayment review, where we think something looks off and we can request records to support the billing or not support the billing. And then the other thing we do, once we identify those type of situations, especially particularly if we believe it's fraud or could be fraud, we make a referral to the Texas OIG. We have a very strong partnership across the plans with the OIG. And so we both, the OIG and the health plans, have resources to do investigations, go actually visit the provider, again, ask for medical records to support the billing, or in some cases, obviously not. So I know it's very high level, but it's something I know that we're very focused on.
Thank you. All right, so then the second part is related to waste. And so when especially when it comes to Medicaid, people think about providers maybe who are double billing, underbilling. But as the taxpayers, what do you all do to minimize that kind of fraud from occurring?
Yeah, it's very similar. It's tools that we have in place that can identify, for example, we can pay a fee that for a hospital room that if it covers the whole hospital room, and there can't be what's called unbundling, which is then billing for specific services that are included in the global fee. So we have our claim systems really built to identify those situations and not pay or those expenses, or if it's something not as straightforward as that example, we can identify something that looks off. It's the same thing, fraud, waste, it's really the same processes that we use across. And then really the difference between fraud versus waste and abuse is intent. If we can identify intent that they intentionally did something, that's when it becomes fraud. So it's really managed the same way and the same preventive efforts.
Can I add
Please.
to that just a little bit to
Yep.
frame it up? So I think most managed care organizations have some internal organizations that do just exactly what Mark is mentioning. We call those program integrity or something there of nature. We also have SIU units that really handle those more critical cases that may actually move into those fraud cases where we're putting a provider on prepayment review, referring them over to the OIG so that they can see if there's other providers in the similar fashion or conducting the same activity. I know for us on an annualized basis, when we look at fraud, waste, and abuse, in total, it's well over $100 million in our organization alone that we identify and find and recover those dollars. So it is significant.
And so on the third piece, so again, waste is not illegal, maybe not unethical, just wasteful.
Yeah.
Fraud is illegal, intentional, and that kind of stuff. And abuse is the part I've had some difficulty understanding because it's something that's maybe not illegal, but probably not ethical. And so, Mr. Sanders, I've given this committee a copy of an email that you sent to your private investigator. And there was a time, committee members, one of the things that I like the most about this committee is all the questions we ask. And it's about trying to get to the root cause of what the problems are. And I remember there was a time when I asked a lot of questions too. And I didn't know that you could be penalized for asking questions, for trying to find out to the taxpayers and the constituents how their money was being spent. And so there was a time where there was a report, and what it was is the age-old story maybe of an insurance company that was denying claims. We've all heard about it. We understand sometimes when it's needed and sometimes when it's not. But I don't think what any of us expected was for a health insurance company that is funded mostly by Texas taxpayer dollars, that they would use some of those monies to hire private investigators, that they would hire a private investigator to follow a mom whose child was being denied medical care, causing that child further damage, and that this health insurance company would pay this private investigator to follow her around. That this private investigator, at the behest of you, Mr. Sanders, went and started to do the background checks to find out what the former employment of a woman who was paralyzed from the neck down, Heather, that you wanted to know, and you found out who her friends were, to try and find out if she had some ulterior motive. Again, she was paralyzed from the neck down. But it didn't stop there. You also decided that you were going to go after the journalist who had written this article to expose or at least illustrate and document what had happened. So you went and you hired a private investigator to do that as well. So, Mr. Sanders, have you ever tasked a private investigator firm to dig into the background and financial or personal records of any state government official or their wife?
We've done what I would call general research, anything that's publicly available. Yes, we have done that, but nothing beyond what is publicly available.
So you've hired private investigators to look at not only, but also people who have filed claims and felt that they deserved those claims, but that you felt that they didn't, and you were doing that for what purpose? Why would you go and run a background check, hire a private investigator to follow, to dig into the records of people who are your customers?
Yeah. Well, first of all, I will say we no longer use that practice and haven't for several years. At the time, we really just wanted to have information on those individuals and really nothing beyond that of what was publicly available to us.
You did this also, though, to folks who might have a say in the procurement process or in the contract or in the legislative process in voting for that. Did you not?
Not in the procurement process that I can think of. Nobody in the procurement process.
But people who are involved in possibly approving budgets related to that. And so what you did is you dug into the research of individuals that had a say into potentially your company's ability to get paid for Medicaid contracts.
I would say we didn't do that research on those individuals, but not for the intent of a procurement.
Did you ever do this for any elected officials outside of Texas?
Not that, no.
I think we're going to find out if you did.
Okay.
Members, any other questions for the witnesses? Representative Tinderholt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, of the two of you, who won the process, the bid process?
We did.
You won the process.
We won 3 service areas as well.
Okay. Yeah. And so, who filed the lawsuit?
Both of us.
Yeah, us 2 and 2 other plans.
So have you won the bid process in the past before this?
We previously had 9 service areas from the previous procurement.
We did as well. We had business before this, yes.
So did you lose areas compared to the last time when you had these contracts?
We did.
Yes.
And so did you file a lawsuit last time because the process wasn't fair or ethical?
So
I'm trying to understand.
We did and to be clear, the new procurement process began in 2021. And it began with a series of 4 procurements: Star Health, Star Plus, Star Chip, and Star Kids. And so that structure is the one that we are talking about that was considered to be unlawful. WellPoint did file a lawsuit in Star Plus. We were the only health plan to file a lawsuit in the Star Plus procurement. We were also the only health plan that filed specifications protest informing the agency that the structure of the procurement was flawed. And we were one of the 4 plans that filed the lawsuit in the Star chip case.
Do you have lawsuits filed in other states that are anything even similar to this?
I couldn't speak on what lawsuits we have filed in other states. I operate just in Texas.
But you don't know whether you have lawsuits, your company's filed lawsuits against other states?
I could get that information for you, but I certainly don't have that today.
So, as a committee, we're tasked with finding efficiencies, fraud, waste, and abuse. And part of those efficiencies means that we don't always want to pay less. Sometimes we want better quality, right? And so when we look at these things and when these proposals are looked at, I think it's important for us to look at a little bit of everything. So cost isn't the only thing we look at because the end users are our constituents and that's important to us. Would you be surprised that your ratings for 2024 for WellPoint were 3.2 and you guys were 3.5 ratings, which is considered below average across the country?
What's the source on that? I'm sorry.
Well, for you guys,
Yeah.
it was National Committee for Quality Assurance, NCQA Medicaid Health Insurance Plan ratings. The reason I'm bringing this up is when they're looking at these things, sometimes you get them because you have the cost is right, the quality is right, and everything is good. Sometimes you don't. And I'm trying to show the disparity because there are additional lawsuits, by the way. So when you say that you don't like to sue the state, I tend to disagree with the company. When the company doesn't win something, or they don't win it the way they want, it seems like there's lawsuits filed. But part of what we look at is quality. And so have you ever considered the fact that maybe some of those things you lost out to were a lack of quality? Is that something that you guys consider or think about?
We certainly agree with the assertion that cost and quality and satisfaction should all be considered in procurements. But those metrics should be clearly stated out in the RFP itself so that all health plans know what we're being held accountable to and what we're being held, judged to in the procurement itself. NCQA is a national organization that accredits organizations like ourselves. We have 2 legal entities in Texas. One is a 3.5-star plan, one is a 3-star plan. On average, I think pretty much everyone is a 3.5-star plan in Texas on NCQA. NCQA has several different components. One of the components is a standards accreditation, meaning do you have a process to manage claims and to conduct utilization reviews? You have to meet a standards. The next component is a group of quality metrics that's called HEDIS. Those HEDIS metrics are over 100 different quality metrics that are reviewed on an annualized basis, where the STARS rating kind of goes up and down annually. And then the third component is CAQH. It's an organization that does a satisfaction score for an organization. So NCQA is, in my opinion, is a great way to evaluate the overall quality of a health plan because it does consider your core standards. It considers a robust set of quality metrics along with a satisfaction component.
Yeah, I would just add I agree. Superior is also a 3.5-star plan from the last NCQA accreditation process, which is tied for the highest. I would advocate for using NCQA in the procurement process.
So I got to be honest. I was handed this folder. I'm pretty disgusted with what I see in it. And I'm looking at you.
Yeah.
He was nice.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not so nice. The stuff that's in that folder, are you embarrassed by it at all?
Yeah, I am.
Why would we even want to do business with a company that operates like that? You're the president? Is that correct?
Yeah.
I'm appalled. I couldn't believe it. I had to lean over and ask him, I'm like, is this real? I'm not joking. I've been doing this 10 years. This is year number 11 for me. And when I looked at the folder, I thought it was a joke. It's emails with your name on it. and you investigated people that are on this dais for doing their job for Texans. What do you have to say for that?
Again,
Because they were
yeah.
trying to do what's right for the constituents. What do you say?
Yeah, I think going back in time, I think it was just understanding what interests and information we could be knowledgeable of when we're meeting with different individuals.
I disagree. You wanted leverage and you thought that you were going to use it. I dare you to investigate me. Do it and then bring it. I dare you to do that to me. That's disgusting. That you would do an investigation and you would pay for investigators to look something up in someone's background to try to leverage it. It's actually potentially it could be illegal. I don't know. I would ask the Attorney General to potentially investigate your actions on whether they were legal and whether you tried to use what you found out during those investigations against these people in order to gain billion-dollar contracts. It makes me wonder what the heck they're even doing with you in this position when you conduct yourself like that. I would never in a million years consider investigating a legislator for doing their job. I'm appalled and disgusted. I'm embarrassed that you would be sitting in front of us and that you would try to pretend like you were gathering information just to have it. You don't gather that kind of information to not use it. What were you really going to use that information for?
Just like what I've said. sir.
What?
What's that?
Say it again. I
Okay.
want to hear it.
Just to have general information about individuals we might be meeting with and knowing that they might have interest in certain things. That's really it.
So you want to know very specific information. Did you read the emails? Do you know what emails we're talking about? Because that's not what you were looking for. So what were you really looking for?
Really just what I've stated.
You're in the middle of a lawsuit and you don't want to answer me, I think. I think that's what it is. Look, we don't always get along up here on this dais. Sometimes we disagree with each other. Sometimes we totally get frustrated with each other, but these are my colleagues. These guys are my family. What you did is despicable. Despicable. If you're coming to my office to do it, I dare you to do a background investigation on me. It's just disgusting.
Members, are there any other questions? Representative Bowers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I usually don't agree with Mr. Tenderholt, but I have to say thank you for your comments. So I guess this part of my questions are for Mr. Thompson. So did you all win business in the most recent procurements?
Yes, we did.
And so then if you did win, then why did you sue the state if you won procurements?
Yeah, we believe that all procurements in Texas should be fair, competitive, and transparent. Mm-hmm. We believe that the current procurements did not provide that particular avenue. We knew that there were several aspects of the way the procurements were designed were illegal, and that's why we decided to go ahead and pursue with this case. And again, we have been advocating for procurement reform for well over a decade. And so we believe that this is something that we wanted to continue.
Okay, so it just seems a little odd to me. If you won, then you find that it was illegal. So you came out on top, right? And then you're saying that the process was illegal.
That's correct. We had a current lawsuit in Star Plus. Mm-hmm. In the one of the first procurements, there was a series of 4. Starting with Star Health, then Star Plus, then Star Chip, and then Star Kids. We had an active lawsuit with Star Plus. The same structure of the procurement process was identical for every one of those products. And so we knew that when we filed the original lawsuit for Star Plus, that it was going to be applicable for all products. And so that is why we continued to pursue lawsuits in the last round of RPs, which were the Star Chip cases, or Star Chip RPs.
And thank you. And then Mr. Sanders, you won the Star Health procurement, correct?
We did.
And so if the procurement was illegal and wrong, why didn't you protest or litigate that procurement in the past?
Oh, yeah, we won the procurement, so there's no reason for us to protest, and we were the only bidder for the Star Health program.
Okay. Didn't HHSC use the same process with Star and CHIP procurement?
As the Star Health, I believe it was similar, yeah.
And so then for both of you, wouldn't a file incomplete application or application state give you more business because now you will be a statewide?
I'll take that. I don't think so. We would change to be statewide if we chose to operate across the state, but there would be more competition in each one of the geographies. And so today, in most of the service areas across the state, it depends on product and it depends on the service area, how many MCOs are operating in those service areas. A file and compete process would likely end up with more competition in a particular geography. Thus, your membership would be diluted.
Okay. So hasn't that been your ultimate goal these last few sessions, though?
A file and compete process has not been part of our mindset in the last few sessions. We've simply wanted to reform the procurement process to make sure that it followed all applicable laws.
And so how many of these processes have y'all gone through?
Personally, I think I've been involved in almost 10.
Almost 10.
I don't know the exact count, but it's quite a few.
It sounds like quite a bit, though. Almost 10, and I'm just having trouble with it because it seems like that's been your process, like to come to every legislative session asking for procurement through legislation and riders, throwing out ideas that could possibly harm my community. And my community plan. So is it your goal to win more business and market share through this process?
It is not. It is our intent to create a fair, competitive, and transparent process that is competitive. We believe that in a competitive system that the consumer wins.
So the consumer wins, or is it that you give your shareholders more money?
I stand by my answer is that we want a fair, competitive process. And when you bring competition into any industry, not just healthcare, any industry you bring competition, there typically becomes more services, richer benefits. We have something that's called value-added benefits we're able to add into our Medicaid services. You will see in a competitive process that those benefits that end up benefiting the Medicaid consumers will get better.
So then let's talk about the services then, because I think, we're talking about this procurement process, and it may help all of us up here. I don't want to speak for my colleagues, but to talk about the services that are provided through the Medicaid program.
Sure. I'll start. There's quite a few. The services are your basic acute health services, behavioral health services, pharmacy services, and in some populations, services like transportation, food, other non-medical drivers of health type services. When I'm talking about acute health services, that is everything from hospital visits to outpatient services to, again, on the pharmacy side, all the way into injectables. So it's very much like I hate to compare it to a commercial plan, but it's very much like probably any insurance that many of you have. It's a very good benefit package, and the state of Texas has been, in my opinion, has a very robust benefit package for Medicaid recipients.
And then do you have a percentage on the consumer that does benefit? You said that it would help the consumer, right?
The state of Texas sets the benefits for the Medicaid population. And that benefit package varies by product. So if you're in Star Health and Star Plus and Star or Star Kids, it's different. CHIP is an actual commercial product in Texas. So the benefits are different, but the state sets those. The one thing that managed care organizations can control is what's called value-added benefits. Those value-added benefits are those extras that we may offer to our members. That comes out of our profits. That is not something that is a cost to the taxpayer in Texas. Those are things like extra dental benefits or vision benefits, or maybe it's one thing that we do that's we have lots of maternity health benefits, so gift cards for a mom who completes her prenatal and postnatal checkups, they may get $50. We also have summer clubs and boys and girls clubs. Those are extremely popular, that we pay for those club benefits for individuals. So things like that.
And so I guess I just have to ask, my father was a doctor for almost 40 years here in the state of Texas. And so, what type of care are these patients receiving?
Yeah, sure. I feel like these members are getting the same care they would if they were a commercial member or Medicare member. We certainly want to provide the best network and providers to provide the top care that's available, and making sure that it's accessible. That's really a big part of our job. So we spend a lot of time making sure that our members have access to care, and if they run into any issues, it's our job to clear those hurdles and make sure they can get the care they need.
And to add to that, I would just say that specifically in managed care Medicaid, there are certain populations that receive service coordination. That is something that the traditional fee-for-service program did not offer. Knowing the Medicaid population, many of our members have many challenges above and beyond just access to medical services. Often it's access to food, it's access to a home, a roof over their heads, it's access to transportation. All of those things are critically important for our members. And so we provide service coordination. So often, especially in the Star Plus population, you may have someone who's elderly and may not have anyone in the home to help them. We have a person who's on essentially a speed dial that can help them coordinate their benefits. So if they have a question about what doctor can they go see and do they need help coordinating a physician visit, we will get on the phone and have a three-way phone call and make sure that provider visit is scheduled. And so that service coordination is really critical. It's something that's, I would say, a cornerstone of many of the Medicaid programs in Texas.
And I guess, you mentioned certain populations, and those two words just stung me and stuck out for me. So I think you said elderly. Are these certain populations low-income families?
I think I use certain populations and related to the different products. So apologize for my words, but it was just describing the different products, whether it was a Star product, a CHIP product, a Star Plus product. Most Medicaid recipients are lower income. That is one of the qualifications for those benefits.
So I may have more questions in a little bit. I'll open it to other members. Thank you.
Representative Cook.
Can one of you just talk a little bit about the difference in continuity of coverage versus continuity of care? I mean, so like, I'm told that one of the benefits of this process is the continuity of coverage, and so I just want to understand the difference between the two of those and the prioritization between the two of you.
I can start with continuity of care is specifically relevant with the procurement process whenever there are changes in health plans from one plan to another. HHSC has provisions in the contracts of the plans to make sure that there's continuity of care. So I mentioned the networks are a significant part of the health plans. Going from one health plan to another, that member the new health plan may not have their physician and network, but the contract that HHSC has with the new plan requires them to honor that continuity of care so that they can continue to get care from that provider. I will say that that provision is limited in its length of time, so it'll help with the transition, but that could be part of the disruption, is that members may have to find new providers that are in network with the new plan. So that's one of our concerns. Continuity of coverage is really just, do they qualify? Do they continue to qualify for Medicaid and stay on the roll? I know recently you may have heard some noise about the redetermination process. So during the PHE, all of the eligibility rolls were frozen, so that if a member technically would have lost eligibility, they stayed on because of the requirements of the PHE. So HHSC went through a massive redetermination process over a year ago, where about 1 million members were, or over 1 million members came off the eligibility rolls. Those would be how I distinguish the two.
Okay, thank you for that. What was the time period of when you started working on this procurement process?
For the STAR and CHIP, I think it was issued in 2023, if memory serves.
2023.
Yeah. So we started then. So over 2 years ago.
Well, that's when it was decided, correct?
It was announced in March of 2024, where the awardees were announced.
And so you started working on it in the summer of 23?
Let me find the exact date. We started working on it when HHSC released the RFP, which I don't have that date off the top of my head.
Do you have that date?
I don't have the date, but it was in 2023 when it was released.
That's when the request went out?
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. The reason I ask is looking at the what you call publicly available research that you were doing.
Yeah.
In my business, I've certainly have, as a lawyer, as a divorce lawyer, I've definitely have made requests for surveillance and things like that. I have myself or people in my office that can research publicly available information. So what's the real reason? What was I have a very small company, so I can imagine the resources that you have available within your office. So I don't think you need to hire a licensed private investigator in order to get publicly available information.
That really was the intent.
That's the best answer you have, is
Yeah.
that you were looking for public. Why didn't you just Google? We can sit up here.
We probably could have, yeah.
And why did you find it necessary to look into divorce records of legislators?
I don't recall at the time.
Well, I'll give you as much time as you need to
Okay.
think about it.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I would have to get back to you on.
Is the answer there's no good ethical reason that you'd be looking into a member's divorce file? Can you think of any reason?
Off the top of my head, I can't.
That's all I have, Chair.
Representative Rodriguez Ramos, and then.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Sanders, when did you start leading Superior?
I became the CEO of the plan in January of 2017.
January 2017.
Yeah.
17. And it appears this email that we received was in May, so just 5 months after you started with Superior, you're asking for this information. And then there was a auditor's report in January of 2018 that was not very, didn't really, there was a lot of questionable activity with Superior Health, and the auditor's report in 2018, January 2018, and it specifically stated, among several things, like the commission allowed Superior to report approximately $26.9 million in bonus and incentive payments paid to affiliates' employees that were unallowable under the contract with Superior. It also said, cited among other things as well, Superior did not consistently respond to appeals and notify providers about appeals as required by the Commission's Uniform Managed Care Manual. And then there were other things, and one of the things that stuck out and right before the recommendation said, allowing Superior to report bonus and incentive payments, which are an allowable cost under the Commission's cost principles, result in Superior understating its net profit in its financial statistical report. That affects the calculations that determines whether Superior owes money to the Commission under the experience rebate profit sharing requirements. So the timeline is very interesting. You start in January. In May, you're asking about background information from my colleagues, including my desk mate. And then this not-so-positive report comes out 6 months after you're asking for the background information. Was it in any way to affect or to impact or to kind of color the results of this auditor's report that was going to not highlight some things that are not so positive about Superior?
No, it was not. Completely unrelated. I do recall the bonus issue. So as part of our state contract, Superior and all the plans are required to file with HHSC our bonus plan to make sure the bonus plan meets the requirements of the contract and all the state requirements. So we had done that timely and received our approvals for those. The distinction here, I think, that the state auditor's office made, and we issued our response to nuance this out in response to the state auditor. But all the employees of Superior are under a management company and not Superior. And then therefore, they said that's really why they said that they shouldn't be allowed when really we are all employees of Superior. And the only reason why we have employees under a management company is when you have a company with multiple entities, it's easier to administer payroll, benefit plans, 401k plans for one entity versus many. Similarly to how state employees are paid by the comptroller's office, one organization that administers the payroll and benefits for all its employees. So that's really the distinction. I think it was really more form over substance was the difference. The state auditor just took a different position on that.
So I imagine all of these recommendations that they suggested were being followed by you all.
They should be, yeah.
And last question, what did you do with the reports from these individuals that you were asking? What did you do with them? Because you received them, but what did you do with them?
I didn't do anything with them really, other than just become aware of the information that was in them.
And is this standard practice for what you were, I mean, you just started with them 5 months prior, so is this something that was?
I'd been with, I should point out, I was the
CEO.
CFO of the plan for 3 years prior to becoming the CEO.
So you were the CFO for the time period that they did the auditor's report?
Let's see, that was January. Yeah, I probably would have been then. Yeah, I can't remember what years they audited specifically.
Interesting, thank you.
Okay, Representative Vice Chair Bojani.
Thank you, Chairman. I had a quick question. So I think you all talked a lot about past performance, and that was not utilized by HHS. When did you find out that HHS is not using past performance? Was it before, during, or after the procurement process?
It was after, when we got information that we requested as part of our, I guess, Public Information Act request.
So how do you imagine moving forward that someone can ask about past performance if they've not operated in Texas?
Yeah, I think that a health plan, a lot of the metrics we mentioned, NCQA, there's a lot of similar standards in each of these areas that health plans can submit from their other programs or states that they're in that would be applicable.
Also other states, but not in Texas?
Or it could be in Texas. A health plan could be in another program and in bidding for the STAR and CHIP procurement.
I agree with Mark that there are certainly organizations like NCQA that are national standards, that if you're operating a Medicaid health plan in Texas or Florida, New York, or California, you can become NCQA accredited. Now, the benefits and some of the nuances of the Medicaid programs are certainly going to be different state by state. Yeah. But the standards the NCQA requires are the same, no matter what. Yeah. There's also the HEDIS measures that I mentioned earlier, the quality metrics that are included in that are a standard set of quality metrics no matter where you are in the United States. And then the satisfaction survey, the CAQH survey, again, it's a uniform and standard survey. So it would be, in my opinion, quite easy for an organization or the state agency to ask for references, essentially, for a like program in a different market, a different state, and what was your qualifications there. And so I do think there would be, could be a straightforward process to allow for those individuals coming in from out of state. There are examples of that in other states where these types of questions come up all the time.
Okay. Do you know how often does this happen where you don't win procurement and then you file a lawsuit? Is that something that happens all the time or very rarely?
This is the first time we've filed lawsuits in Texas against the state. This is not something that we do regularly. We have been advocating for changes in the procurement process, but it was a significant decision for us to sue the state. That was not a position that we wanted to be in, and it's a position that we had no other option.
And you went through the whole protest process, and then
That is correct. We first and foremost, we advocated for change before the procurement started. So well before the series of procurements, we advocated for certain things to be implemented so that the agency could have a successful procurement process. So we started this before anything even occurred. And then, as I mentioned, along the way, WellPoint filed specifications protest, again, before health plans started working on procurements to indicate that there were flaws in the procurement so that people would not waste time, effort, and money. And so we exhausted every single step of the way, and we got to a point where we had no other choice but to move into the courts in Texas.
I just feel I don't know if it sets the right precedent to be able to, there will be winners and losers in every contract.
Correct.
So then losers will always be able to file lawsuit, especially if they currently are in contract, because they can extend the life of the contract and continue to enjoy the benefits. And, it's just, I think the legislature definitely is not a good referee for any of those, but, I think we'll see how it plays out.
I would just go back to the lawsuit that was filed was an ultra vires lawsuit, which means that we had to prove that the agency did not follow state law. That's a significant threshold. And so it was not a complaint that we simply didn't get the business that we wanted. It was that the process itself did not follow Texas law.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, I have Representative Kane and then Representative Campos. So Representative Kane.
I'm trying to be quick. Mr. Thompson, if you could maybe summarize it for us, though, and I'm trying to understand this matter. Regarding procurement, is there a time where, I don't know, maybe you're incentivized to delay awards? Is there any time where it's financially beneficial to you to delay an award?
I would say that if an award is delayed, typically your current contract is extended. That is what has actually recently happened, is that the agency extended current contracts for the STAR and the CHIP programs in Texas through the end of August of 2026.
So, I mean, like through delay, does that mean you get to keep your market share?
We don't get to keep our market share, but we keep the existing geographies that we're operating in today. But I would say there's no reason to push for a delay in a procurement, just simply to delay. You would be advocating for the fact that in this particular case, that the procurement process itself was deemed unlawful, and that particular lawsuit needs to work its way through the court system, and then we'll find out the results at the end.
Okay. Is it similar with cancellations for the procurement?
Yes, the structure today, we're all operating in extended contracts, I think, for most of the Medicaid products in Texas right now.
Okay.
So if the procurements were canceled, the expectation would be that the current contracts are extended. Again, we are advocating for procurement reform so that we would be on a fast track for the next round of
Thank you, Mr.
procurements.
Thompson. Mr. Sanders,
Yes,
same
sir.
question.
Yeah.
Is there a financial benefit for Canceling, delaying procurements?
I think in this case for us, there probably would be, but that's not our intent. Our intent is to have a fair procurement, and that's why we took the actions we did.
I mean, have you ever pushed for cancellation or pushed for delays?
We filed a protest on I think it was the Star Chip RSA RFP a few years ago. We won the protest. It was canceled because they found errors in the calculations, and so I know we did then. It's similar.
Was that financially beneficial to your organization?
It was. I mean, we were going to lose some of the service areas that we were in and
Yeah.
lose membership. Yeah.
Okay. How are you doing today? How are you feeling, Mr. Sanders? How's it going for you?
Yeah, it's been a rough hearing.
I can see that.
Yeah.
See that. Have you ever met with any of the members of this committee prior to today? Have you ever met any of these folks?
I've met with Chairman Capriglione before.
Okay. Were you aware of kind of the issues that have been brought up, the looking into legislators and looking into their private lives? Were you aware of that before today?
I was, yes, sir.
You were. My concern is a lot of my colleagues up here have had questions, and it seemed like you didn't have answers to it, or maybe weren't prepared, and I would have thought you would be if you were aware of it. Is there somebody that is prepared we could talk to?
Not that I can think of.
Okay. Have you retained legal counsel for yourself?
In regards to what?
This issue?
No.
Okay. Thanks, sir.
Okay.
Representative Campos.
Well, I am besides myself that you would go to that extreme. And I've been an advocate for Superior because y'all take care of so many people in my district. And so we serve to do right for our communities. And to think that you would disrespect us like that is completely unacceptable. So how do you expect for us to have faith in Superior?
Yeah, to your point, I think we're a health plan that does right by its members. We care about our members. We deliver.
That's what I've always thought, because there's so many seniors that y'all take care of, and my family members of mine, and that's why I've been an advocate for y'all. So for you to be affiliated with them, it's just, and so where are those documents that you requested? Do you have those?
I don't. No.
Did you destroy them?
I did.
You have no copies anywhere?
No, not that I'm aware of.
So what was the point in you making those? What did you do with them? Read them and throw them away?
I read them at the time, and I no longer have them. Yeah.
Does your investigator have copies of them?
I don't know.
Can you find out?
I can.
Will you let us know? And if you can get copies, we'd like to have them.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Members, any other questions? Representative Troxclair, then. Okay.
Thank you. First, I want to ask about your lawsuits in other states. It seems that this is a pattern, as has been pointed out by others. What's going on in Georgia right now? You lost a procurement and you're suing that state as well, saying that the process, I mean, this is an article, I just Googled it, an article from earlier this month, suing the state, saying the process was, quote, mismanaged, rife with errors and reckless practices. I guess this is your parent company, so it sounds very familiar to what we're hearing today.
Yeah, I'm not involved or knowledgeable of that process or our health plan there, what they're going through, but I'm aware that they had challenged the results, yes.
And they being your parent company?
The health plan, I guess sister company, I would call it, Peach State Health Plan.
And Centene?
Centene's the parent, that's correct.
Right. So, and at least 20 other states have settled with Centene over its pharmacy benefit manager operation that I guess mismanaged Medicaid patients?
That sounds correct, over 20, yeah. Yep. I will say Centene has fully exited the pharmacy benefit management business completely several years ago.
I mean, do I just speak for everyone in this room or everybody in Texas? What the heck is going on? We are all just trying to do our best to, take care of our kids and pay the insurance and run the errands and do all the things that we have to do. And we're paying into insurance and we expect to receive good medical care. And it's a constant runaround. It's a constant hamster wheel. Texans continue to be sick. We don't know that everybody points the finger in a circular firing squad. And then now we're up here talking to a company who has received millions, billions of dollars in taxpayer funds through Medicaid contracts, who have used that money to then hire private investigators to follow around patients and legislators that are asking questions about what the heck is going on. It just shouldn't be this hard. It's ridiculous. And I know, well, I would say you're being put on the spot here, except for you're not. You knew this was coming, or you knew this was happening. Well, you were the one that was asking for those private investigations.
Yeah.
How are we supposed to sit up here and believe what you are telling us, to make any change, to put any stock in what you are saying? It's exhausting. You don't think it's exhausting as a legislator to run for this office thinking that you're going to make your constituents' lives better and be met with this crap? This is insane that the state government committee has to sit through this, that this is the kind of issues that we're dealing with because we don't have companies who take responsibility for the taxpayer money that they are awarded and do right by the Texans who have paid for it. When are you going to tell us that you're going to do better? You're going to change. And instead you come here and complain that you didn't get a procurement? What kind of grand miscalculation was that?
Yeah, I don't have a response, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I have a couple follow-up questions then. So going back to the private investigation, we've talked about the legislators. Has your MCO ever tasked a private investigator or firm to look into the background, financial or personal records of any state employee?
I'm trying to think, not that I'm aware of, but I can't say for sure.
Do you
I
think
believe
that-
those, like I said, I think those were from several years ago. We have not used that practice since then. So
How are we supposed, why would we believe that?
I don't know.
Okay.
I'm just saying that.
Have you ever contacted the Office of the Inspector General during an investigation to assert that the investigators should not be asking questions of your employees?
Not that I can think of. We cooperate fully with any audit from the OIG or any regulatory audit.
Have you ever obtained whistleblower information from an HHSC employee and then used that information to initiate litigation against the whistleblower?
No.
Okay, I look forward to our further discussions.
Okay.
Members, Representative Bowers. Representative Bowers? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just wanted to make sure you were recognizing me. So I guess I'm still stuck on the number of states, as my colleague, that y'all have lawsuits with, especially for you, Mr. Thompson. Are you aware that WellPoint is suing Mississippi, Kentucky, and Nebraska in addition to Texas?
I operate in Texas. I know that there are various matters in other states, but I could not speak on the validity of what those matters are and what states they're in.
Are you aware, though?
I'm aware that there's matters in states, but I could not list to you those states that there are issues in.
Did you list your position with WellPoint? Is it listed on here, your position with the company?
I'm president and CEO for WellPoint Texas.
And that's where I'm going with this, because I would think if you're the president and CEO that you would know what lawsuits are out there within your company.
We operate in many states across the U.S., and there are a lot of activities. And one of the things that, as an organization the size of us, we don't necessarily talk about lawsuits that are happening state by state. One is we don't need to know, and two, we've got enough on our hands in our own geographies. I'm not saying that you're incorrect. I simply just don't know the right answer for you.
And I appreciate that. I guess, I don't know. I mean, I do try to communicate with legislators in other states to know what they're doing, what makes sense, and how we make it palatable to Texas. So I just would think that you all, and especially you're within the same company, right? It's within the same company that is suing in those other states, right?
It's underneath Elevance, yes, I think is what you're referring to.
So you're aware, but you're not sure to what extent.
That's correct.
Got it. Thank you.
Members, are there any other questions? There being none, thank you for your testimony. Thank you. Appreciate it. Members, our second panel consists of 3 MCOs who all obtained contracts in the last request for procurement to give their perspective. The chair calls Dee Cavanes, Chris Coffey, and Stephanie Rogers. Hello, everybody. Big reset here. All right, so I'm going to go through all 3, and then we'll start with Ms. Cavanes. Thank you for being here today, Ms. Cavanes. We show you registered as Dee Cavanes, Chief Executive. On behalf of Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas, and you will be testifying neutrally. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Mr. Coffey, we show you registered as Chris Coffey on behalf of Molina Healthcare of Texas. And you will be testifying neutrally. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. Ms. Rogers, we show you registered as Stephanie Rogers on behalf of Aetna Better Health Texas, and you will be testifying neutrally. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Great. Thank you. Ms. Cavanes, if you would lead us off, appreciate it.
Thank you, Chairman Cabriglione, Vice Chair Bojani, and members of the committee. My name is Dee Cavanes. I am the Chief Executive for Blue Cross Blue Shield of Texas. I'm here to speak on behalf of our health plan. Blue Cross is actually it's homegrown. We just celebrated our 95th year this year in Texas. We are the only customer-owned statewide health plan, and we employ over 10,000 Texans. Our headquarters is in Richardson, Texas, and we have offices throughout the state, and we are serving approximately 8 million members in the state of Texas. Of those 8 million members, about 400,000 of those are in government programs, Medicare and Medicaid. And specifically to Medicaid, we have about 50,000 members that in our plan. We have been a partner with the Health and Human Services Commission since 2012 through the STAR and CHIP program, and then added in 2016 the STAR Kids program. We have worked alongside HHSC and the other MCOs, and very, very proud to say that I have contributed to significant cost savings, near over $1 billion. And we just want to say that the public-private partnerships really do work. And we look forward to continuing our partnership with the Health and Human Services Commission. Just want to talk a little bit more about our footprint because I think it's relevant, germane to the discussion we've all been having. Blue Cross, in our footprint, let me just say that we have a presence in all 254 counties and a network in all of those counties. We work with nearly 600 hospitals. We partner with over 167,000 physicians in our state, including our children's hospitals. Because our footprint is so large and because we have had sustained long-term presence here in Texas, we really felt it was incumbent upon us and really responsible of us to expand our Medicaid footprint as well. And so when the opportunity presented itself for us to do so with the reprocurement, we took that opportunity and continue to look forward to working with HHSC in an expanded capacity. Let me just say that happy to see this committee in place. Part of DOGE's responsibility is to look at eliminating inefficiencies in state government. And I will say that I think that we have a very good example of that already with the work that the Health and Human Services Commission has done that they undertook several years ago. I'll take a step back in this kind of the process in 2018. 2018, I wasn't with Blue Cross Blue Shield at the time. It was another entity. And at that time, that entity was participating in the procurements, and I'll have to say we were not successful during that time. And I would characterize that time period as flawed. I think we can all agree there was a flawed procurement process during that time. With that, though, I will say that the Health and Human Services Commission introspectively looked at their process and through a series of internal audits, external audits with well-regarded organizations like Ernst & Young, like Mercer Consulting, and this is very important, with significant stakeholder feedback, including probably all the MCOs and other advocates. HHSC began the painstaking work of writing, or overhauling, I should say, the procurement process. That started in 2018. In 2019, and Chairman, you'll remember this, through the passing of Senate Bill 65, HHSC was specifically directed by this body to improve the procurement process. And they did that very thing. And they did that with an eye toward ensuring that the process was one that was characteristic of value to the citizens of the state of Texas, efficient, and a fair and transparent process. There was ample opportunity for all MCOs at that time to weigh in. There were specific forums for folks to provide feedback to the newly designed procurement process. All of that feedback was taken into consideration, and finally, in 2022, HHSC kicked off the current procurement cycle that we're in now. The first RFP in that cycle was Star Health. It was successfully procured, contracted, and implemented. The second RFP in that procurement cycle was Star Plus, which obviously covers our aged and people living with disabilities. It was successfully procured, contracted, and implemented. The third RFP in the same procurement process, Star and CHIP, was successfully procured, was successfully scored, and intent to awards were issued. I'm proud to say that Blue Cross Blue Shield of Texas is one of those awardees. As you all know, that procurement is on hold at this time, but we look forward. We are looking forward to the agency prevailing in the current environment and continuing to partner with them in this contract. Again, I will just say that 2 prior procurements were successfully contracted and implemented using this exact same process. So the agency is to be applauded for their efforts along those lines. I think I will actually go ahead and pass to my colleague, Chris, unless there are questions for me specifically right now.
If it's okay, we'll hold off until the whole panel goes, and then we'll come back and ask questions. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee, good afternoon, and thank you for the invitation today. My name's Chris Coffey. I'm the plan president for Molina Healthcare. We operate 3 contracts in the state, Star and CHIP, a CHIP RSA rural area, and then our Star Plus contract. We've done so now for nearly 20 years. We're in 218 counties across the state. We have about 1,200 Texas-based, Texas-committed staff that meet the needs of over 360,000 members. Although predominantly all Medicaid, almost 86% of our total book of business is Medicaid as an enterprise, we also offer some Medicare and some marketplace products as well. I want to take a minute just to highlight some of the efficiencies to the program as it is today. I think it's certainly something to highlight as a successful program, and then perhaps expound a little bit on some of what my colleagues in the formal panel spoke to, but perhaps from a different viewpoint. As noted in the Rider 61 evaluation of the Texas Medicaid and CHIP program, over $5 billion in savings were found through that in healthcare savings between 2009 and 2017. I'm confident should that be done beyond 2017, you'd see billions more in such savings. Also noting that the Texas Medicaid healthcare spending is 38% lower than the national average and has the lowest administrative costs in the country, with over 90 cents of every dollar spent right back into direct patient care. Fraud, waste, and abuse came up, and special investigative units came up earlier today. Just to speak through a little bit that we've done at Molina, and just in the last 2 years, we've referred over 500 cases to the OIG. That resulted in over $7 million of recoveries. We continue through our efficiencies, through savings dollars that go back to the state. Any of our savings that we do go back through an experience rebate up to a certain level, so our profitability is limited from that extent. The system's working well. To expound on efficiency, I'd be remiss if we didn't talk about the efficiencies built into the procurement. The legislation deserves some commendation for the fact of ensuring that there were other quality measures, best value criteria, and options given to the agency to incorporate on the contract going forward. Legislature offered 2 different options. Successfully implementing quality initiatives was option 1, with a cohort of objectives tied to that. The other option was meeting quality of care and cost efficiency benchmarks. The agency chose to not use one of the 2 options as required, but to use both. One thing that was mentioned in some of the past conversations was that there was no look back at past performance. There was no look at network. There was no look at quality. I won't go into great detail because I think one of my other colleagues will go into that deeper, but I would just read a couple to illustrate I have a different opinion. Timely access to services being a best value criteria, that's network. Provider participation in Medicaid, that's network. Service coordination, incentivizing value, it's quality. There's quality and network peppered in throughout the entire bid. And as my colleague Ms. Cavernous noted, much of the best value criteria that's in this was done through stakeholder meetings and input from everyone to create such best value criteria. So just mention also, with so much talk around past performance, keep in mind, this is a contract today that's going on 13 years?
That's correct.
This is a different program looking at the future of a minimum of 6 years, potentially as high as 12 years if the 3 2-year extensions were granted as well. It's different, right? Things change, population health changes, and it changes throughout the state. So there were different things built into this contract that certainly, looking at past performance, write it into your bid. That's up to each individual bidder, whether they wish to incorporate it. So when there's commentary around there wasn't past performance, was there something in terms of show me your hemoglobin A1C efforts for the last 5 years? Well, no. But if you're doing really good at it, why wouldn't you? Which we did. So looking at also, I just want to make mention, quality was looked at in particular service areas. I think it's very important to know that when you speak about quality, there are so many different angles and lenses you can look at from that. From an NCQA perspective, from a star rating perspective, to operational quality, are you paying claims timely, or what's your volume of appeals and grievances, et cetera. There's so many different measures. There's 173 measures, quite honestly, when it comes to HEDIS and quality. Which one's the most important? Because out of just our smaller pool of 360,000 members, I guarantee you some meet one of those 173. And whether it's the number 1 measure to look at or number 173, it's important to that person. So I'd just say it's a little bit of a different perspective and viewpoint in terms of what was built into this procurement, but I would also say, having been through many of these in several different markets, this was my first foray into the Texas procurement cycle, It was the most transparent, most defined, most prescriptive one that I've ever seen. Here's your best value criteria by definition. Here's the components to it in the statement of work that you have to do, kind of the details to it. And here's what the state vision is for Medicaid program going forward. You have it right there. So just want to mention kudos to the agency, kudos to the legislature for creating the options to have it built into the procurement, and that it was done well. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Mr. Vice Chair and committee members for the opportunity to present to you this afternoon. I'm Stephanie Rogers. I'm President and CEO of Aetna Better Health of Texas. We are a Medicaid plan here in Texas, and we serve the STAR, CHIP, and STAR Kids programs across 3 service areas, including Dallas, Fort Worth, and the San Antonio area. We've been serving the Texas Medicaid program for 23 years. Our plan has historically participated in the Medicaid procurement process, and we most recently completed both the STAR Plus and the most recent STAR CHIP procurement. While we did not receive an award for the STAR Plus procurement, we did protest on technical scoring as the process allows. We appealed and we were ultimately not awarded, but we did respect the Commission's decision and do plan to try again in the future. So we have been on both a not winning, truly not winning, we didn't even win one service area, not winning and winning side of this procurement process that we have today. We do find the procurement process to be strong, efficient, and transparent for the bidders. One of the valuable components, and my colleague Chris kind of touched on this, that we have in the current procurement process is the best value criteria, or the BVC element, which the legislature, I believe, did direct the agency to implement back in 2019. These criteria establish the direction and the comprehensive evaluation process for the procurement early on and accomplishes several goals. First of all, it communicates a clear vision and goal for the Medicaid program. Secondly, it solicits feedback and clearly communicates these goals and expectations to potential bidders early on. So one of the questions that came up earlier was, when did we start working on these procurements? Well, the best value criteria for the STAR CHIP procurement actually came out in May of 2022. So we started working on this procurement in 2022. And that's really the first thing that appears. Even before a draft RFP comes out, you have the best value criteria that tells you what the agency is looking for, how they're going to be doing the scoring, what really matters most really early on. The other thing that the best value criteria does is it considers the performance of the bidders on what matters most over time versus using any single year or any single individual scorecard. So HHSC makes it really clear where value and efficiencies are expected in the program and how the contract requirements are intended to drive those outcomes. And one example, and we talked a little bit about performance and prior performance being considered. When HHSC is asking for things like demonstrate your proven strategies to monitor and manage healthcare quality, demonstrate your advances in value-based care, right? You have to kind of tell the before and after story. They're looking for you to demonstrate how you have moved the needle in these measures or in these areas over time. So inherently, when you submit a bid, you have to demonstrate your prior performance. They are asking you to do that in the questions that they're asking and in the best value criteria. The other thing is that the best value criteria also allows us to bring all of the multiple scoring methodologies and the process measures, the report cards, the dashboards into one purpose and goals-driven framework that is updated with current data. And that does include things like timely access to care, which touches on network, as well as your network participation and your provider satisfaction levels. Those are all things they're looking for, and they want you to demonstrate your improvements and your current data over time. But this is threaded throughout the proposal and throughout every response. Additionally, as it relates to efficiencies, Two of the best value criteria specifically address sustainability, incentivizing value, achieving cost efficiencies, controlling spend, and process improvements. Together, these two best value criteria in the STAR chip procurement represented about 28% of the technical scoring. So in summary, I would say these best value criteria efficiently bring all the various clinical, regulatory, legislative, and performance directives and goals into one clear vision and competitive evaluation process. And through the procurement process, MCOs are able to describe how we meet these objectives and advance the Medicaid program for Texas.
Great, thank you. Mr. Coffey, you want to say something?
I turned 53 yesterday, so my body's telling me it's time to invest in bifocals.
Okay,
So I wouldn't
that's
listen
great.
one,
Happy belated.
Happy birthday. One piece I meant, thank you. One piece I meant to touch on as well, if I could, was around the whole application process, file and use, and all that. Keep in mind, there's only 7 states today that do that, and actually we're down to 5. South Carolina.
That do what? I'm sorry, that have an
go
application
to an
process?
application state.
Okay.
Correct. South Carolina's moved back to a competitive bid. Idaho's moved back to a competitive bid. New York wishes they had, and still working on it. Here's what you're going to have if you go to something such as that. You're going to have an overabundance of payers coming into Texas. They're only going to go to the rural or to the urban markets, which is going to leave the rural area in a compromising position. It's going to take away innovation because all the dollars spent is going to be put on marketing to try to encourage more and more Medicaid members. It's a bad idea. And to keep the competitive bid the way that it is and trying to sharpen it in future versions of it, just as was sharpened in this particular one, is the right answer. But moving to a file and use or an application or consumer driven, just recommended would be a bad decision.
Okay. All right, members, are there any questions? Vice Chair Bajani.
I have 2 questions. One for Mr. Coffey. You said that Molina has referred cases to OG and realized savings of $7 million in recovery. Can you expand on that, please?
Yeah, so there'd be a number of different venues that would I guess, trigger the need, right? Much as was described in a formal panel, there's prepayment reviews, there's post-payment reviews, there's practice patterns, right? So if we see in a particular practice, particular provider, particular hospital, a standard deviation or 2 outside of the norm for peers, right? Peer or like peer physicians, then that kind of triggers a little bit of what's going on there. And before we just turn it right over to an SIU and do this big deep dive, we have outreach to the provider to kind of talk us through it. Maybe there's a logical reason why they're a standard deviation or 2 over. If that's the case, then we move on to our day-to-day business. But sometimes it's not the case, and sometimes there are people that are doing things that's just outside the standards of care. That we then can turn it over to the SIU and then let them be the ones to further investigate that, see if there's anything there, and to make the referral to the OIG. Once it goes to them, they do their research and everything behind it, and if it's substantiated, then if payments were made that shouldn't have been, then there's recovery efforts through that go back.
Is there incentive in the system for you all to do that? To find the
It's a
more
contractual requirement for us to be doing fraud, waste, and abuse efforts. Financial incentive, I would say no. It's just a standard practice of care that you should be doing as an MCO.
Okay, and then I've got another question. What are your thoughts about the continuity of care? What happens when a new plan comes into the area?
Yeah, I think continuity care is imperative. The conversation earlier, the last thing we want is interrupted care to the member, right? Everything we do is to keep everything that they have in place. Continuity care is to do just that. So for upwards of, I think we're required for 90 days to have continuity of care. 9 times out of 10, we go well beyond 3 months. And it's really not a network constraint, because if I have a provider that is not in a network from that member when they came to us, we do what's called a single case agreement. So we'll make sure, and by the way, sometimes we have to do single case agreements at a little bit of a premium in order to ensure that continuity of care continues with that member. And then we'll work through whether we need to get them in network and work on the contract and so forth. But continuity of care, I think, is the right piece. And if there was something they wanted to change in the future when it comes to any laws to protect the members' continuity, extend continuity of care if you want to, beyond the 3 months, even though we typically go beyond that anyway.
So last question, are there incentives in the system for you to look at managing the care, not just when they're sick, but, giving them, because this is a population that may not have all the resources, the know-how, trying to say, how can we help them with, prevent all the illnesses and diseases and make sure they're on the good path to success?
Absolutely. So we have measures that are out there that are tied to wellness and prevention, right? That if we don't get physicians that engage with the members and get the members in to prevent downstream more chronic conditions and costly conditions, there's dollars at risk. If we don't, like Molina, just as an example, has $60 million at risk tied to quality measures. And if we don't meet those, and we pay, we don't get to keep that premium, we pay it back. So are there incentives there for the wellness? Absolutely, because they're contractually, we have to get these through. And again, it just goes back to, it's the right thing. It's the right to do prevention and wellness for all of our members.
Sorry, one more question. You said that the cost for care right now, it's much more cheaper than other states.
Yes.
One of you all made the comment, right? How does it compare internationally? Because I feel like the studies that I've read, American healthcare costs are much higher than all the rest of the world. So how do we compare internationally with that?
I mean, it's a great question. I don't know the answer to that. We, as in Texas, compared internationally? Or just
Right.
we as a nation? Yeah.
No.
I don't know. Good question.
Okay. Do y'all any of y'all
I
know?
don't. Yeah, I don't recall making that comment, but I wouldn't say that we're that much out of the norm in terms of cost of care from other states. I would go so far as to say that post the Medicaid redetermination, post our pandemic, when everybody in mass was redetermined, that I think what we're seeing on the other side of that is, in fact, Medicaid members that have a higher acuity, and part of that is just because there was a lot of pent-up medical need during the pandemic that manifested itself after the fact. And so I think that we still have a ways to go in managing cost of care, but certainly are working fervently through our entire ecosystem to do so, and to be sure that people are getting right care at right time, right place.
Awesome. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Representative Rodriguez-Ramos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This question is for you, Mr. Coffey, and if you could just explain to me, I'm looking at an MCO market share report for Dallas with the different SDAs, and it appears that Molina consistently scored among the worst in HHSC's report cards, the worst in all the SDAs that I'm looking at, but you won contracts over much higher performing health plans. Could you explain that? Because I see like 3.5, whereas others are 4.0, and you've increased your, previously had 5 SDAs, now you have 7. So how does that work when you're the lowest, but you get rewarded more?
Yeah, no, thank you for that question. I would say a few things. One, the latest report card is from data, although presented for 2023, was from data from September of 2020 through May of 22, which predates me. But I will also say that that's a snapshot in time. It's an old time. It's a time when, I remember correctly, is right around the COVID periods. There was a lot of variability during that time. And it's with a team, and then listen, I will not skirt accountability. If the numbers are where we didn't perform as well, then the numbers are what they are. What I can tell you today is, again, on a go-forward contract basis, where I'm at today is I have the lowest number of caps. I'm an NCQA distinct health plan with 2 distinctions, health equity and long-term support services. We're a 3.5 star, which again is not breaking records, but it's with everyone else. We're not below anyone else. So the performance where we're at today and where we're going with the momentum into the new contract is not indicative of the report that you're seeing of where it's at today.
But the metrics by which they measured you with this low score, I understand it's a point in time and a snapshot, but those were the same metrics that they measured everybody by, right? So it was affecting or impacting you all was similarly affecting and impacting everybody else who scored higher than you.
Yeah, and no excuses, but I would say also that's a smaller membership count for us than some of our other contracts. So so if we end up having a smaller cohort of members that we didn't drive the needle on, it's going to end up impacting us more from a numerical perspective. And the cut points on those, by the way, on the stars pieces, there's some out there where we're literally 0.7 of a point off that put me to a 3.5 versus a 4, which could be, I don't know, that two members, maybe 3 members, that would skew me up to a different star rating. So again, the only thing I can say to that is it's unfortunate that that was the scores in those service areas at that time back in 2020. It's not what it is today.
And also, another question, what is your denial rate for insurance claims in the SDAs you currently serve? And how does it compare to other health plans? The denial rate for claims?
I would say, I don't know that off the top of my head. I can tell you that in all of our calls and meetings and so forth, we are at a 99% accuracy in claims payment. We're paying claims in less than 6 days. And if it's a denial rate, 9 times out of 10, it's going to be something that was driven either from a duplicate claim, a wrong claim, that we work with the provider, we get an appeal, we get the clinical information in that substantiates the claim, and we pay it.
Okay.
But there was no denial rate that is out of the norm.
All right, thank you, sir.
Sure.
Members, are there any questions? Representative Curry.
Yeah, Mr. Coffey, thank you for coming. I'm going to probably ask more than one of you this question, so I might as well go ahead and just ask it. But back to the scoring system. So would you mind providing us some detail on, and y'all may have a different perspective between your company and Aetna from this perspective, because y'all weren't very deep into the program. You just have 1 or 2 scoring. Can you give us the detail of how those scores are built? The 2.5 or 3, and you're 2.5 in some areas, 3.5 in others, and so on and so forth. I mean, I've got all of them in front of me, but do you know how those scores are actually built? How do you get to 2.5? And
Yeah, it's a, boy, does anyone know that one better than I do? It's
and if there's somebody better to answer that, I'm fine with that. I'm trying to learn how this process works and how y'all view the process from your standpoint.
Yeah, I think I'll take a stab at it, and my colleagues can weigh in as well. As Chris indicated, it is a snapshot in time, and it's really a compilation of various areas that we're measured upon. So there's not complete HEDIS data that I'm measured on a particular area. There are certain measures that are taken from the HEDIS data. It's not complete CAHPS data, which is the survey for member satisfaction. There are certain components of that CAHPS data that are taken as a snapshot out. There's also a component of member complaints that goes into that. And so I'm measured by my number of complaints versus that I'm reporting versus my competitor in that same market's number of complaints they're reporting. So that's a compilation of various surveys or data points that are kind of put through an algorithm to shoot out that score. And as my colleague was saying, it is point in time, and it is data that is in arrears, sometimes by up to 2 years in arrears. And so, it never really is indicative of where a plan is, even the next day, right? It's a snapshot, but it's designed to give a potential member in an area just a snapshot of performance or things they may be interested in about a particular health plan that they may be looking to select.
Okay,
So it's not comprehensive in terms of our full quality performance. It's just a snapshot to say, here are the 2 or 3 plans that you have in front of you to choose from. Here are some components that you may be interested in that may be the same to you. But some of the questions that you may see in the CAHPS survey are like, do you like your doctor? Are you able to see your doctor when you want to? Does your doctor explain things to you? And when those surveys are done, those are done, point in time as well. It may not be indicative of all the membership in that area, but of the people who responded to that, that's how they're feeling about it.
So can you define snapshot for me? I mean, when you say a snapshot in time, is that a year period? Is that a month period? Is it a day period?
So it's going to depend on the particular survey or data that you're looking at. The CAHPS surveys are done annually, and there is what we call a field period where those surveys are done. It's over a few months time frame. And so folks that are responding to that, then that becomes your health plan score for that particular time period for that CAP survey.
Okay.
It's very complex. That's why we're all kind of struggling with it,
is.
because it's not cut and dry. It is a compilation of different scores.
Well, and again, I'm looking at this from y'all's perspective. And so you're responding to an RFP, you're being evaluated in an RFP process that is using a scorecard, a report card, they call it. And there's one from 2023 and one from 2022 that I'm seeing on one deal. And so I'm asking, I realize it could be very complex, and I'm asking questions to try to get through kind of simplify it a little bit if I can, and get your perspective on how that process was built and how it works.
So here's one thing I would add. I believe you're looking at the MCO report cards, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so that is one scoring methodology of several that HHSC has to measure our performance on. There's about 4 or 5 in total. That is one. That one is probably one of the most complex in that it is hybrid, meaning it pulls in data from these different sources. The different sources don't all measure data at the same time. So the CAP survey goes out at a different time versus HEDIS data. And the MCO report cards are unique to Texas. Texas has its own methodology of how it manages or how it measures and creates these report cards. And it uses a methodology that is sort of like clustering. So what you'll see, if you look at not that anyone would do this, but if you look at all the report cards across the whole state for adult and child, you'll see that in most service areas, there's only about a half-star difference between the highest scoring or the highest points on the report card and the lower scoring points of the report card. There's about maybe 2 service areas where there's 1 point difference, so you'll have a 2 and a 3. But in most service areas, you will see that there's 4 or 5 plans, and they're all 4, 4.5, 3.5 star, or all 3.5, 4 star. That is because of the statistical way that they manage those report cards. And so it is not, it is not the all-encompassing measure of a health plan's performance, which is why the best value criteria in the BVC methodology in these procurements and these bids allows us to bring everything into one place, and that includes those report cards, but it includes those other performance measures, as well as more current and recent data on our own performance, because as my colleagues mentioned, it's pretty old data sometimes.
Okay, well, I'm going to follow up on that just a little bit. Please excuse me if this question was asked before, let me know, and if it has, I'll go back and watch it. I apologize, I couldn't be here for the first part, and I certainly wish I would have been. But do you know in the RFP process, or do you know how much this particular report card was weighed? How that weight played in this process?
I would say the measures that are included in that report card are used throughout the process depending on the question and how the MCO represents their answer and their response to that question.
Okay. All right, I guess what I'm trying to figure out is again, it sounds like just one of the measurements.
It is.
And
Just one.
That's right.
You want to clarify that?
Yeah, no, you're right. It's one. You have NC. It depends on how you look at, again, quality, right?
Right.
Are we looking at operational quality, which is, by the way, 47 pages in our contract tied to operational performance? Are we talking about operational? Are we talking about HEDIS clinical? Are we talking about a little bit of a gumbo of member experience based on surveys? And keep in mind, even those surveys that go out, which are state surveys, are asking the members about their experience with the provider that then translates to so it's not really an MCO performance piece, but just as an example, if you want to pull together the aggregate of everything that looks at quality from a global perspective for particular service areas, and I'll just use Molina as the example, we may look underperforming in a particular area, but in the aggregate with all the other quality metrics being as high as they are, it brings up the norm to a very good piece that should have given confidence to them to give us the award. It's like if my son got all C's in his sophomore year, but I got straight A's in his junior and senior, should he not get into A&M? Sure he should.
Yeah.
He shouldn't be
Okay.
penalized for something that happened 3 years ago.
Okay, I mean, I think that hasn't fully answered where I'm gonna go with this in the end, but I will, I'll spend some more time trying to understand this process a whole lot better, so I appreciate y'all's
Thank
answers.
you.
Thank you.
Representative Tinderholt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. How are y'all doing today?
Doing good.
Sorry, I had some constituents here in the office, so if I ask you questions you've already been asked, I apologize. Aetna, I actually used to work for Aetna. Did they tell you that today? I did training,
They did not tell me that.
yeah, in Arlington off Matlock and 20.
Oh.
When September 11th happened, I was actually watched the Twin Towers fall from the Arlington location. So I'm just learning quite a bit about this stuff. And I was asking the chairman a minute ago the question I'm going to ask you. We've had different people at our office, and I'm going to ask the next group the same thing. And I know it's going to be a biased answer, but I care about cost, I care about quality, and I care about the constituents that are going to use this. What's truly the right answer when we're thinking about this? What's truly the right answer in regard to, is it continuing this bid process, or is it allowing the customer, which is the end user, to choose who they want? Does that question make sense? Do we continue this, or do we let 15 companies in the system, and then the customer, the end user, chooses when they're sitting with their HHSC rep, and they choose, or whoever it is? What is really the right answer? And I'll start over here on my left, your right.
Sure. So thank you for that question. First of all, I would say that when we think of the customer, we think of HHSC, we think of the legislature, and we think of our members and families and providers, right? I do think that, the process that we have today in the procurement process that was successfully used in the last two procurements for Star Health and Star Plus, and in our opinion should go forward for Star and CHIP as well, has created effective competition, investments, and improvements in the market. So my recommendation on that, and I think Aetna's recommendation on that, would be that we continue with the process and the procurements that we have today, and that does create efficiencies
I hear
in the Medicaid
people
system.
say that. So let me ask a follow-up question to you before we move over. When you talk about efficiencies and other things that provide better product, explain that. Why is it created? Is it because people are having to compete, and so they do more? They do, like, I want to understand that, because I'm guessing a lot of my peers are in the same boat where we know a little about this, but we don't know a lot.
Yeah, so typically, yes, if companies have to compete, they will invest more to make sure that they can compete in their market and grow market share and deliver a good service to their customers. I'll give you an example that we actually had in our bid, but the best value criteria, or the BVC's number one, was around service coordination. And the reason that HHSC puts a priority or a focus on service coordination is because engaging members in effective care and making sure they're connected to effective care does drive efficiencies and quality outcomes and ultimately cost. So for us, we have a pretty robust maternal health and service coordination that helps our pregnant moms have safer pregnancies and deliver healthier babies. We have seen an improvement in lower neonatal intensive care unit admissions, or NICU admissions, right? And lower average cost for neonatal care as a result of this program. And so it does, I think, through having these requirements, having the agency create priorities, best value criteria, direction and goals for the plans in this competitive process, does incentivize us to continue to invest, get better, and deliver better services to the members and providers.
So I'm hearing you say, because I do proposals for my company, I have to turn in proposals, and you want to show your best stuff, right? So am I hearing you say that the proposal RFP process has each company almost, they're soliciting without asking for all of the great and wonderful things you're good at, and they use that as some of the criteria to choose you?
we use the criteria, we use the criteria to respond to the proposal.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Is it similar answer?
It is. I think my colleague said it quite well, and I think that keeping the competitive structure the way that it is today is what's going to drive innovation for improvements in the future. What we put into our bids is not just words on paper. It is part of our contract. And we audit ourselves against everything that we put into that, millions of dollars of investments that we have to go through. And on a quarterly basis, I report on check the box on here's what we've done to what we said we're going to do. If you go away from a competitive process to something such as an application or file and use or something like that, and Mr. Tindall, feel free to cut me off if I'm repeating myself.
I'm learning at the same time
But-
other people here are too.
I was saying earlier that the challenge is if you were to go away from a competitive bid process to a file and use, now you're going to have an overabundance of payers coming into the state. They're only going to be interested in the urban areas, compromising on the rural areas, and you're just going to go into a marketing competition than you are anything from innovation.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think it is similar. Keep in mind that with Medicaid, the benefit is exactly the same through each of our health plans. So the standard benefit is the same whether you're with Blue, with Aetna, with Molina. The only really differentiator that we have, if you can call it that, are some of our value adds. They're the extra perks that people get. And if there are any differences within access in terms of our network. And there's really not a lot of daylight there either. We pretty much all have pretty much similar networks as well. So that drive to quality and innovation and member outcomes is really what distinguishes us. And I will say this too, and this is part of the best value criteria, was we haven't talked about a lot, which is provider engagement. I think too often we forget that the provider has a seat at the table and some accountability here too to help drive those patient outcomes. And part of what we have to demonstrate is those incentives and how we partner with those providers to ensure that we get those outcomes. For us in particular, Star and CHIP, we have a maternal health program called Special Beginnings. And because of those partnerships that we have and that incentive, that engaged provider, we've also seen a reduction in NICU rates. We've seen a reduction in unnecessary C-sections because we're incentivizing and we're working together with those providers to not try to increase what they can get through volume, but through quality care that results in a good patient outcomes.
I'm not going to use the right terminology, but we've had a lot of people in our office talking to us. What is it called when they have to submit the proposal, but they're going to get it anyway? There's groups that
A
are-
mandatory contract?
Yeah. So are any of the three of you part of a mandate?
We are not.
So as we talk about being innovative, what do you feel about the mandatory contract? And let me make sure that I try to state this and then correct me. There's some organizations out there that will get the mandatory contract and they'll say it works. Does it work? Is it necessary? Or does it stifle the innovation? Because I don't know. That's why I'm asking. I want to understand these mandatory contracts. These are new to me today. And in the last 4 or 5 days, the mandatory contracts, a lot of this is new. And I'll ask you that question, sir.
Well, I wish I had a mandatory contract opportunity. I don't. So I would say that, yeah, I'm not a big fan of it. And I would certainly think if I had a mandatory award, that might put fewer hours into it than the year and a half we put into it leading up to bidding on it.
Okay. And for people that are going to speak later, I'm going to ask the same question. If you are a mandatory contract, you're going to get the opportunity to answer the question too. So, okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Just kind of akin to that, not necessarily mandatory contract, but I know there's a lot been said today about application state or file and compete. And again, just being a DOJ committee, I would just warn that we probably have no idea what we'll be in for something like that. Without careful design of something like that, Texas will become just kind of open door for any venture capitalist who wants to come in and set up a health plan just to make money. And if they can't do that and they don't get the return that they are expecting, they will be gone. They will exit the market. And talk about disruption. We've heard, mischaracterization of our process today and around continuity of care.
knowing full well that all of the health plans that are represented in Texas today who are doing business Medicaid today know our continuity of care rules contractually, and it's just the right thing to do. That's not what we need to be concerned about in terms of disruption of care, because we're going to continue that members' care because it's in their best interest and ours to make sure that that person doesn't have a disease or a condition that is exacerbated.
It's
What's gonna
actually
be-
cheaper for you if you care for it now versus 5 years from now.
Exactly. What's going to cause a disruption are all of these entrants that don't have a vested interest in Texans, who are coming in here to make a buck, and when they can't do that, they leave. Who's left holding the bag? The state of Texas. Not to mention the fact that there are administrative oversight requirements that HHEC has. They're doing that now as best they can with the number of plans we have. What happens when that's double in size? Who pays for that additional administrative cost?
So I don't want to beat this too hard. And the people that have the mandatory contracts, I think, are going to be up next, so they'll get to respond. I'm sure there's reasons for it, by the way. I'm sure there's valid reasons that the legislature did it and that HHSC does it. Essentially, the way I understand it is they're going to get the contract anyway, so they can submit their proposal and they're getting the mandatory contract, and then y'all compete for the other business. Is that accurate? But they still have to abide by all the same laws and rules and standards of care.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Did you have any input on that at all, or are you good with their answers?
Yeah, no, I'm good with their answers, and that is correct. They do abide by the same requirements and rules and laws
Okay.
that we all do.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Representative Rodriguez Ramos.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Going back to this report card, you all mentioned different surveys, and you said that, I think one of you mentioned that it comes from the state agency, or HHSC sends it out. Could you explain that process a little more to me? And it sounded like you guys were referencing different surveys, so could you explain that?
So there are different components. I'll just clarify that point that go into the report card. One that I mentioned was something called a CAP survey. So we do CAP surveys. The state HHSC does CAP surveys as well, or I should say their intermediary does it on their behalf. And so part of that is it's a measure designed to look at member satisfaction with their health plan. Their overall satisfaction with their health plan. A lot of those components are about the experience that they have with their provider. And so it's not necessarily the health plan that they're responding to, but it's their experience with their provider. And of course, those are providers in our network. And so it's actionable information for us to have to say where we need to make improvements within our network.
Okay, and so it's the same questionnaire to the members across the different.
The CAP survey,
yes,
it is, yeah.
Across the different plans.
Mhm.
Each member gets the same one, so there's not.
As far as I know.
They do, but
Yeah.
it is the same survey, but there's varying levels of engagement from the members. So some years I might have 30 members answer a question. Other years I might have 60 members answer a question. Typically, you don't get a lot of members answering those surveys, just like a lot of people probably don't answer surveys on the phone or in the mail. And so you'll see, varying numbers of denominators. And even if you've got 100 members that answered the survey, each question will have some members that answer that question and some members that don't. So you really, it is probably one of the most complex scoring systems I've seen, and I've been in healthcare and managed care for 30 years. And you really have to dig into the data and go, okay, well, what was my numerator? What was my denominator? Oh, only 8 people answered this. Well, no wonder. So and you have to have a third party administer it for you. So it's pretty complex.
But they do ensure statistical accuracy to the.
As much as you can.
As you can,
But
yeah.
that's the issue, right? Is that you're dependent on members being willing to complete the survey and answer every question in the survey, which none of them will typically answer every question in the survey.
Okay, so then how many surveys are? You said one. There's CAP survey. I thought you guys mentioned another one.
NCQA,
Yeah.
Yeah.
survey. I mean, we do one just ourselves internally, as a pulse to see how everyone thinks. There's that one. And I
How
just
many
think-
does the agency send out?
I think there's
the EQRO sends out.
I think there's one.
I think one, yeah.
Yeah, it's one per year.
Oh, okay. I thought you mentioned something like reams or something like that.
Mention something like what, I'm sorry?
Reams, or I thought I heard you say something.
I'm not sure of the
Yeah.
wings, yeah.
Okay.
I'm not sure of that.
Okay.
So you
it's
have
the caps-
another
mhm.
entity that does provider satisfaction surveys
Okay.
for the plans as
Maybe
well.
that's what it is. Okay.
Yeah,
And what is that one called?
provider satisfaction
Okay,
survey.
wow. That's a complicated name.
Sorry.
Okay.
There's a lot.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
And you have to have a third party administer that for you as well.
Okay, wonderful. And then last question, the information that was provided to you all, to Aetna, from the different procurement, the applications, at what point of the process were those given to you all?
I appreciate that question. Unfortunately, that is pending litigation, so I am not able to discuss that today.
Yeah, I thought you would say that. I know the previous people, we
Yeah.
spoke ad nauseum about the pending litigation, but I figured your response would be that. So,
But I recognize the question and appreciate it.
yes, okay. All right, thank you, appreciate it.
Sure.
Representative Olcott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I have a question for all three of you, and I would love to get an answer for each one of you. I'm kind of segueing off of Representative Tinderholt's question about mandatory contracts. Back in June of last year, the House Health and Human Services Committee had a hearing, and they were questioning Kay Molina, who's the Deputy Executive Commissioner of the HHSC's Procurement and Contracting Service. And in that hearing, she actually made the statement, if we were trying to be fair and competitive, the law doesn't really provide for that. And so my question to you is, do you believe that, do you support repealing Section 533.004, which is the government code that was established back in 1997 that actually required for these mandatory contracts? Do you think that if we actually repealed that, we would have a more fair market, that HHSC would be able to award contracts based more on performance rather than simple mandates that they have to be given these contracts? What are your thoughts on that?
I'll start. So I would say that formally Blue Cross does not have a position one way or the other around mandatory contracts. We don't have a mandatory contract ourselves. We've always had to competitively bid for Medicaid. I would say that I believe as long as, and I do believe we have that now with the revised procurement process, a fair and transparent competitive process, which in fact mandatory plans do have to go through as well, regardless of the outcome of them getting a contract anyway. I think as long as we have that, then all health plans have a shot at doing business with the commission. I don't think that is as big of an issue or a threat to what we have all achieved with the improvements that have been made as it would be if we were talking about doing something different where it would really be a disturbance to our managed care process by having lots of entrants come into our state. Without specific concessions or design by HHSC procurement around how that would look. The example that my colleague gave earlier of people coming into our state and saying, oh, I won't only want to go to Harris County or only want to go to Dallas County because they feel like that's where the hall is. But I think there would have to be some concessions for them to say, okay, well, I want that, but I'm also going to have to take some of the rural areas as well. We have to be very careful not to exclude folks or have disparity in the benefits or the services because somebody had an idea that we think that this is just fair, just open up our state and let everybody come in. There has to be some parameters on that to make sure that all Texans in all 254 counties have the same access and the same opportunities to get good care.
Sure. Well, would your answer be the same if you saw the data that showed that there were cases in some of these 4 urban areas in particular where there's a competitive bid process going on, competitive in the sense where other than those hospital districts are bidding as well, and yet you see where certain health plans and companies that have a much better performance are being competed out by these mandatory contracts. And as a consequence, there's a lot of patients, Medicaid patients in these areas that are suffering as a consequence. And so can you at least acknowledge that if the HHSC were able to award strictly on performance, that it would actually provide for better care for all Medicaid recipients in that given area?
Yeah, certainly can understand the point, and certainly wouldn't want anybody to not have the care that they need or poor care, subpar care. I would just say that, Blue Cross has not taken a position on that one way or the other.
Okay. I would also, if you don't mind, I'd love the opinions of the other two panelists.
Yeah, I don't know that my answer is far different from my colleague. I would just say, nothing against our mandatory contract awardees, but I just think everything should be a level playing field. I don't think it should be, everyone has the same.
Do you believe it is a level playing field right now? When these hospital districts are mandated to get a contract and they regardless of their performance, do you think that's a level playing field?
I think mandatory in and of itself, the name itself, would illustrate a lack of level playing field.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you bet.
Representative Cook.
So, to the Aetna representative, are you, is Aetna a party to the litigation that you referenced, that you were withholding information based upon litigation privilege?
I do not believe we are a party to the litigation.
From my review, you are not. So I just want to further understand why you didn't answer my colleague's question that she asked you.
I am not able to answer that. Again, this procurement is pending litigation. Obviously, we are part of that procurement, and so because of that, I am not able to speak on that matter.
But an email was sent from a state agency. Are you contending that that's not subject to open records?
I think the email is in open records probably, but
Okay. And then once it's been published, I mean, how do you contend that it's still not subject to discovery or not subject to?
I don't know that it is or it isn't. All I'm saying is I'm not able to speak on that. And
Well, I think that's why we're here. I mean,
we can-
isn't that the main reason that there's litigation to begin with? Is that email that was sent?
I don't think that's the main reason. I think
Isn't that a pretty good reason? I mean, if you have.
there are other reasons, but that particular matter I'm not able to speak on.
Well, I think that's why we're here. We have, how many, at least 17 providers that submitted applications, I believe, and through a competitive process, and your company received confidential information, what would have been confidential information, that was disseminated from a public agency prior to your competitor seeing it. I mean, that's what we're talking about here today.
I don't know that that is what has been exactly in open records, but I think that matter is going to be taken up in the litigation process at some point, and so.
Well, it says that the Texas Tribune received it, so I mean, to me, that says it's being publicly disseminated if a news publication is receiving it, but you're saying that.
I saw what was printed. I don't know what was received, but I think either way, it will at some point probably is part of the litigation that is going on with HHSC in the appeal process. So I would not want to speak on that matter today.
So is Aetna monitoring the litigation? Is it fair to say?
Yes.
And then are you aware that there is an agreement to suspend the litigation until June?
Abate, yes. I think it's July, maybe, but there's a date.
Well, is a date after this legislative session ends?
Yes.
Is it conveniently set for a date after this legislature?
That was my understanding.
So how are we supposed to address it if y'all are taking the position that you're going to withhold information that's clearly not privileged if it's been disseminated to a news publication? Mr. Chairman, do we have subpoena power within the DOJ committee?
The House rules do allow
I believe they do.
for a committee to in this committee to issue subpoenas.
Yeah,
There's a process for doing
Yeah,
it.
Mr. Chairman, I mean, at the appropriate time, I would like for you to consider doing that. I think that, there's an agreement made by the parties, one of those parties being the state of Texas, and there's no doubt, and not to jump back to, there are no coincidences in Austin, but it's not lost on me that the date that they picked was after June 2nd. And so I think it's disingenuous for Aetna to come in here and say that they can withhold information, and then this legislature ends on June 2nd. So I would like to see that information, and would
Sure.
like for you to consider issuing a subpoena in that regard.
All right, on those questions and on that matter, I think technically it's actually 30 days after June 2nd, which also includes not just the end of the legislative session, but also past the ability for the governor's veto to occur as well. We absolutely, I think, will have an opportunity to discuss any motions to issue a subpoena for a variety of different things. And there is a section in the House rules that we may have open.
I was waiting for my section to come on my phone as well. I didn't have it.
But something to look at is Section 21, Rule 4, Section 21, under power to issue a process and summons witnesses. So obviously, this committee will take up what its members would like to do that.
Does Aetna have legal counsel here with you?
We do not,
There's not an attorney in this room?
not from Aetna.
Okay. No one that's representing Aetna. But
Not an
someone
attorney.
But someone has given you that advice that you're not to discuss it?
My attorneys, yes, they're not in the room, though.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Representative Olcott.
Ms. Rogers, I'm not sure if this makes a difference or not, but I've got a copy of the case, pending, or that's been abated, and you're not one of the 4 plaintiffs listed on there. So you act like you weren't quite sure, but you're not one of the plaintiffs. And one of the purposes of that abatement, the way I understand it, is so that the legislature can come up with a solution to try to work on the procurement process by HHSC. And so that's why we're trying to get as much information as we can. So any information you give us, our main purpose is to try to increase the efficiency of the procurement process of HSSC. And so that's, but I don't know why your lawyers are advising you to not speak about it, because it's, you're not listed as a plaintiff. Do you have any ideas why they might be suggesting you not speak to us about that?
I don't know their legal reasons exactly, but happy to find out and follow up with your office.
Okay, thank you.
Members, any other questions? All right, I have a couple, if that's okay. I wanted to ask about, and if you can, and I had stepped out for a little bit, so I apologize if you're going to repeat. You should apologize if it's not the same answer as before. But on experience rebates, so could you just go, and whoever is an expert on that, explain what they are. But then my question is going to be maybe philosophical. Is that the best way, or is that even a good way to provide incentives, right? Because part of the idea is, okay, we're going to go and decide on a price, and then later we'll see if everybody saves money. And if there is this money that's being saved, then there's some profit share, right? But I've heard pros and cons of the way we do the experience rebates. And so while we may not be able to eat the whole entire elephant on this contracting, I do wonder what methods we, the state, can do to make sure the process remains efficient, right? So it has to start with measuring the right things, monitoring whether the efficiency is improving. You had made the comment about tracking and looking at specific items to see if the efficiency and the quality of the service is improving. But is the experience rebate a good way or a way to get to where we want to get to? Does that make sense? Yeah.
Sure, go ahead.
I am by no means an experience rebate expert. I would say, though, the way I understand it with the methodologies, right, up to 3%, we keep, the bands. I'm happy to go through it, but there's paybacks once you exceed 3% to go back to the state. It's like an 80-20. Once you get beyond from 3 to 5, 5 to 7, it goes to 60-40, and then it levels from there. I would just say, we're in the business of trying to make sure practitioners, hospitals, so forth, are providing excellent care to our members. Our members are the number one reason we wake up every single day. Everything that we do is tied to cost savings and quality of care and uninterrupted care for all of our members. Toggling between, now my accounting team, the mothership, may be looking at the experience rebate pieces very, very closely. I'm focused on the quality of care of our members and our network and so forth, which includes cost savings on a daily basis. And if our cost savings is something that produces millions of dollars, fantastic. Let that piece go back to the state, and I get to keep a small portion of it myself. So I would say the experience rebate, the way that it is, seems to be working fine. We don't really have any hardships tied to it, and it certainly doesn't skew us in any way, shape, or form to lessen any savings opportunities. That's innate in what we do every single day. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, no, I think that's actually a fair way to answer. So maybe there's two ways to look at it. That's an incentive for the financial piece, right? But in terms of what you're talking about in which you've said, which is, hey, we want to improve the quality of the care, what are the incentives to do that?
Well, one thing that was said earlier, and I don't want to repeat myself, hope I'm not, we have $60 million at risk just tied to quality, right? So there's an incentive enough right there if we don't improve the quality. But outside of that is the better the quality that's given today, the less cost in the future, right? So if we get more prevention, more wellness, more visits, primary care visits, that does not lead to downstream specialist visits, more expensive, then that in and of itself is an incentive right there, right?
And anybody can answer this too, but obviously you had said 173 measures of quality. Can you give us some examples of what those measurements are? I mean, assuming customer quality surveys and that kind of stuff, but what are some of the 173 ways that you measure the quality of your service?
Yeah, and those are specifically tied to more clinical measures. They're called HEDIS. So it's everything from follow-up after hospitalization within 7 days, within 30 days. It's making sure postpartum care, wellness visits. There's a whole hemoglobin A1C, medication adherence. There's a whole bunch of different measures tied to those.
So do you all measure those, or does the state measure those, or you measure them, self-report, and the agency's audit?
Yeah, we measure those on an annual basis. We are certain what we call cut points that change each year. And so the idea is to get better each year and to improve that, kind of raise the bar. And as you're getting better, you're not just measured on yourself, but you're measured on your peers. Everybody's getting better. The expectation is that you would be getting better as well. And so we just kind of tie that back to some of the incentives. And my colleague was saying that part of our premium is clawed back if we don't meet some of those targets.
Does that happen? Have you?
It does happen for probably all of us, I would imagine. Yeah, because, and particularly when you think about the health plan doesn't give shots or exams or screenings to anybody. We work through a network of providers to help us do that. But we also have to work with a motivated member that wants to get screening and care, et cetera. So part of our job is to implement programs that help to motivate. My colleague was talking earlier about wellness incentives for our members. We're constantly trying to get people aware. That's the first thing, is health literacy. These are sometimes individuals who their primary care has been the ER. And so we're teaching and helping them to understand that you can own your health care. You can be proactive about the care that you need. And that's part of what we're measured on, is how effective are we in ensuring that we're doing preventative care, that we're getting screenings done, immunizations done in a timely manner, so that we don't have a drain on the healthcare system because somebody didn't get screenings, and so now all of a sudden they've got a chronic disease or a significant illness that's going to be significant cost on the healthcare system.
And Mr. Chairman, I would add, the state also has a third party that measures those for.
Okay. So we go out to some other contracted third party to go.
It's called the
independent.
EQRO, yes, and we submit all of our data and encounters and claims, and they measure that data based off of administrative data in our claims. And then we also have audits where we go back and look in members' charts to find dates and information on key screenings that were completed, et cetera. So It's a hybrid process. We all obviously self-monitor and self-measure it to ensure we're performing and getting better every year, but the state also has a vendor that
Okay.
does that on behalf of HHSC.
That makes sense. So, when we talk to our constituents, sometimes they'll call us because, they think they'd rather call us than maybe someone else. And so some of the comments or complaints we generally hear are related to things like pre-authorization, right, being declined or being declined later for medical care. And so a while back, not too long ago, there was an article about a company called Evacor. Are you all familiar with Evacor? Do your companies use Evacor at all?
Blue Cross Blue Shield of Texas, I should say, Medicaid previously worked with Evacor. We no longer
You
contract
no
with
longer
them.
work with them.
I don't believe we do.
Okay. And do you all?
Aetna does use Evacor.
Okay. And
for
so
a few things, not everything.
Okay. And so, members, if you get the chance to look up this article about Evacor, which is almost evil core, but Evacor, what they do is they have this AI model that essentially works at the data to try and find ways or to decide which pre-auths maybe to decline or which medical service to decline. At least as far as I understand it, there's even an opportunity to do a dial where you can basically set it to how many people, what percentage you want to decline. And it's pretty sophisticated, but I don't know if you all have any comments about that.
I can, Mr. Chairman, I can say that we do not use Evacor AI to deny any services.
Okay.
And we are watching all the bills, and we are good.
Okay, all right, okay.
On denials, yeah, we
Okay,
do not.
Okay. Representative Curry.
Yeah, I've been kind of waiting to ask this question, but I want to get an answer from each of you. Do you have in-house PBMs?
I have an affiliate PBM.
In-
Yes, so
un-
it would
under
be.
the umbrella?
Yes.
Okay.
We do not.
You do not?
It's the same affiliate, Prime, yeah.
Okay, so under the way, and I'm asking this question for a reason, like with Medicaid, as an example, with the contracts that we're talking about here, the MCO contracts and so on and so forth, how do you handle the use of your PBM with those contracts, if I may ask? Pharmacy benefit manager, sorry. I should
Yeah,
define what
so
that
we
was.
contract with our affiliated PBM, just like we would any other vendor that provided a service for us.
It's the same for Blue Cross.
Yeah.
They're
And-
actually identified in our contract with the state as a major subcontractor. So they're subject to the same tenets of the
Yeah.
contract that we are,
So-
that we have.
So is the relationship between, the contract relationship between you and your PBM, and I'm talking about your in-house PBM or others, but is it transparent as to what happens with the flow of funds regarding
Absolutely.
the
Yes.
rebate from one to another?
Absolutely. It's a
Well,
complete,
yes. Most of the pharmacy rebates in the Medicaid program go directly
back to the state.
back to the state from the PBM, though.
From the PBM?
Yes.
Okay, so when a patient comes through your program,
Or through,
I'm not trying to trip you up
Yeah,
on this.
no.
I'm trying to understand the whole process. And while we have you on the panel, and as my colleague over here, Representative Tinderholt, warned the other ones, you're going to get the same question. So you might as well
That's
get
okay.
ready. but I'm trying to understand and help all of us understand better how that process works with PBMs, and basically what happens with the patients under these MCO contracts that end up going to purchase pharmaceuticals. Are they directed by you to a provider that uses your PBM, or are they allowed to go directly to the community healthcare organization that they may be working with?
they're allowed to go to any network pharmacy that's in the network.
And does your PBM contract that you have clearly state that?
Yes. Yes, they can see which pharmacies are in the network online or through one of the call centers and get assistance finding a network pharmacy if they need to. But generally, they look online and, you know, go to various, our members get prescriptions from a lot of places in Texas. And
Your PBM probably has a lot of places in Texas covered, I would imagine.
it does, and our members use one very large grocery chain as well.
I've probably heard
for
of that
their-
chain. I understand that. And I might know a little bit more about how PBMs operate. And I'm trying to get some answers here as to, there's a significant flow of funds here. I mean, it's very significant. And so my question is how is that playing field leveled with you in your contract as an MCO using your PBM and our money?
I think so, yes.
How? I asked how.
Well,
Not is it?
You know, we contract with our PBM just like we would any other material subcontractor or vendor. The contracts meet all the requirements of the state. We have to oversight the PBM just like we would any other vendor or contractor that we work with. The state does approve our contract. We contract at a fair market value price, and we have to demonstrate that to the state. And we, you know, hold monthly and quarterly oversight meetings with our PBM to make sure they're delivering services as required in the contract that meet our expectations. So I feel like we are.
Do you have scorecards for them too?
We do.
How do they score?
They score pretty well on our scorecard, yes. The state doesn't have a scorecard for them specifically. There are some pharmaceutical measures in the state scoring methodologies around medications, but they don't necessarily have a scorecard for your PBM.
Okay. Ms. Cabinets, would you have the same answer to that?
I would.
Again, I'm just trying to learn
Yeah.
a little bit more about how this process works within these kind of contracts.
Mhm.
I think all of us we're going to learn a whole lot more about how these kind of contracts work in the near future, so we might as well start here. Okay, thank you.
Members, are there any other questions? Representative Cook.
Back to documentation. Oh, sorry. Excuse me, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So back to this information. I think Aetna making a request, a public information request, I would say that that's paramount and basically the same thing that the Superior guy was doing earlier for the same purpose. I mean, this is a sealed bid process, correct?
Well, yes, and so two things. One is, in the procurement industry, after procurements are closed or done, typically procurement bidders, managed care and other types of companies do make open records requests to get prior bids, and there's consultants that do that as well, and that's how they service their future
So
clients.
are you saying that your public information requests only dealt with prior bids, not information that was pending during the RFP that was?
Thank you. Yes.
You are saying that?
Yes, it was a public information request for Star Plus.
Okay. Only?
Yes.
And then you got more information than you requested?
That's all I can say on the matter at this point. But that was not completely in the newspaper articles of what we actually requested. But yes, it was for Star Plus.
Okay. But do you feel like it's appropriate for Aetna to have made that request at all?
Yes. You know, my guess is we were probably late in asking for that information as compared to the rest of the market.
Well, you asked for it in August of '23, is that right?
I forget
Or
the
August
date,
of-
but
or 24.
it was well after Star Plus.
But at least 9 months before the award was rendered, correct?
Star Plus was already being implemented.
But I'm saying, talking about to the subject RFP, it was approximately you made the request, and, you know, I guess at some point we'll see exactly what the request says, because usually those are very open-ended. But I do want to make sure we see the public information request that Aetna sent. But it is true that you sent that approximately 9 months before HHS awarded these contracts. Is that fair?
I don't have the exact date, but again, I think
I'm not asking for an exact date, I'm asking for
I
an approximate.
probably, yeah, I am happy to get back to your office
All right, well,
with
let me
our
ask-
team and
I'll ask
answer
you a
more of these
hypothetical
questions
question.
as we can.
Yeah, I'll ask you a hypothetical question. So if your request is broader than, and I have no reason, you have a good memory of what the request was, but you don't have a good memory when it was sent. But let's say that your information, public information request was broader than you think it was. Do you think it would be appropriate for Aetna to make that request during the middle of this ongoing process?
I don't really have an opinion on that. That would be up to the agency.
Well, I'm not asking you the legality of a public information request. I'm asking, as a competitor, do you think it was fair to the other 16 competitors for you to ask for that information?
I'm happy to get with our team and follow up with your office and talk about as much as we can, but I cannot really discuss it much further at this point.
Yeah, but, well, just for me, I think it's just, it's very comparable to someone hiring a private investigator. Obviously, the state screwed up, shouldn't release the information. That's not Aetna's fault. I mean, you made the request, and the state, released what they released, shouldn't have released it. Do you have copies of what the state provided you?
I do not.
Okay. Why is that? I don't mean with you. I'm saying, does Aetna have copies of what you were provided by the state?
I don't believe they do.
You believe that
there'd
no
be-
one in
there-
Aetna has any ability of getting what was provided to you by the state?
We can find out. I don't believe we do, though. I'm not aware of us having copies of anything. And it's online now on the HHSC website, so I don't know why anyone would have copies at this point.
Well, I think you received redacted specific information from the state. Is that correct?
I'm not able to say.
And did the state ask you to destroy the records that they erroneously sent to you?
Again, I'm not really able to talk about that today.
Is that because you don't know, or, I mean, did the state ask you to destroy the documents that they had erroneously sent to you?
I think the state, from what I saw, asked everybody to destroy all the documents that were released. But again, I think this is a matter that will be discussed or be decided in potential litigation this summer. So I don't think I should be discussing it today here.
So you kind of have affirmed what we were talking about earlier, which is you said that will be determined in litigation this summer, meaning after the legislature concludes, correct?
In the HHSC appeals process, correct.
So you think that's a better forum than this body looking into it further? Is that correct?
I don't have a preference one way or the other, but I know what I've been allowed to say or not say, and so I'm not able to talk about that today.
Who is general counsel for you?
Internal? We have several attorneys, so
But you-
I wouldn't even know. I
I
mean,
can't imagine that your company does not have a general counsel. I mean, you probably have lots of assistant general counsel, deputy general counsel, but do you have a general counsel?
we have several
Well,
counsels.
Give me one. How about one? Just give me.
I'm not really comfortable saying that. I don't.
Are you contending that your general counsel is confidential?
No, our national general counsel, I'm not even sure.
How about for Texas?
For Texas,
I'm sure you have him on speed dial, right? I mean, you can look in your phone if you had to. I'm not asking for his phone number, just asking for his name.
yeah, my in-house counsel is an individual named Casey Barner.
Okay, thank you.
Members, are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you all for your testimony.
Thank you.
Our third panel gives the perspective of 3 Medicaid MCOs that provide services to children and were unsuccessful in obtaining a contract through the latest RFP. The chair calls Karen Love, Craig Smith, and Michael Murphy. Thank you all for being here today. Ms. Love, we show you registered as Karen Love on behalf of Cook Children's Health Plan and yourself, and you'll be testifying neutrally. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Great, thank you. Mr. Smith, we show you registered as Craig Smith on behalf of Driscoll Health Plan and yourself, and you will be testifying neutrally. Is that correct?
Correct.
Great. Mr. Murphy, we show you registered as Michael Murphy on behalf of Texas Children's Health Plan, and that you will be testifying neutrally. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Great. Thank you for being here. Start with you, Ms. Love. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for the invitation today, and thank you all for your attention. I'm exhausted. I've only been here half the time that you've been here, and I'm in the audience. So thank you for your attention to this important matter today. My name is Karen Love, and I have the distinct honor and privilege of serving as the president of Cook Children's Health Plan, where we serve more than 120,000 children and pregnant women who live in the Tarrant County service area and who have chosen our plan for their coverage. Just last week, Cook Children's celebrated its 107th year of serving North Texas families, and Cook Children's Health Plan has been providing Medicaid and CHIP coverage to families for more than 25 years. We have been a trusted partner to HHSC throughout those 25 years, and we've earned their trust through transparent and ethical business practices, high quality of care, and excellent member and provider satisfaction. As you've heard today, in the latest in a series of failed attempts to procure these contracts, HHSC has, in this latest process, used a process that essentially valued promises over performance. And it's going to result in nearly half of, actually more than half, of the Medicaid and CHIP enrollees in the state of Texas, 1.8 million children, pregnant women, having to change their health plans. That's a lot of disruption. In our service area, it's 76% of the members will have to choose a new health plan. The three plans that are represented here today, we are the #1 plan of choice in our service areas. We are the plans that families with children for Medicaid and CHIP choose above the other competitors in our market. And we've earned that trust from our members because we authorize and arrange for the services that they need. We timely pay the doctors and hospitals who provide those services, and we help them address the other non-medical needs that they have, like transportation or access to food or other kinds of social services. You've heard that we are, the three of us, well, actually, I'm sorry, two of us are part of a lawsuit. We have exhausted those administrative remedies available to us through the agency, as is required, and we did seek to file a lawsuit. You've also heard that that lawsuit has to do with the fact, not that we're unhappy with the results, but that the state failed to follow the law. That's the standard that we have to prove in this lawsuit, not that we're just unhappy or we should have scored better, right? It's that the state didn't follow the law. Hopefully all of you have seen a copy of that court order. That court order outlines 13 different failures of the court. The one that I find to be most grievous, right, is the fact that performance wasn't taken into consideration. You've heard, for example, that we knew the best value criteria in advance. Yes, we did. You've heard that maybe one of those best value criteria was about timely access to care, right? And so they asked us to answer a question about how we would ensure timely access to care. But who would have thought that the data that the state collects on its own, they have mystery shoppers who call our doctor's offices and ask, when can I get the next appointment, with Dr. So-and-so? That they wouldn't take those results that they have in their possession and use that as part of the analysis of the question of whether we provide timely access to care. Not just simply what we promise to do in the future, but actual data that shows whether we've been able to do that in the past. The timing of the lawsuit does, in fact, give the legislature an opportunity to weigh in and potentially give the additional direction that HHSC apparently thinks that it needs. The agency has testified that they can't do anything differently unless they get different direction from the legislature. We think the law is clear. We think those preferences and considerations that are in the law already give them the ability to take performance into consideration. But if they need you to tell them that again, then I hope that you will do that. That things like high rates of well child visits and immunizations and prenatal care, that's us doing the right thing for our members. That high member satisfaction, members actively choosing us at high rates when they have the opportunity to pick between the plans, that market share, again, those are indications of we are doing the right things for our members and that our members are happy with our services. And that high provider satisfaction, which, while we all measure it, is not taken into consideration by the state. And it should be. That high provider satisfaction, again, indicates that we are collaborating with our providers to do what's right for these members. Had the agency taken performance into account, there would have been a very different set of results announced last year. And we would not be here talking about this failed process and the time that's been wasted and the dollars that have been wasted in an inefficient process and defending that flawed process. The proposals that are solicited through the current procurement process amount to nothing more than an essay contest. Tell us how you will do things in the future, and plans like ourselves are competing against national plans who have whole departments that do nothing but gin out cookie-cutter proposals across all the states that they participate in, and they're not tailored to the communities that they serve the way we are, because we work and we live in those communities. We speak to what the needs of the Fort Worth service area are. We don't talk in generalities about what's needed in Texas, because what's needed in Weatherford, Texas is very different than what's needed in Galveston or down in the valley. We also think that it's important for the state to consider the investment that our institutions make in our communities. Our earnings from the Cook Children's Healthcare System and the Cook Children's Health Plan do not go back into the pockets of shareholders. They go back into our communities. They go back into investments like our 7, soon-to-be 9 neighborhood health centers that are specifically built in low-income neighborhoods to serve Medicaid and CHIP patients. Those centers, because they only serve government-funded patients, they operate at about a loss of $1 million a year per center. That's the kind of investment that you get when you have community-invested plans in the program, and that's the kind of investment that may not be there in the future if we don't continue to participate in the program. I think somebody said earlier that that the only differentiator between the plans is really the value-added services that we offer. I would tell you that there's a very significant differentiation in the plans that we represent because we are integrated with the doctors and the hospitals that we are affiliated with. We together sit at the same side of the table, the hospitals, the doctors, the payer. We're all on the same side of the table trying to figure out what's the best thing for each and every child in front of us. We're not sitting across the table from a provider arguing about what services that child needs or what we're willing to pay for. Medicaid has been a tremendous success in Texas over the past 25 years. We are part of that success. Our plans raise the bar on quality performance, and we raise the level of competition. Our children deserve the best that we can offer, and that's a process that delivers health plans who perform, not health plans who promise. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. Appreciate your time today. I'm Craig Smith, again, with the Driscoll Health Plan. Driscoll Health Plan serves about 195,000 children and pregnant mothers across South Texas. If you guys are familiar with South Texas, if you drew a line from about Eagle Pass over to Victoria, Port Lavaca area, We're just about every county south of there. Driscoll Health Plan, and like my colleague, we've been in operation about 25 years, serving our constituents down there and our members down there, and serving as one of the top health plans in the state in terms of performance. We're very proud of who we are and what we do. What I'd like with my time is to really kind of, you guys have heard a lot today, and so maybe push aside some of the clutter and try to get to a couple of things that we can talk about maybe more tangibly. Our contract, make no mistake, we heard a lot about clinical measures and quality and all of that, but our contract is very clear in section 10.1.14 that the state narrows that 173 clinical measures down to about 60 to 70 each year. They rotate a few in or out. But the point of that is the state says very clearly, explicitly in our contract, these are our most important clinical measures. And the state sets an expectation for us in that same section to say, here's what we consider low performing, here's what we consider adequate performance, and here's what we consider high performing. Any health plan that fails more than a third of their measures is low performing as a health plan. And so once you're in that category, you're pretty much subject to sanctions under your contract, caps, corrective action plans, a host of things. And maybe the last step of actually something we can really be proud of as a state is all of this data that supports this is posted on a website, the Texas Healthcare Learning Collaborative. It's a treasure trove of transparency. And so with that, you can go through and really see, in terms of clinical quality, who's successful and who isn't. When you guys are asking questions about your constituents, are they getting care? You can look. And unfortunately, and I know this is going to sound like I'm narrowing to certain companies, but my point here is very specifically to talk about what you're trying to get to, which is a procurement process. Where did the procurement fail? And this is about that performance that is measured. There are 9 years of data sitting on that website. We could all look at it right now. Yes, it's old, but that's called our contract, honestly, right? That's our performance throughout that contract. The top three scorers, in this RFP, one of them, in no particular order, but one of them has failed for the last 6 years in a row. Another one has failed 8 of those 9 years, and the last one has never passed. They failed 9 for 9. And so from that standpoint, when you're talking to health plans, Driscoll, I will proudly say, we have led the state in high-performing measures every single year of one of those 9 years. So for us to be displaced by someone who's not even responding to their contract, to someone that the agency has allowed year over year over year to slip, to not perform, this is an absolute collapse of accountability, because now you are in a procurement process that, because they're 1, 2, and 3, they have access to almost half of the state. 21 of the roughly 47 slots in this RFP they get to pull in. So now that's everybody's problem, not just ours, right? And so for us, that's how serious this is. That's why we need this investigation into what went on. Because we really are at a place where if we're going to hold MCOs accountable, right? If we're really looking to try to move the needle of our healthcare infrastructure, then let's do it in a way that's long-term planning. Let's understand things. Let's find additive solutions. To what Karen was just saying about the healthcare centers, community plans do investments that are well above and beyond our contract. And so in one place you have in South Texas, in 2005 roughly to 2010, we became very evident that we lacked maternal fetal medicine specialists. We had 0 across entire South Texas. Driscoll Health Plan started back then hiring, retaining, recruiting, and trying to get those folks down to South Texas. They support our needs as a health plan, but most importantly, they keep babies out of the NICU. We spend now $10 million a year supporting those providers down in South Texas, and the state has estimated it's saved over the lifetime over $1 billion. And so that's the kind of long-term investment that this panel, that the agency needs to be looking for, right? It's strategic growth, because the reality is if we go away, all of those MFMs go away, just like that. You certainly can't expect health plans that aren't even fulfilling their contract to step in and try to take some extra cost. I think it would be somewhat foolhardy to expect that. And so for us as a state, we really need to look at what direction do we want to go? How do we want to build on what we've accomplished? Because we have incredible accomplishments. Managed care is, although we've all been a little frustrated maybe today, managed care is really moving the needle of health in this state. We have had major investment in this state. For us, at Driscoll, I know the question's going to come, we absolutely support a competitive market. As you heard, there are already 17 health plans here. There aren't a lot of other health plans that are come flooding into this state. They don't exist. And if you've ever dealt with our agency, the number of reports, ad hoc reports, audits, and everything else, there's no fly-by-night company that's going to swoop in here and stand up a health plan. You couldn't do it. And the last part, in terms of how much disruption that would cause, they would have to take membership away from longstanding, reputable plans in order to just become disruptive. And so if they were doing that, they probably found an innovative solution that you guys are wondering, how do we get innovation into this? So for us, we do believe that competition can be increased. It can be a very good thing, and we're very willing to compete with anyone in the country. We believe our quality metrics hit that. We believe our members, your constituents, deserve that. And so with that, I'm going to hand off to Mike, but thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Capriglione and the committee for giving us a chance to speak today. Excuse me. My name is Michael Murphy. I'm president of Texas Children's Health Plan. We serve approximately 450,000 Medicaid lives in the Harris and Northeast service delivery areas, as they're called. Our primary location is in Houston with offices in Tyler and Beaumont. The Texas Children's Health Plan has been in the managed Medicaid program since its inception, 25 or so years. We joined in order to develop a closer connection to the population that Texas Children's was already serving and look for ways to better serve that same population going forward. Today, of course, we're the largest health system, children's health system in the United States, something that all Texans can certainly be very proud of, and certainly we are at Texas Children's. What I want to talk about is make a few comments about the current procurement and then speak to my primary remarks on how we can create or establish a more effective program in Texas on a go-forward basis. If you look at the current procurement that's on the table and the significant sort of impact of what will take place, as already has been stated, the years of commitment and investment made by the plans, particularly those here at this table and others probably in the room, those investments will disappear. That includes providing support financially and otherwise to the community-based organizations that exist in our communities that are fundamental to the safety net network that Medicaid members rely on for day-to-day support. In addition to that, not to mention the elimination of jobs, several hundred jobs in our case, and with the collection, I'm sure there are a few thousand jobs that would disappear as part of this if we're not allowed to continue in the process. We spoke earlier about continuity of coverage is not the same as continuity of care. One of the questions from the panel asked about that. As was mentioned a moment ago, over 2 million members, roughly, about 50% of the current Medicaid population is going to be disrupted, which means they're going to lose their existing coordination lifelines, as we call them, because those care coordinators are employees of the health plan. Yes, members continue to keep their benefits. They can go from one provider to a new provider. Yes, the state requires that if you have authorization for so many services or so many visits with the provider, that has to be moved from your plan to the new plan if they actually change health plans. But that has nothing to do with the care coordinator that they work with to make sure they get access to care on a regular, everyday basis. Those connections will be broken. Those families who are already struggling, we have to remember we're talking about poverty and all the other impacts, not just health care that they're struggling with on a daily basis. They'll have to rebuild those relationships from scratch, and that is not an easy thing to do, particularly if you have a high-intensity child that has consistent chronic conditions that have to be dealt with in the healthcare environment. None of these things, needless to say, are good for the Medicaid population, and certainly they're not good for the state of Texas. Any procurement that awards contracts to the lowest performing plans and excludes the highest performing plans, as we all represent, is obviously flawed, and the courts at this point have agreed to that characterization. So how do we establish a best value program, which is what I believe the statutes in Texas law require HHSC to produce? Well, in most procurements, price is a major factor in what you determine as to who you're going to pick as somebody you would have as a provider of the service that you're procuring. That is not the case in healthcare, and it certainly is not the case in Medicaid. We are a community-rated state. So what does that mean? That means we add up all the costs across the entire state, we divide it by the number of members that exist, and we come up with a price that everybody gets paid. And that price is adjusted based upon the acuity, which means the severity of illness that each of the members has and the particular population that you attract. And as children's-based health plans, we tend to attract the most intense kids, the most intense families with conditions that other people simply are not equipped to handle. So if price is not a consideration in a bid process, in a procurement process, what would you consider? Well, the first obvious thing is what's the quality of the product or service that you're actually trying to acquire? The second is what's the demonstrated performance of the entities that you would potentially sign contracts with? It's not about what they promise you, as was mentioned a moment ago. Our goal is performance over promises. The member satisfaction, and what's the member satisfaction been? What's the provider satisfaction been? You know, then of course you get into the basic things of what's your infrastructure, what's your network look like, do you have adequate coverage, those kinds of things. Those are all vitally important required criteria. As we heard before, and it was clear in the hearings that were held, that quality and demonstrated performance certainly was not a factor in what was considered as part of scoring of the RFPs and who eventually was awarded contracts or intended to award contracts, as we've seen today. In an open application approach, HHSC would be required to step up and actually enforce accountability. That's one of the things that we are promoting strongly that we think is lacking in the state, and set the bar at a level that maintains the value that Texas requires. Just take a moment to address a couple of the key questions about an open application approach. There were a couple of statements made earlier that simply don't make any sense. One is that we would have a flood of plans coming into the state. Well, if you know anything about healthcare on a national basis, and if you look around, all the major players in the United States are already in the state of Texas. They're already here with contracts with the state. There aren't more to come. We had a couple new people apply through the last RFP that may like to be here, but you're not talking about another 10 applications. You're not talking about another, even as many as probably 5 health plans that would come to Texas. It's not an increased burden to the state to administer more plans. Give people the choice. If HHSC decides that they in fact see something they think is more innovative or want to bring to Texas, they can choose to do that whenever they choose to do it, in whichever area of the state that they choose to do it. To say that plans would come in and only spend their money on marketing to build membership and not spend money on innovation, that's also, history doesn't prove that out. If you're not an innovative plan and can't provide extra value to the state of Texas, why would the state of Texas ever approve an application for a plan like that to come into our state? And in fact, the national plans that are here, if you believe they're more innovative than the local plans, there's no reason in the world why they would not bring whatever innovation they have in any other part of the country to the state of Texas, because it's going to benefit them to do so, to be more competitive. The issue of competition is a big issue. We don't believe for a moment that going to an application process where the state has complete control over when and who comes into the state creates any less competition. In fact, we would say, if competition is what you want, put it on us, bring it on. I mean, you don't achieve more competition by excluding the top performing plans in the state, particularly those sitting here at this table. By doing that, you reduce competition, you lower the overall quality of the program across the state, you disrupt the continuity of care. As I mentioned, the overall value of the program goes down. None of the results are in the best interest of the state of Texas. Instead, what you do is you take your best performers and you make them the standard for performance in the state. You know what can be achieved based on the constraints that you have in serving any Medicaid population in any part of the country. But that's the approach that we would take. I talked a moment ago about innovation. So if at any time the state feels that they can achieve a better result, what can they do? They can, number one, raise the bar for required performance, whatever they choose. They can solicit proposals from others that they believe can deliver what is lacking in the state. You don't need to disrupt the current program, the current safety net, to be able to do that. Our goal is to say, build on what works, build on the strength that we already have in place. You don't have to swap out plans to get a better deal. There is no better deal when it comes to price. The price is still the same regardless of who comes in or how many there are. If you think that we're not innovative enough, bring in people that can do that. You're not prohibited from doing any of that as part of the state's process. There's nothing that says that they have to accept any person who fills out an application for any service area in the state if they think putting them in is going to put that service area at risk. They have complete control over the process. Because since we haven't gotten to those details yet, how the process would actually work, that'll be determined down the road if in fact there is legislation to support that kind of an approach. Lastly, what I'll say is at Texas Children's, we only serve children and expectant moms. It's who we are. We are not in the employer-based insurance business. We are not on the exchange. We only do Medicaid as it's defined in the state of Texas. The people who work for us serve children and their moms, and we would say, along with my comrades here, no one does it better. It's why we have nearly 50% market share in the market that we're in when there are five plans to choose from, but we are still at 50%. That says a lot, not only about consumer choice, but the quality of who we are, and what we represent. We also get nearly 50% of the auto assignments, and the auto assignment criteria is established by the state. It's not established by us. They determine who the highest performing plan is in the market, and they get the most auto assigns, which means when a member doesn't pick a plan, they auto-assign them to a plan. They want to give them to the most effective, highest performing plans in the marketplace, which we are one, very fortunately. Lastly, I'll say our mission at Texas Children's Health Plan is to create healthier futures for children and women in the areas that we serve. We're all about that. We align perfectly with Medicaid, have since the beginning. So I appreciate you listening to my comments, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you. Representative Olcott.
Yes, Ms. Love, thank you for being here. Thank you for all of y'all for being here. So you mentioned earlier in your testimony that you felt like they weren't following the law, and were you referring maybe more specifically to Rider 20? Is that your understanding? Or I know they actually were found in the courts to supposedly broken. The HHSC was found to have broken like 13 different laws. But is the law that you were referring to that maybe that affects you the most is they weren't following Rider 20?
I would say that's one of maybe 3 or 4 that
Okay.
I think are important. They were required to develop those benchmarks and use those to assess the performance of plans.
Sure.
They put out a draft report several years ago. We performed very well under that draft report, but we've not seen a subsequent one yet, and those were not used as part of the procurement process. Sure. There are other preferences, considerations in the law that say things like you must consider different plans for different kinds of populations. I would argue to you that for a population that is more than 85% children, that there's nothing better as an option for those families than a children's hospital-based health plan.
Sure.
There was also the requirement that we have successfully to contract with MCOs who have successfully implemented quality initiatives. Yet that wasn't a question in the RFP, sure. Nor were the results of the quality improvement plans that we submit to the state every year looked at as part of their selection process. So there are a number of criteria that I think they failed to follow.
Okay. Do you think in your particular case, did Cook's Children, who did they lose the contract out to? Who ended up getting that contract?
So the result of this procurement was what I like to call a winner takes all. The top 4 scoring plans, 3 of whom you just heard from, sure. The 4th was, I'm sorry, United. Sorry, thank you. So the top 4 scoring plans got to pick their top 7 service areas, and they all ranked the highest population areas among their top 7. So those 4 plans essentially swept the table And so we lost to those 4 plans.
Okay. Do you support repealing the Government Code 533.004 that mandates contracts? Do you feel like that would lead to a more competitive market?
So in the Tarrant service area, there is not a mandatory contract
Okay.
award. So I don't have to
Yeah,
compete
that
against
question
them.
maybe is more appropriate for the people that work in the Houston area.
I think
So that, Mr. Murphy, you work in the Houston area.
That's
Is that
correct.
something that would have an effect on procurement in your case?
I haven't looked to see the specific performance of the plan, how they would compare the last RFP proposed results. Certainly, if that was taken away, they would be subject to the same criteria the rest of us would be subject to. Beyond that, we've not really offered any position on mandated contracts, whether they're the value or not. I know early on when the Medicaid program was originally started, and I was in Texas then with the Mercy system, and we were one of the first plans. It was important at that point in time to have mandatory contracts in order to get the program off the ground and get it established and get enough volume in each of the markets to really have a viable program for the long term. I think whether that's still something necessary is a question the state will need to respond to.
Yes, sir.
Representative Volkott, if I
Yes, sir.
might, we also do not have a mandatory plan, so we don't necessarily have a particular position. But what I will say in linking it back to this procurement, though, is that the agency, when Representative Frank had a meeting earlier, or I guess last summer now, the agency very clearly said this was a statewide procurement. Meaning if you look at who won this, they're the big plans, right? Anyone that could come in and pick any section of the state and just, it became very much almost a sweep of national plans. Okay. And so before we even get to the mandatory issue of being the problem, I think the procurement problem for this committee is more so of why are we completely abandoning diversity of plans, right? That we have a procurement model that would have run out every local plan out of the state. And so the mandatory, I would say our organization's not, we believe in competition. It obviously is not necessarily a free competitive provision. But before we get to that, I think we need to discuss why are the local plans disfavored in this procurement process? Why are we not looking for local solutions who are tuned in to everything you guys want for your communities?
Okay, thank you.
Representative Kane.
Yeah, Ms. Love, I'm trying to understand why Cook's Children would, be impacted if you didn't have a health plan, and why Medicaid patients, would not have access to Cook Children's hospitals. Trying to understand, what the hospital's done to plan to stop. Are you planning to stop taking Medicaid dollars?
No.
Okay.
I want to be clear. Cook Children's Physician Network, Cook Children's Medical Center will remain Medicaid providers in the Tarrant service area. And so the Medicaid companies that are offered in our service area will continue, their patients will continue to be able to come to our facilities.
Okay.
What you're missing, I think, is the integrated care that we offer. My doctors, my hospital administrators, we're all employed together, right? We share the same electronic health record information, right? We don't have to call and ask for the information on what the child's lab values are or what's been going on with that child. We have the ability to see that information already, so there's no delays in the care, and we are able to collaborate with our colleagues to make sure that those families get the best possible care. You heard about those very intense relationships. We get the sickest of the sick kids, right? Mm. They choose our health plan, and then they get a service coordinator whose job it is to learn that family inside and out, what their needs are, and how we can best help them, and then that becomes their best friend, right? That helps them
Ms. Love,
navigate the system.
Just about the committee, it's a long one. I know you were opening up with that. So just to reiterate, so you're just because you don't get a contract, you're not planning to stop doing Medicaid, but do you plan to stop contracting with other Medicaid health plans?
We have contracts with several of the Medicaid health plans today. I know of no plans to discontinue those contracts.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Representative Tinderholt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you guys for being here today. I'm going to go backwards. I had asked questions in a certain order before, but the first question I kind of want to ask is about basically the contracts that are, what do they call them again? What's the word?
Mandatory.
Mandatory contract. I kind of want to ask what you think about the mandatory contracts. Are all three of you guys have mandatory contracts?
No, we do not.
Do one of you, any of you? Okay.
None of us.
I'd like to know what you think about mandatory contracts and innovation and whether they're healthy for the end user, for the state, for taxpayers. And I'll start with you, sir.
As somebody said in an earlier panel, he wished he had one. We don't really sort of feel that way. We're not afraid of competition. We're good at what we do. We'll stay good at what we do. It doesn't inhibit, if we had one, would it be different? I would hope to think not, but you never know. I mean, when you have a guaranteed income stream, guaranteed business, does it make you more lax? It depends on the person that's involved and what their attitude is and what their goals and missions are. So beyond that, do I think it's does it lessen the competition? The only way to know that is to look at the comparison of everything from quality scores to performance scores and see if there really is a difference between the mandatories and not. I think that might answer the question. We've not done that. The state kind of does that on their own. The procurement process had a scoring mechanism that they used, and they ranked the plans with a whole variety of criteria that they used. So I've not been in a state before either that has mandatory contracts. I've run health plans probably a dozen states all over the country, and another half a dozen been involved in RFP processes. And this is the first one I know that still does that these days. But other than that, what we do know is the plans that have the contracts today are a vital part of the safety net for the Medicaid population in the system. If there was a change in the status, would it make a difference to the state? Certainly if those providers, those health plans went away, it would make a difference to the state. I think that's really the main question to ask, and those are my thoughts at the moment.
Thank you.
So somewhat to what I spoke to earlier about it, it is certainly not a preferred mechanism. We don't like a mandatory mechanism sitting in statute. But again, until the procurement process is improved so that it recognizes the importance of local involvement. When it comes specifically, sir, to your question about innovation, the staff, the people who fill these health plans are from the community. Right, these are your team, you pull straight out of that community. So when it comes to innovation and helping people, the front lines of your health plan is as dedicated and passionate as anywhere you're going to get, and innovation comes out of that. It's not necessarily competition driven, maybe like a normal competitive market, but I would argue that those people in those health plans care as much for their community as anyone, because these are their neighbors. Now, again, I don't believe the mandatory mechanism's the right way to do it. I completely disfavor it, but I certainly don't think it gets them off a hook of any type of innovation or anything. I think it's in their DNA, just as us.
And that's a good way to put it. I believe there was, as was alluded to earlier, I believe there was a time and a place when that was an important consideration for the state to have those mandatory contracts. I believe the program has matured to the point that all of us should be expected to meet the same performance standards.
Okay. You know what's interesting that I've noticed so far is the tone and tenor of the three of you is significantly different than anyone that I've questioned or listened to today. I don't know any better way to say it than that. You guys seem like you're giving genuine, honest answers, answers of community, and helpful. I feel like your answers are very honest, integrity driven, even if it doesn't benefit you or your company. I'm literally listening to people that are answering our questions and answering them that I feel honestly, and I want to say thank you for that.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Because there's billions of dollars, right? And the state spends a lot of money, and I feel like you guys aren't trying to protect your space, you're just giving answers. One of the other questions I'd ask the other folks, and we'll start back over on this side again, so you're kind of on the hot seat because you have to answer first, but.
No problem. I've been there before.
how do you feel about the contracting process versus allowing everyone in and letting the individual, I'll say clients, the recipients of the benefits choose? How do you feel about it? Because we're trying to figure out long-term what to do. What are your thoughts about that?
I think make sure you can hear me, I tend to be soft-spoken. I think it's still the choice of the individual who qualifies for Medicaid to pick the plan that they want to pick. The question is, are there enough choices and strong enough choices to pick from to really serve their needs? It's fairly well known that the primary reason that people would pick a health plan, the first question is my doctor in the plan or not? Whether that's a specialist, whether that's a primary care physician, whatever it might be. Secondary to that, it may be, if I don't know anybody, what do my friends think? What do my neighbors think? What do other people that I know are in the program think? They go to different places. And physicians do commonly, patients will ask their physicians, who should I pick? So in terms of choice, how many more plans are going to come into the state if we had an open application process versus a strict bid controlled process? As I mentioned before, it's going to be very few in terms of an increase, but you can have the best of the best here in Texas. That's what I think what we want to achieve in Texas is to be able to do that. We're not going to be overrun with applications. We're not going to be overrun with people that don't deserve to be here, but it does require HHSC to step up and actually apply criteria and hold plans accountable. There are states that have thrown plans out. One happened just in the last 30 days. They lost their NCQA accreditation. They were the largest plan in the state. I believe it was in Maryland, and they are now, all their members are being reassigned to other plans. There's a graduated process that CMS uses for Medicare Advantage to take people out of play. If you don't meet the criteria that the state has, the first thing they start to do, they'll sanction you, charge you fines, things like that. Then they'll shut off your membership. They'll shut off any auto assignments, and then they eventually tell you you can't say anything to anybody, and we're going to reassign your members to somebody else, and you're essentially done in the state. So the state has to be willing to do that, because this is not, it's not like being a federal judge. We have a lifetime appointment. That's not what we're expecting to see, and that may speak as well to the question of mandatories. We're not afraid of competition. We think bring people in if they really do have a better mousetrap, and Texas wants them, bring them on. But you're going to find in most cases that's not the case. So those are my thoughts about it. I think, as I said, there are plenty of choices today. We shouldn't allow people to come in and just focus on, I only want to go into Houston or Dallas or San Antonio or whatever. You have to be required to pick up underserved areas or the ones that are lesser served to make sure that's part of the criteria for somebody coming on board. Why would you bring in somebody else and let them have a contract with you if they weren't willing to do that? It doesn't make any sense.
Let me add one piece to that, and for each person. So if the state has standards of conduct, standards of service, if we already have that, I think part of the question I should have been more specific on is, is a 2-year process and the hours and days and weeks of processing the applications, is it worth it to have HHSC with all the full-time employees going through all these and doing all of it? Or would an open process be easier? Would we get the same results?
Let me answer the first part first. I'm not sure about the answer to the second, if we get the same result. It's no more cost. If you are deciding, if you believe that your plan is fine the way it is today, you don't need more entrants, you're not looking for more people because you have underserved populations or whatever the motivation might be, you don't need to go out and solicit proposals. It doesn't need to be, you can just apply whenever you want. The state can post a notice that says, we're open for proposals from plans to come into the state to serve our Medicaid population. They don't have to do it every year. They can do it whenever they choose to do it, when they think it's right for the state of Texas. It's not an automatic sort of thing. It could be, but it depends on how it gets designed. So when you have people come in, it's really sort of for that purpose. Sorry, I'm trying to lose my train of thought. Can you repeat your question again?
I probably asked too many at one time.
That's all right.
I'm sorry.
I should have made a note.
Basically, it was, and if we allow just the open program where there's not, the RFP and the 2-year process, will it decrease,
Yes.
the quality of the service to the
It won't-
end user?
Okay, thank you. It shouldn't decrease anything related to the quality of the result that comes out of the process. It won't cost the state more money. It'll cost probably the state less money, it's our belief, to have an open process where when you decide you want to have people apply, they can apply. You're not reevaluating 15 RFP responses and spending millions of dollars and thousands of hours to do that and hiring lots of additional consultants to work for the state to help you figure out, does this answer make sense or not make sense, and get together and come up with some sort of consensus scoring mechanism to make it work. That would all essentially be eliminated. They just evaluate those that come in at the time that they choose to bring them on board. So with that, no, it doesn't cost the state more money. There's no reason to lower the standards under any circumstance. They should get just as high a quality plans that already exist. In fact, at a minimum, the highest quality plans in your market should be the benchmark for letting anybody come into the state. You can look at your highest performing plans. You don't need to look at your middle or your low performing plans. Start at the top, because that's the bar you want people to hit. If they don't, why would you bring them into the state? You're not improving the overall performance of the state.
Representative, you have more?
Did you?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Through all of us.
I want the three of them to be able to answer, and you don't have to answer every single part. If he already answered it, just give us your piece.
Sure, and I guess now, we have choice now. Right? Every member can jump at any point. What they don't have is a wide selection. They've got the 3 or 4 plans who are kind of holding on to that SDA, and that's their choice. I think what you heard earlier about this massive fear of the rural areas not being served, I think that's those companies' opinion of what their behavior is, and I think that's as far as it goes. For them to suggest that other health plans, particularly those dedicated to their communities, would bail out on a rural area. I represent Corpus Christi, the Nueces area. 2 of the national plans that won our area ranked us the very last of their choices, right? They don't want to come there, but we live there. We call it home. And so I absolutely disagree that the rural areas would find themselves with lack of choice or lack of anything. And equally important is that the reason the state right now can't adjust our service delivery areas is because everyone has a vested interest in each section, right? No one wants to lose what they have now. If it's a competitive model where you can go to any service area you would like to, the state can draw those lines so that they actually reflect the referral patterns, the care patterns in our state, as opposed to what we have now. Because if you look at the map, it's crazy. But the point being, I think what it would actually do is increase the ability of the state to respond to its needs and in turn serve those members better.
Just one additional comment before you speak, Karen, if you don't mind. The state currently, we go through a evaluation process. Most states do it every 3-4 years, something like that. They come in and look at everything. They open the doors, they talk to our people. We go through a complete evaluation to see, are we actually performing according to the contract and holding us accountable? It's sort of in some fashion, you could say, well, the RFP process maybe does that to get people in. But because we're still doing that, there still is a process that they go through that's not going to stop to come in and evaluate everything every health plan does, to validate that the information that they're getting from us is in fact true and correct and accurate, that the claims that we make about our performance are in fact true and accurate and consistent. So the question becomes, when somebody doesn't meet the standard, or if those standards aren't strong enough, let's strengthen those standards. As I mentioned, we're not afraid of the competition. We're not afraid of the performance requirements. Bring it on to us. We can certainly deliver. We've proven that in the past. But there's no reason to think that under an application approach that somehow that there's going to be a letdown in the performance of the plans in the state.
I'll just add 2 comments to what my colleagues have already said. This has been a really tough thing to explain to my 400 employees. They're like, what did we do wrong, right? And so when I'm talking with them, one of the things that I will say is that the result of this procurement, which would in our service area award 4 national plans, has given our families a choice of 4 flavors of vanilla. There's not a whole lot of difference between the national plans. They don't, without a local option, they really don't have a meaningful choice of plans. And that's what I think our families deserve. And I think that you can get that by opening up the market to competition. The other thing to your question about the time and the work and the 2 years worth of effort that goes into this process versus an open process, I would much rather see the state's energy spent on creating and enforcing those benchmarks and allowing us as the health plans to focus on meeting those metrics and serving our members.
Thank you. And before I give up my time, I want to reiterate, thank you for the demeanor and the honest answers and the integrity in your answers, because it shows that you guys are trying to help us make the process better, and you're not, I feel like you're not trying to hide anything, and you're saying things that may not be helpful to your exact cause sometimes, which is very important to us. So thank you.
Yeah. Representative Rodriguez Ramos.
And to that, you guys have spoken more about the litigation that you're part of than Aetna, who's not part of it, refused to even comment on. So that's interesting. That's very interesting. Mr. Murphy, you talked a little bit about, I think you referenced a corrective action plan in terms of clinical quality and referencing that that should be part of a process if there were any issues. Could you speak a little bit about corrective action plans? Like, what is that part of the process that HHSC incorporates when they're looking at different agencies they're working with or groups?
Sure. Corrective action plans are commonplace in the Medicaid industry around the country. Anytime the state determines, in Texas, Texas is one of the more, I was going to use the word invasive, but that's probably not a good word to use, more integrated into health plan operations than most other states tend to be. I mean, they're really right there watching everything you do and trying to tell you what to do. They're micromanagers from a state perspective. But when a lot of the data we have is self-reported to the state. If they see something that we self-report that says you're out of compliance, they will issue a corrective action plan to us. And internally in our organization, I'm sure some of the others, we have basically regulatory corrective action plans, which ones came from the state. We have internal corrective action plans for things that we want to improve in our own performance, excuse me, internally. But we get issued that from the state. I don't remember exactly how it all works, but we have so much time to basically comply with what we're out of compliance with, is what that corrective action plan is based upon. That, and what happens during and follow-up to that, we get a fine, basically, called liquidated damages that the state automatically assesses us for not having met that performance standard. So in addition to paying those fines, and it goes on as long as the non-compliance is there, we have so much time to be able to complete the correction for the corrective action plan. If you don't do it within a certain amount of time, then the state can come in and begin to tighten more sanctions and declare you being out of, basically a breach of your contract, which means they have the right to terminate your contract over time. Karen, you may be able to speak more specifically to the timelines if I didn't quite get it all.
Yeah, the only other thing I would say is that, let's say that I'm being given a corrective action plan because my call center didn't answer phone calls quickly enough. And so I'll develop a plan of how I'm going to fix that problem, right? I not only have to implement those actions, but in that particular instance, the state will want to see 3/4 of solid performance before they will release me from that corrective action plan, in addition to the liquidated damages that I will receive for whatever time period I was not in compliance.
Okay. And so, and we don't, those weren't necessarily corrective action plans, or the amount or the quality of this corrective action plans were not necessarily part of the procurement application.
No, the state did not
the
look at
factors.
how many corrective action plans have they issued to us over the term of our contract. That was not part of the consideration.
And so if there was an issue, they would have issued corrective action plans, not just terminated contracts, unless, of course, this process was flawed. So Cook, you all had 1 STAR CHIP contract, and now you have 0. And then Driscoll, you had 2, and now you have 0? And then Texas Children's had 2, and now they have 0?
We currently have the Star and CHIP contract that would go away as part of this procurement, and we just rebid the Star Kids proposal, which has not progressed to a point of determining winners and losers at this point.
Okay. Could you explain a little bit, how this really affects the end user, the client, the patient, the family member, or the person who's using the services? I was on Medicaid in a past life, and I didn't know anything. I mean, it's difficult for us to keep up with all of this terminology. I remember I was young, I was uneducated. I just knew I was on Medicaid, and I could go to this place and get this prenatal service, and then go to this hospital and get service there. And I took the bus with my grandmother every day, and it was just something that I knew that I had, that my baby was going to be okay. I'm concerned that you talked about prenatal care in the specific community that you serve, and I imagine a lot in this space are like I was, uneducated, unable to navigate this. So what does it look like for that individual who now they're no longer on this, you're no longer part of their plan? Like, what does it actually look like every day? Somebody who goes and gets their prenatal care, they have to go to a different provider. What does it look like for the common working poor who now no longer have this plan under any of your plans?
I'll take a first try at that. So it sounds like yours was a relatively uncomplicated pregnancy, right?
Yes.
I would tell you that roughly 40% of the pregnant women that we serve are determined to be high-risk pregnancies, which means they need some extra hand-holding to make sure that they get the services that they need, that they get a referral to a maternal fetal medicine specialist if they need that. We now have responsibility for transportation. We could have made sure that you got an Uber ride instead of a 3 buses to get to your appointment, right? What you're going to continue to get the medical care that you are entitled to. Again, the benefits, regardless of who's on your insurance card, the benefits are the same. What you don't get, in my mind, is the caring, knowledgeable service coordinators who are there to make your life easier. Many of our families, they're struggling to fill 2 jobs, right? They're struggling to put food on the table. Getting their kids a well-child visit may not be the most important thing on their list this week. So how do we make that the easy thing for them to do, right? How do we help them get to a PCP that'll see all of their kids for their well visits all on the same day, if that's what makes it easy, so they only have to take 1 day off from work, right? That's the kind of personalized service coordination, care coordination that you get with the plans that really know their communities, what the resources are, and where the services that they need can be obtained.
So when they removed your contract, now I used to take a 15-minute bus ride, and I knew that if I leave work this time or I have a babysitter for this time, I knew I could go there, and this is a time allotted because I don't have time or money. So an individual now in this space would have to go to possibly a different provider on another side of town, who then I have to reintroduce everything over and over again, and then they're only going to service 1 or 2 of my kids. Now I have to go somewhere else, whereas I used to go to one place, and as working poor, life is hard enough. So now that's what this means when they're not renewing these contracts for working families?
That's correct.
And I would just add, unfortunately, we can't fully answer that question because the agency didn't take that look. They didn't look at our networks. They didn't look at who's coming in and substituting in behind us. So we don't know who your provider might be, because that new plan may not have that provider. And exactly what you're saying, you might have to uproot your whole kind of health schedule and plan to change it to another network. We don't know the answer. The agency doesn't know the answer. No one knows that answer because the question wasn't asked. And that's part of the fundamental flaw of this procurement, is they didn't look at delivery of health care services at the local level.
Wow. Thank you so much.
Representative Curry.
Thank you, Chairman.
Representative Curry, I'm sorry, and then
Who?
Curry.
Oh, I apologize.
And then, sorry.
Okay, well, I wasn't going to do this, but Ms. Love, is David Cook in any way related to the Cook?
I don't believe so. He represents the Mansfield area, which we have facilities in, but I don't believe your name is on any of our buildings.
Okay, well, I was just want to make sure, since he was trying to cut in line ahead of me, I thought I might as well ask that question. I wouldn't have asked it otherwise, but we need a little levity in here at the moment. and
We
I think
do.
you're- Yes, sir. I'll stick.
Do you have more questions?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, well, shocked. Go ahead,
That was
Representative
it.
Curry.
Yeah, okay. First and foremost, to ditto all of my colleagues, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for being transparent and for your comments. I will tell you that realize that it's a long day and this is a painstaking process, and it's probably going to be more painstaking for a lot. It needs to be. It appears that this committee should be very involved in things that are going on, and I'm pretty sure we will, in multiple ways. I guess I'm going to go point by point with different ones of you on different things. I've been waiting for my colleagues to ask questions, and they always do a great job, so I kind of cross mine off as I go. But I'm going to go to Texas Children's. So first and foremost, it appears you had and Driscoll as well, actually, you had the best score even of this crazy scoring system that we still haven't figured out. You have the highest percentage of coverage and highest percentage of participation, and you are seemingly a very good provider. Are you a nonprofit?
Yes, we are.
Okay, so in your case, similar to Cook, not to be confused, in your case, do you reinvest your profits from being an MCO back into the community?
Absolutely. We, last year during the transition from the public health emergency to not and the redeterminations, we lost a substantial amount of dollars in that process. But when we earn money, it goes back into the community. It doesn't go out of state, doesn't go anywhere else. It goes into the local community that we serve at Texas Children's.
Are there any, and I'm going to ask all three of these questions. Are you a nonprofit as well, sir?
Yes.
Okay, so, yeah, please, and I'm going to ask all three of you this question in one form or another, but at the same time. Do any of you have a for-profit piece or part that participates in money coming from these MCO contracts?
Not at Texas Children's, we do not.
No, sir, we do not. I'm trying to get my head around exactly the questions. My apologies.
No, sir, we do not cook.
Okay, so you're truly nonprofits,
Yes.
right? And there's no hidden agenda, there's no hidden profit motive somewhere else. So when you do have an MCO contract, it appears to me that what you would be doing is for any differential that you would get from the MCO contract versus just straight Medicaid, or using an MCO, somebody's making a profit, or these 17 companies wouldn't be here doing this stuff.
That's correct.
I've got to be correct about that.
That's correct.
And the fact is that in your cases, all three of you were taken out of this equation, even though you represent a really interesting niche and a great niche for where we need to be investing our money with maternal and children's care from the beginning, in the very beginning of life, and prenatal as well. And so I don't want to sound like I'm preaching, other than I want to make sure that every dollar that you would make by having any advantage over being an MCO would go back into the community and in lowering our costs as the state of Texas and the federal government, for that matter. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yes, sir,
100%?
that is correct.
Okay.
And instead, we've increased the number of lives that are going to be covered by national companies, and those investments will leave the state of Texas.
Okay, so I asked, I'm guessing that all you were here when I was asking questions earlier, and when other questions were being asked. But I asked about PBMs, right? Do y'all have, you don't have in-house PBMs being a nonprofit, correct?
No, sir.
No, we do not.
Okay, so when another MCO is involved in your situation, and do you have pharmacies?
We have contracts with a PBM, an independent PBM, who pays the pharmacies on our behalf.
Okay, and all of you, I assume the same answer. I'm
In
I'm
fact-
driving at some,
In fact, we use the same PBM, all of the
We
community-based
came
plans
together
in
to do a
Texas.
single procurement
Yeah.
for our PBM process for all the community plans.
right, which then would, when you're able to use them and then that money is rebated back to you, you actually get the 340B. Do you get a 340B benefit?
Our hospitals can access the 340B program, right?
Okay,
And
yes.
because they get lower costs, our costs are lower, yes. We don't have the 340B directly at the MCO. It's the hospitals that have the access
We
to
don't
those
have a
preferred pricing.
340B relationship direct, but if the provider of care, whether it's a specialty pharmacy, whoever, has that and they bill us a lower cost, that cost comes through to us as part of our cost base, and that goes on to the state, so it saves the state money.
Okay, I'm gonna move to two other subjects, then I'm gonna go on. I mean, I'm gonna stop here in a few minutes, I promise, but the next subject is who's suing who here? So I'm trying to, I'm not a lawyer, and I know we have lawyers on this committee, but it appears, well, tell me that, and one of you answer me if you don't mind answering it.
Sure. I think what I'd like to say first is that there are 4 of us in the lawsuit. We all filed individual lawsuits. It was the judge's choice to consolidate us, right? So ourselves, Texas Children's, WellPoint, and Superior, our cases were combined by the judge. Because we were seeking the end result, we were all saying that the process, that the state did not follow the law. We might have had different arguments as to why we thought that was the case, but because we were pursuing the same end goal, the judge decided to consolidate our cases.
Okay, so then who are you suing?
We are suing the state of Texas. And I guess it's actually the executive commissioner in her capacity for not following the Texas law. I think there's a Latin phrase for it, ultra vires. It's acting outside the law that
Of her
says what she's
authority.
supposed to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Acting outside of her authority,
Okay,
granted by
so
the state.
maybe and again, I'm going to defer to Representative Cook, who does not own your parent plan, for this or to support me on this. But when I'm looking at the appeal anyway in this case, it appears to me that the appellant is also that one of the appellants is Cecily, obviously the state of Texas. One is Molina, and one is Aetna, and one as appellant parties in this case. Am I wrong about that?
They sought to be added to the case at the appellate level.
So they weren't part of the original case.
They were not part of the
added
original
at the
case.
appellate, but they are parties at the appellate level.
My understanding is the judge did not grant that request. So I don't know if you may have some more up-to-date information. I have to go
Okay,
back and look.
I'm just trying to get clarity on this
They-
piece.
they
I'm
attempted
sure I'll
to-
get more clarity here in a little bit. That's fine. I wasn't trying to go down a rabbit hole with that. I was really trying to figure out who was who in this whole thing. And I'm learning that. So now I'm down to the final point, which is we're here, turns out we're here for a lot of reasons, it appears, today that have come out. But we're here to fix a process. We want a good, solid process. And our job together and with everybody that we can bring in to talk about this is what is the right process? What is utopia? How do you get, what's the right way to run this process and not forget that we have hundreds of thousands of children and pregnant mothers and what have you that we're trying to take care of in the right place, in the right markets? There's so many questions that you could go into about what's the right process to do that with, and I'm sure that there's 100 different opinions or 10,000 of them on that. But there's also there is a right process, at least moving the needle towards getting to a right process. So I am going to ask each one of you to answer as concisely as you can. Okay. And I'm sure we're going to work together on this process, in the future. but in your minds, we've heard what went wrong. We've heard, you know, that you're what each of you do, and we've heard from the others as well. What's your takeaway? What's your you came here to say we want to fix this. We want to help the state of Texas fix this process, and you truly care about these children and women and everybody that you're taking care of. You truly care, and you're all nonprofits, which is awesome to me. That's exactly who I want to do business with. I'll tell you that as a state, a taxpayer. Tell me what is the right way to run this process as concisely as you can, and you can just go in order, but I'd love for each one of you to answer that.
Yeah, I could start, and I may take away some of your thunder based on what we've talked about. I think we believe that the starting point is to take the program as it currently exists, and as the starting point, the players are the players, and then begin to put in step-by-step gradual improvements to strengthen the program. So that means if you need more competition, you can bring in additional plans if you choose, based on the criteria that you're going to set up going forward to say you have to meet certain thresholds or you're not coming into the state of Texas. Texas has to determine what that is, and we can help them figure it out if we need to. There are plenty of national standards. We talked earlier about NCQA and HEDIS. Those are nationally publicized, standardized measures that are used for quality. Everybody does it in every state. It's used for Medicare, it's used for Medicaid, and the state can add whatever criteria they want to those things as the qualifying criteria to come into the state. It's not to take plans in and out of your program every few years because you can, or because you think it creates more competition. What you want is a solid foundation that you can build strength from, and that's what we're basically, I think, proposing, is that's the approach the state should take. Take the best of what we have, strengthen it, enhance it more, remove the stuff that doesn't work, remove the plans that aren't working, but continue to incrementally improve the program year over year. And those increments can be large steps, they can be small steps, depending on what the state's able to handle and what the plans can take on and actually invest in and do. If we take that approach, then as I said, new innovation comes out, we hear about something, we want to bring it to Texas, let's go get it. Nothing keeps us from doing that. In the meantime, a lot of the plans that are doing business around the country are already here, as I mentioned. Their innovation, their ideas should already be coming into the state of Texas automatically as part of them being here. We can create more incentives for more innovation or more quality enhancement over what we already have today. Of course, all of that requires, additional funding, and the cost of healthcare is not going down last time I checked. So that part of it is a big part. But I think taking the foundation we have and the parts that really work well, really strengthen those and build on that as a way to build a stronger, better program. And if people are coming in new, they should know what the expectations are and be able to live up to whatever those expectations are by contract, et cetera.
Structurally, I agree, he did get the thunder. But
what would you add to that?
What I would add is more so on the why. So in South Texas, most of my counties are a health shortage area, either in available providers or health resources. And so for me, a competitive environment that encourages any company, national company wants to come spend millions down in South Texas, come, because our communities need it. And so I am not hesitant to compete against them for lives, for Medicaid, for what's right for our community. But I encourage them, come. We need that kind of investment. We need this additive solution, as I said before. We don't need to just wipe the table clean of half the state and start over. And so for me, that would be the more so of the why. But to what Mike said, I agree with the approach.
I think the only thing that I would add is that first and foremost, we have to throw out this fatally flawed set of results, right? And we have to start over. And somebody asked earlier, well, doesn't that just mean you get to continue your contract? Yeah, I'm sorry it does, but there's no other alternative. You can't, it's not like we can turn the corner and just, all of a sudden have another MCO in place. We have to stay in place until the new system is put in place. So we have to throw out these results. I do believe that the approach that they've laid out is appropriate. Set the standards, keep those of us who meet the standards, bring in new players when we need innovations or some of us are not living up to our contracts.
So it sounds to me like, I mean, obviously, y'all have some really good ideas on this, and we want them. And we want anybody else that, constituent, Texan, anybody that has a better plan, a better idea, we want to hear it. We want to know. And so our committee stands ready to receive whatever information that y'all are happy to provide to us, and not just you, not just the three of you, but anybody else that may be watching or listening. I think it's important that we participate and get a process down and get it correct. It sounds to me like quality, obviously the quality measurement, and I'm sorry, Mr. Smith, would you please tell me, I didn't write down the name of the quality scoring system, or the website you said was out there?
Sure, it's the Texas Healthcare Learning Collaboratives portal. It's basically our performance indicator dashboard. And I should make sure, I'm not sure if I said this before, the statistics I was quoting you was specifically in STAR. While this is STAR and CHIP, when you add those populations together, STAR makes up 95% of that. So it's really, rather than cloud the numbers with CHIP, that not that they are important, but at that smaller size, they have a lot of volatility and swing the results. STAR is 95% of the population, and it's been almost a decade of information and trend.
So very, very quickly, earlier you used the term MFM. I'm with Representative.
Sure, it's maternal fetal met.
Yeah, okay, it is that. Okay, we Googled it, but just double checking it.
Yes.
She actually ChatGPT'd it, just so you know, I'm not throwing her under the bus.
Hey,
we do use AI in here.
You know what? I actually did the same to ask if performance should be part of a procurement, and it said yes, because it's indicative of what future behavior and.
So obviously, you all believe that the quality of care is extremely important in the measurement of quality and proper mannerisms. So that's something that we certainly want to know more about, how to measure it properly, what the best way to do it is, and so on and so forth. We're going to want some input back on that as well. Continuous care. So you brought it up, Mr. Murphy, and I do think that it's important for people to understand. As a business owner of multiple companies over the years, with health plans and a diverse group of people working in our companies, one of the first things we always did when we changed plans were look at, like, are the doctors that we're using today, that I'm using and my employees are using and their families are using, and the specialists and the hospitals and all, are they in the new plan? Or are they not?
Right.
Are they in network? Are they not? And that's always been an important driver in my decisions on who I was going to go to.
Sure.
And I'm not going to mention any names that might or may not be in this room, but I can tell you I've certainly seen a lot of plans of people that are bidding on these contracts over the years. Mm-hmm. And I've seen some big differences in them. So is in your view, do you think did you think it was taken into account in this process? And B, do you think that it was, do you think that should rank as a high priority for a measurement of something like that for anybody that would like to come in and as a priority for measuring a bid?
It was not, it was sort of considered and not considered in a way. Let me explain what that means. During the testimony, during the hearing, the current director of Medicaid said that because they have regulations in the state that requires certain things to happen as part of transition of care between health plans, that it wasn't a concern, essentially. That those regulations that people have to follow would in fact cause that to happen on its own. Because the plans have to do that to make the transition required, and you're required by law, essentially, because by contract, to make that happen. Does it happen in reality? Is the selection or availability of your current physician, particularly when you're in a distressed situation, which the majority of all of our Medicaid population is, or if you have a critically ill child where it's even more critically important, that's a vital thing. Is it likely that the physician you have today is going to be in some of the other plans? High probability, but all the other characteristics of that plan are the things that you don't know anything about. You're with a relationship today that you trust, that you understand. They do what they say they're going to do. They deliver what they say they're going to deliver. Is that going to be the case with a new plan? There's no way for you to know that, and there's no way for you to know what kind of care coordination you're going to get with the new people that you'll have to pick, or wait to find out who that is and see if they can even get along with you, let alone help you navigate healthcare for your child or your family.
I couldn't imagine, I'm gonna end with this, I just could not imagine being a pregnant young mother, Representative Ramos, and having to change doctors midstream because, and having to go through that without knowing that somebody that was in the state of Texas watching out for making sure that there was some plan for the continuity. So I thank you all for your time and effort. I know you're tired. I'm sorry, I will stop now. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Bojani, Vice Chair Bojani.
Thank you, Chairman.
Right.
Thank you so much for coming and testifying. I had a couple of questions. So do you think the procurement process has a bias for or against large MCOs?
You want to go first, or should I?
I'll take a stab. I think the particular scoring process used in this round of procurements had that bias. And I will say...
For or against?
For the national plans. Because, and I will say that component of the process was not subject to public comment and review. Yes, the best value criteria were out there, but the first time that we saw how the awards would be given in rank order of rank order of preference to the top winning plans, when the proposals were statewide proposals, by the time we saw that, it was a done deal. There was no way to have any influence on that mechanism.
Tell me again, like what part of the procurement process or RFP process made you think that it is for large national MCOs?
So the way it works is the national plans could submit a single proposal for all 13 service areas, right? They didn't have to submit one for Fort Worth, one for San Antonio, one for the Valley, right? They could submit one proposal. If that was a high-scoring proposal, then that plan then got their top 7 service areas in order of preference. And all of them ranked, I'm pretty sure, Houston #1, because it's the largest, then Dallas, then San Antonio, then Fort Worth, right? And so by virtue of submitting that one proposal that was not tailored to any of the communities that they serve, they won the 7 largest service areas in the state. And so I see that as a mechanism that biased the results towards the national plans.
So would you propose having separate regions?
I definitely think that proposals should have been considered at the service area level so that you could speak to the specific needs of that community, not generically across the state of Texas.
Still have one submission, but look at it case by case on region by region.
Yes, there's no other states that I know that use this methodology. You have to bid on a specific service area that you want to actually support, you actually serve, and it's done area by area. There are some states, because the entire state is managed Medicaid, will do a statewide. That's their process, but it's not, if you're the highest score, then you can pick and choose whichever ones you want, and which then, of course, fills up, because there's a cap at present, it fills up the number of plans. So the local plans could easily get shut out simply because the other plans already filled up the number of options. There are 4 choices in an area, or 3 choices in an area, and the top 3 national plans pick those because they were the top scorer, then you're out of luck.
Okay. Second question I had was, one of you suggested that any health plan that should be able to go in any area of the state, they should not be able to pick and choose. I think you probably made that comment, right? That they should be open to going any part of the state. Is that correct?
What we're saying, I think, is it's at the state's discretion to decide when they want to have any particular area of the state to open applications for that area. They set the rules. So if they have an area that particularly is underserved, or they simply don't like what's going on, they want to improve it in some manner, and I think they can do that by bringing in another health plan, then they should do exactly that.
How easy is it, let's say if somebody's in Fort Worth, to pick up and then, I don't really know what the process is, but then go to an underserved area in the state?
What we probably would recommend is, if you're going to allow somebody to come in that's not here, that wants to be in one of the major metropolitan areas because they find that to be the most financially beneficial, they should be required to pick up one of the underserved areas as part of that, or don't award them a contract. You can make those stipulations.
And the state would also have the ability to redraw the lines so that the underserved areas can be tagged on to an urban area. So you kind of have that commitment with the service area itself. You don't have to necessarily jump through too many hoops. You just draw the service area to make sure you're capturing any underserved areas.
Got it. I mean, if an MCO is investing so much in a particular region, let's say Fort Worth, and if they have to go somewhere else, they may not be able to serve that area, but they would not bid for it. And that's what the process is, right, I guess?
That would be a competitive model, yes.
Okay. And then the third question I had was, I think one of you also recommended that the agency should use state data and past performance in the procurement process, right? How would the out-of-state health plans compete if they were to use past performance in the state data?
I believe what we were suggesting, at least with the competitive market, is they would be able to come in. They would have to clear the regulatory hurdles, a certification hurdle, something that where they established their quality as a health plan. But then in a competitive model, they would have access to come on into the state. If you're talking about whether or not we revamp the current procurement process and include performance in still this kind of limited framework that we have now, you would probably have to make some sort of exception to understand how many, the certain, and it's a very limited number of plans that would want to enter the market. For me, I wish our agency cared more about Mineola than Minneapolis. I'm not worried about the people who aren't here in Texas. We've got plenty of health plans here, and we should be looking at how we empower them and enable them to serve our population. I'm not trying to shut the state down, but I really feel like we've thrown the entire baby out with the bathwater, and for that one little provision there of trying to allow people who essentially don't exist or barely exist access into the state, we've thrown out our best.
Similar to the current process, if you're not in the state and want to come into the state, you're going to rely on your performance in the states that you actually are in. If you're not in any state and you're new to Medicaid, that's a whole different environment. You're probably not going to be successful. And what happens is when markets become troublesome and certain plans begin to fail, they get acquired by bigger health plans, is what happens. New York's a perfect example. Molina's acquired probably 3 different health plans in the state of New York in the last 5 years because they were smaller plans, couldn't really survive. They made them a deal they couldn't refuse, and they acquired plans. Coming into Texas, at a minimum, the state should be able to say, you need to demonstrate to me that the quality that you produce in the markets that you're in, if you're not in Texas, if they're willing to allow, because they could say, if you don't have business in Texas, you can't come in, well, then you're never going to get anybody in Texas. So show me the performance for the same criteria we use in Texas in your market where you are today. That should be able to be demonstrated as a way to get your entry into the state of Texas. They should be able to do that.
Got it. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Representative Cook.
First question I have is for you, Mr. Murphy. Earlier, you referenced a national standard when you were talking about if there was, I think you were referring to the competitive model. Is that correct? When you were talking about a national standard that you said that could be utilized? You recall that?
I think I was talking about the NCQA HEDIS measures that we use for quality establishment.
Yeah, can you give me the layman's version of that?
Yeah, across all Medicare Advantage plans and Medicaid plans, most states, they use NCQA HEDIS measures. I'm not sure how many there are. I'm not as fluent as others might be here. To establish common practice things that are understood to be, if you do these things well, you're going to produce a high quality result. And there are quartiles that are established. Are you in the 25th or the 50th or 75th placement in terms of your performance? And then, of course, Medicare publishes STAR scores, 1 to 5, similar to Texas for Medicaid. We have STAR scores because it's an easy way for Medicaid members who know nothing about that to say, how do I determine if this is a good plan, a bad plan, an indifferent plan? Higher stars mean you're a higher quality plan or a higher performing plan, whatever criteria that the state uses. And those HEDIS measures are changed year over year. They put a few new ones in, take a few out. And typically in most states, they will add their own specific to their state or their particular regions of the state as additional quality measures that they want plans to pursue, particularly if there's some kind of weakness in the Medicaid program that they want to shore up, treating a certain type of patient a certain way or a certain kind of condition.
And are you saying NCQA, is that correct?
Yes, NCQA, National Committee for Quality Assurance.
Okay. All right, and then earlier, I believe you were talking about a correction action plan. Was it corrective or correction?
Corrective.
Corrective action plan. So if I were to ask you to give us the corrective action plan, I know you were talking about
Sure.
a different situation, but I'm
We call
going to
them
apply it
CAPS.
to
Just-
Medicaid.
We abbreviate and say CAPS.
Yeah, so I want to ask you to give us the corrective action plan for the Medicaid procurement process. And I know we've been talking about it, so I won't have you go all the way through that, but I kind of just want to dissect what it would take to do the competitive model that you were talking about. I know you said that NCQA would be part of that.
Yes.
And way back in 1999, the legislature, deregulated the electricity model and did power to choose, and so I mean, I'm not saying that that's apples to apples, but it at least is some type of a comparison where the state has dealt with a situation like this, deregulated it. People can go online and look at the different providers and make
Right.
their choice. And I heard one of you say that that's happening today somewhat, on a more limited basis. So as far as the 14 service areas, do y'all believe that that's the correct number of service areas? Do you think it should be less or those same
That's a
service
good
areas?
question. I haven't actually really thought much about that question.
Okay.
What I understood was when they were originally formed, and these two have been here in this time much longer than I, that there was consideration about underserved areas when those were formed, but I'll let them speak to that question more specifically.
So you know the Fort Worth market, right? It's a six-county area. None of the 6 counties are considered to be technically rural, but I would tell you that Parker and Hood and Wise are
For a little bit longer.
fairly rural in many terms, in terms of the providers that they have. And so I personally don't feel that there's a need to redraw those service areas, but if the agency they have the data to look at and see where patients are going, and if they think that all of the patients from, let's say, Mineral Wells are coming to Fort Worth, well, then let's expand that service territory so that it includes the Mineral Wells area. I think that's possible, but I don't have a strong opinion one way or the other that they need to do that at this time.
Yeah, so I mean, I guess the reason I ask is I want to make sure that if a competitive model was utilized, that you wouldn't have too many options, where you would not be overwhelming, a prospective mother or something of that situation. Because if you do have 20 providers, I guess right now there were 17 that participated in the procurement process. Is that right? And so it sounds like there's at least that many, and if others come. So, I mean, do y'all have any suggestions on how that would work? I mean, do you think everybody would be treated the same and across the state, or do you think it would be best if each provider would elect what service areas they wanted to provide services in?
I will tell you that our secret sauce at Cook Children's is because we have hospitals and clinics in those same service areas, right? That allows us to bring that integrated whole person care approach. If we were going to move to additional service areas, we would have to look at expanding the infrastructure that is available in those service areas.
And while you have the mic, as far as you talked about, Ms. Love, you talked about flaws in the improper scoring specifically. Can you talk a little more about that?
I wouldn't say improper scoring. I would say an untested scoring methodology, right? That mechanism by which plans were asked to rank order their service areas wasn't a problem for me. I only offered to serve, one service area, so it wasn't hard for me to rank them. But that process, and then awarding contracts on the basis of statewide bids, so that somebody could get the top 7 service areas. That's the part of the process that I think is particularly flawed and that was not subject to any kind of public review and comment period, as it should have been.
All right, so yeah, I probably misunderstood that. I thought you were referring to like the report cards. What do you think about the report cards, if that's the right term? You know, as far as, is
We
that,
support the report cards as being one of the standard, one of the standards that the state should set, right, in terms of how we should perform, because they incorporate member satisfaction, they incorporate our clinical quality.
but my
they
question
incorporate-
is, do you feel like there's a good objective report card process in place?
Yes, I do.
All right, that's all the questions I have. Thank you, Chairman.
Absolutely. Representative Rodriguez-Ramos.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, I want to go back to something that you mentioned. I don't have the witness list, but the one submission for the whole state. So each submission that these other plans submitted for the procurement process, there was nothing specific, so to say, because South Texas is different from Tarrant County, from whatever, they weren't awarded according to their regional, how they were able to address the regional specific needs for that area at all?
No.
I'm sure in their proposals, they, said a little something about San Antonio and said a little something about, Galveston, said a little something about Fort Worth, but no, they were not specifically asked to submit a proposal that was unique to each of the service areas.
Oh, my goodness. So there was no consideration for the investments that your plans have made within those communities, opening clinics and the goodwill that you have established in the community for whatever amount of years you've been in this. None of that was part of this procurement process, the goodwill that you all have with the community, the investments that you've had in that. Was that part of any of the consideration?
No, it's not.
No. And I would just add, it's even separated one step further because the agency didn't place the MCOs, they placed themselves. So the agency didn't, not only did they not ask the question, they didn't put so-and-so there. They did technically, right? The agency had to sign off on it, but the MCOs selected where they wanted to go, and it was a cascading effect. And the reason we say it was biased to statewide plans, because they could rank 1 through 14. And so if they didn't get 1 through 7, they might get the remainder or something like that. So they continued to fill every open slot as you work down the waterfall. And so for a health plan only picking 1 or 2 slots, you quickly run out of town.
Wow, and so they didn't consider the regional specific, this is the agency. HHSC said, we're not gonna look at if Ana Maria has to go to the local clinic, or now she has to drive 30 minutes or 40 minutes out because there's, now there's a new provider that she's gonna have to go to, that the member's now gonna have to drive 30 minutes out because there's limited providers within this plan. They didn't consider that. They didn't consider there's a local clinic that I could go to versus now I can't go to that local clinic. That was not part of the consideration in terms of
Well, I don't think the
accessibility.
provider, meaning the clinic itself, that necessarily, from the agency standpoint, they would assume that any MCO could come in and contract with that clinic. So I don't want it to sound like they were forcing members to necessarily go somewhere else. The shortfall was that they didn't look at the MCO's networks whatsoever.
Right.
So there's no way they could tell you that when I leave the Nueces region, whether the person that comes in is going to use my same network, whether your provider, your
Right.
doctor will be in that new network. They can't say that because they don't know.
or if I have to drive 30 minutes for a new provider outside.
Typically, there are standards on travel standards. I'm not saying the agency completely advocated all responsibility in that, but what they didn't study is really, it really cares nothing about your health network, meaning you as an individual. It's more so of saying, are all the statewide requirements in place in terms of time, distance, location, number of providers, but they do not have to overlap networks.
And they didn't consider any investments that were previously made in providing accessibility to people and to members in that community.
Certainly, every MCO was allowed to talk about our investments, so we can't say blanketly they didn't look at them. I think the bigger flaw in it is that these are sales pitches, right? No one's going into these talking about their failures, about where they've struggled and how they're going to overcome those. They're throwing the best stuff they got at the wall and seeing what the agency will buy into. And unfortunately, reality is the other side of the equation. If we've got some bad actors in bad places and that pops up, and there is no accountability for that in this procurement process.
And I'd like to correct something that I think one of our colleagues said earlier today. Those promises for things above and beyond what the contract requires, those do not become part of the contract. There is no, if I promise you that if you give me a contract, I will put a chicken in every pot, right? That does not get written into the contract, nor does the agency ever monitor to see if I put every chicken in every pot.
Right. So I can promise the stars, but nobody's going to hold me accountable.
Right.
So how difficult it is. So assuming the procurement process does change and we go back to you all getting your service delivery areas that you've had before, how difficult is it to transition on and off, to turn the switch on and off for you all?
Well, the process at the moment has essentially been suspended, so the contract is continuing on as it has been until a change is determined. So if you want to.
But the agency has testified that they need roughly a year between the time that a decision on who's going into a service area and the effective date of that contract, because they need to program their computer systems, they want to come in and do a readiness review of the agency. So they've testified that they need a year between a decision on who gets the contract and the actual start date of the new contracts.
And I would just say, as a health plan, though, there is no, if there's an off, there's no on. Meaning, as a health plan, if we truly go away, if we stop service, the health plan goes away. We don't have other states to support our efforts in what we do. It's simply the business shuts down. We still, for us, we still do Start Kids, and so we would probably struggle with that. It's a much more volatile type product in terms of how the state funds it. Sometimes they're on and sometimes they're way off, and so it has driven companies out of business before. So it certainly, it would be difficult to just try to support a health plan on Start Kids. It would actually probably not work.
So because you all are much smaller, and let's say the clinics that you've invested in our communities, and these aren't specifically in Dallas, but I know where the different areas that you're at, with this continuing the process the way it is, those clinics in the community will end up closing. The people will not be able to access services. It'll just kind of put you out of business, and people will now have to go. Members will have to go to the national plan service.
Yeah, I want to be sure to be accurate here. The clinics that we've built already will in all likelihood stay, right? The question is, will we continue to add access points when we no longer have a health plan that we are trying to satisfy the membership of?
And I would just add, toward our investment in the maternal fetal medicine specialist, there are now 9 across South Texas, and we are directly financially responsible for 7 of them. They would go away. They would just disappear. So now you've got an area about the size of South Carolina with 2 maternal fetal medicine specialists. And the other health plans didn't put those 2. They were other health systems that decided to finally bring them to town. So you would have an immediate drop in services like that. I'll just say that as a health plan, we probably have over half of the expected mothers across South Texas. And so combining our MFM program with that reality of market share, South Texas presently has the highest performance in maternal morbidity in a good way, meaning we're keeping the rates low. You would probably see an immediate flip where when those specialists are gone, that care is gone. The challenges that our mothers face today are harder than ever. Back when we started this program, the challenges they have today are more so than back then. And so some instances you might see some carryover, some lag, and in our instance you would see probably an immediate drop-off.
Last question, why has there been such a big shift in terms of the procurement? This is not the first time you all have submitted applications for the procurement process, and then now all of a sudden it's like they're literally wiping you off the board.
It's past performance. I think that is the core problem of this.
That wasn't considered in
It
previous?
was considered in the previous
was-
ones that we say failed. It wasn't the procurement process that actually wasn't sound. It was that there were administrative errors in how the process was done, much like the release that was done this time. There were some staff failures, so to speak, in terms of the way they laid out the procurement. But the procurements themselves incorporated performance, and they certainly had, I would say, executive commissioners back then who were probably more willing to look at the strategy of what the state was trying to accomplish, to really ensure that the solution that was coming up was most appropriate for the state. I certainly can't speak for those guys, but I think you did have a different level of executive leadership over those previous procurements.
A different priority, possibly. Okay.
Probably a different, both I think understanding of the priorities of the state as well as use of sort of discretion to say, you know, who are the right players to really have in this program, in addition to the scoring and what it shows us in terms of what they're promising they'll do in the future. At the last, my understanding, I wasn't here at the time, but the last two procurements that had failed, Texas Children's was in fact awarded contracts during those. After that is when they changed the criteria to the best value criteria set that they adopted from out of state. Then it changed. We were frankly shocked to see the result that we were not going to be in the programs. Like, how can that be possible? So we did the investigation. That served as a big part of the taking legal action to really understand and to try to get information from the state as to how does this possibly even happen. And during the hearing is when we really heard that, in fact, no, there was no consideration of quality. There was no consideration of past performance. And a few other things as the list of the 13 items describe. And that's just sort of ludicrous in terms of, you know, how do you know somebody's going to perform in the future? It's almost exclusively based on past performance. Otherwise, there's no way to know because you can make any promise you want.
Wow. Thank you so much for enlightening us today, and thank
you.
Thank you. Members, are there any other questions? If not, thank you all so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay, our fourth panel gives the perspective of two Medicaid providers who are statutorily required to receive contracts. The chair calls Lisa Wright and Victoria Mora. Thank you for being here today. Ms. Wright, we show you registered as Lisa Wright on behalf of Community Health Choice, and you will be testifying neutrally. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. Ms. Mora, we show you registered as Victoria Mora, and you will be testifying on behalf of Parkland Community Health Plan, and you will be testifying neutrally. Is that correct?
Correct.
Great. Thank you very much. Start with you, and we'll ask questions at the end.
Okay. Well, Chair Capriglione and to this committee, thank you very much for the opportunity to come and speak today. I am humbly honored to be the Chief Executive Officer of Community Health Choice out of Houston, Texas, where we have served Medicaid since the inception of this program. We have been operating for the past 30 years. Harris Health System is our parent company. Today, we serve over 450,000 lives, not only in Medicaid, but in some federal programs through CMS. Collectively, between Harris Health and ourselves, we have 13,000 employees that reside right here in Texas. So there is nothing that's more important to us than our communities, because each of us live in these communities, and strengthening these communities is our goal. We are here today to talk about efficiencies and the procurement process, and I thought I would just go through a couple of areas that we believe are key. So one, when we think about efficiencies for us, part of it is network adequacy. There's been discussion here about network adequacy and how the state looks at network adequacy. Well, there are a number of ways that they do this, but for community, I'm proud to share that we have over 20,000 providers, and we service not only those providers from a specialist, but from PCPs, pharmacies, and one of the things that we really pride ourselves is that we actually contract with every hospital that's in our service area, minus one, and that's only because they do not accept Medicaid. And so when we think about things like continuity of care, we are there for continuity of care. We are making certain that our members have the providers that they need to see, that they're getting the care that they need to see. I want to acknowledge the state because the state also has rules in place to ensure continuity of care exists. And where there are those rare opportunities that a member may not have a provider with us, we do single case agreements. And so when we're thinking about how do we ensure efficiencies, part of it is ensuring that there are robust networks across the Medicaid organizations, and that there is overlap there. And so we've spent some time also speaking about SIU, and I do want to say that this is a focus, of course, making certain from a fraud, waste, and abuse standpoint that we're working close not only with our provider community, but our overall communities to really look at, is there fraud, is there waste, or is there abuse? And they talked earlier, a lot of my colleagues, about things that we have put in place around post-payment reviews, around looking at statistical analysis, around doing data mining. But the OIG and the Department of Health and Human Services is committed to ensuring that all managed care organizations are looking at fraud, waste, and abuse. The other thing I think that we have spent some time talking about, and I'll spend, is the procurement. So the procurement is very complex, as you all have heard. There are a lot of rules to it. There are a lot of moving parts to it. There are a lot of things that each of us do to really try to make certain that we show up for the procurement in a way that makes us a winner. And for the procurement process, I would say that in 2018, I believe the state did a review of the process. In 2019, through their work with Mercer, they established a new process, which everyone, as we've all talked, had an opportunity to provide comment, to provide feedback about how this process would work. And I think from the framework standpoint, that the framework around the procurement process is strong, that when we look at the opportunities, some of the opportunities that exist are really on execution and how the overall process was executed. I think that there are a lot of things that we've talked about, from how do we ensure quality, how do we ensure cost, how do we look at network, and we've talked about NCQA, we've talked about scorecards, we've talked about stars, provider satisfaction, and even member satisfaction. There are a number of ways today that the state looks at our quality, looks at how that we're caring for our members, how we're helping to streamline processes for our providers, and ultimately how we are reducing and saving dollars as we look at outcomes. And so I do agree that looking at all of those measures and metrics, there is an opportunity for us to take that along with the framework and figure out what is the best process as we move forward. The other thing that I would say is that I know we've talked about file and compete, or I've heard it called application state today. I've also heard it called the member choice program today, that when we think about just the number of managed care organizations that applied for Medicaid, I'm from the Harris and Jefferson service area. In my service area alone, there were about 21. And the way that I see file and compete today as an application state, I look at it like Medicare and allowing anyone in. And when I think about that and I think about efficiencies, I'm not certain that that is taking us in the right direction. And I say that because in our service area in 2020, for the ACA Marketplace plan, we had 77 choices for a plan for members. Fast forward in 2023, we had 242. And so when we start to think about the number of plans that can be offered for a product that is state mandated, which means the benefits are mandated, the pharmacy benefit is mandated, and the requirements are mandated. And the one thing that really separates all of us are our value-added services. I'm not certain that more competition around what we already have. In some regions like ours, it's 5. In other smaller regions like in Jefferson, it's 3, that we need more as opposed to ensuring that we're refining the process. And ultimately, what our goal is to truly care for our membership. And so that's what I would say about the procurement, the SIU inefficiencies, and then overall for just how do we continually enhance. You know, Texas has been outperforming other states, and they've been really proactive. When I think about, you know, what we did around the premium rates for this year, there is no other state that could say that they were proactive in this approach. When I think about us extending care for postpartum women, there is no other state that can say that we had already started this process and finished this process before every other state. And so there are a number of things that the state is doing well, and I think it's important to acknowledge that, because at the end of that is a human that we're taking care of and that really needs our help. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Victoria.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you, Chairman, members. My name is Victoria Mora, and I'm the President and CEO of Parkland Community Health Plan in the Dallas service area, and I stand between you and dinner. And I will try to make this as quick as I can so you can get home to your families. Parkland Community Health Plan has been in the Dallas service area since the beginning of Texas Medicaid and managed care. So like many, it's about 26 years now. That would be the first time we wrote a bid. Recently, this would be the second. So our bids are so old, you can blow them off, and they're in the archives, they're full of dust. It is just not something that we do very often. Seems to be lately we're doing them more and more. I'll talk a little bit more about that because I'm proud to be a very long-standing Texas Medicaid member of the community. I'm almost 20 years now, even though I swear I'm 29 and holding. And I've seen it all, or I think I've seen it all. 2018 was definitely an interesting period of time. HHSC wholeheartedly admits, and we have all seen, that the procurement process was fragmented, and they had some difficulty. And they recognized it, and they canceled it. And while it may have been a difficult process, they did so with real intent to improve the process, which I believe they did. They sought 2 consultants, and they took a couple of years, and they had 2 relatively successful bids. Star Health, same process, generally the same format, same content as Star Plus. Generally the same process, content, best value criteria. Certain scenarios were different. Orals was different. And then Star and CHIP. And we also wrote the procurement for Star Kids. Now, as a smaller community plan, only in the Dallas service area, part of Parkland Health, a renowned institution that just celebrated its 126th year as part of the community. We're a public hospital system. We're a mandatory health plan. I'll talk more about that in a second. I'm proud to be part of Parkland. Do we do it right all the time? No, I will be the first one to tell you there are things in my quality scores I can improve. There are ways I can make my providers happier. I can contract more, better, differently. One thing I can tell you I will always do, and every day we are devoted to doing, all 200 of my employees, is lifting up our members. We focus on them every single day. 86% of my population are kids, and the remaining 15% are going to be pregnant women. We have more babies born in Parkland than any other hospital in the country. Parkland has the #1 ER in the country. And we partner with them to find ways to help educate our members and work with our providers to lower that ER rate. And we did so recently, so successfully that we came out on top with some of our quality reports in our pay for quality that was just released earlier this year. Or maybe it was last year.
Last year.
It all blends together. It was the end of last year.
End of last year.
I mean, we all have all of us can say that there are certain things we do really well and there are certain things that we can do better. It's hard to sit here right now because we really support community health plans. And we believe that Texas and Texas Medicaid is stronger with community health plans. And it's probably the first time as community health plans and district hospital health plans that we have been on separate sides because we're always very, very collaborative. But I have to disagree somewhat with my brothers and sisters that were just up here because I think an application state will absolutely increase the total number of participants. And I can name 10 right now that would be hungry to come in. And if the goal is to diminish all community health plans in Texas and help to close Parkland Community Health Plan, that will be the way that it will be done because my business will close. I will lose 165,000 members, and they will go probably to national plans. Because the national plans are going to be in every market, all 254 counties. I am and will be indebted forever to the Dallas service delivery area, along with my parent, Parkland Health, that will be in the Dallas community. We're beholden to the taxpayers. We do not have shareholders. Your constituents are my constituents because we're part of the community each and every day. Now, I've also heard that a possibility is that members will lose their lifeline. And I have trouble with that because I feel that members will not lose their lifeline simply with transition unless we go from 13 or 17 MCOs to 30. That's when people will continue to be able to change from MCO to MCO because you are not locked in. Today, in a more narrow service area, even if a member does pick and move from one MCO to another, it is a lesser move and it is stronger continuity. I also cannot imagine that there's anything more inefficient than expanding to 30 MCOs, stopping a procurement that has already been awarded, then having to go through an application process where you're pouring a pitcher of water on top of the state to now reassess another 13, 15, 17 individuals that are applying, and then do that every single year. Because people are going to want to come in more and more until plans like ours are squished and diminished. And as was already reported, our share is so diluted that our community plan cannot continue. I know I might be a small plan. I know I might not write the best bid. I have to also disagree with my friend, Mr. Coffey. I put some blood, sweat, and tears in that bid. I was sick, I had COVID. I lifted myself up Saturdays, Sundays, the best I could. I'm not a writer. I do not have a procurement team. I don't have book bosses, growth directors, copy editors, graphic designers, editors, writers, proposal directors. National plans have all of those, 50 people or more, unlimited budgets to bid, procurement libraries that go on for days. We're different. And mandatory does matter. I think the 75th legislature got it right, and I know that was a long time ago. But I also see that as a district hospital health plan connected with Parkland, we bring economic stability to our local area. Patients in our area, members in our area, they're not suffering. We have great quality outcomes. Can we do better? Sure. I'm always working to do better. We have low C-section rates. Kids with ADD, we're #1 in quality for kids getting follow-up appointments after they've been prescribed ADD medication. Can I do better? Sure. Potentially preventable events. We have reductions in ER as a result of collaborative efforts that we do with our system. We have lowered our ER rates as a result. These are just some of the examples that, we bring as district hospital plans. And I know this is a complex problem. I know that an application state process may seem like an easier solution. I don't think it is. I also know that a lot of folks are, well, we should have looked at other things. We should have looked at quality. That's what best value criteria was. We should have looked at network. Nobody buys the supplies to a house and then figures out what the design of the house is and buys a builder. So being assessed on your network before you've actually been awarded a procurement, I don't know how that would be a fair example for anyone seeking to enter the state. Maybe that's something you could do for existing plans or incumbent plans, but it would be an unfair thing to do, to just look at that as a measure. Anyway, I know that there's dinner calling, your kids are calling, so I will just tell you, I'm very appreciative to be here. I want to thank you for your commitment to helping to find efficiencies. I'm sure that there are 1,000 other things I probably could have said. I really would like to talk more about how we can make the Texas Medicaid program more efficient. I actually thought that was what we were going to come and do, but I know that others really were interested in procurement, and I understand. It's hard when you don't win. Apparently, it's also hard when you do win, but you don't win enough. But nonetheless, we really want to make this the best program it can be. We just believe that HHSC did it right. We support the agency. We support the legislature. And we would definitely like to be at the table for how future procurements can be designed and what maybe different criteria can be added as part of that evaluation. We just would like to have the support in this procurement and Star Kids in going forward.
This committee has missed a few lunches and dinners already, and so we're here for the extra innings. Let me go, Representative Rodriguez Ramos. Did you have a question? No, okay.
Thank you, Mr.
What did
Chairman.
you have?
Ms. Moore, thank you both for being here today. Just to confirm, so both of y'all are involved in the mandatory contracts, is that correct?
That is correct,
Okay.
yes.
Ms. Moore, if I could start with you. Is it a true statement that Parkland has placed dead last or nearly last in every procurement when it comes to procurement scores over the last 15 years?
Wow, I am sure that there's a individual behind me who really liked that question, but
this isn't this question isn't meant for anyone in the audience.
No,
It's
it's
meant
good.
for us up
It's
here.
good. I'll look. I came to Parkland in February of '23, and that was after the Star and Chip bid had the written bid had been written. Our orals testimony was spot on. We were 180 points. It was the first time our team has ever done that. When I came into Parkland, I understood that that was also the first time they had ever written a bid. Was it a good bid? I think it could be better. Was it last? It was. Do I know what Star Kids is going to be? Oh, I sure hope you'll let that. And I'm really devoted to, I'm proud of my time at Parkland. I'm proud of my parent, Parkland Health. I'm proud of the 200 people that are really working blood, sweat, and tears. And I know we have good quality. Maybe I'm not the best essay writer.
It's my understanding that procurement scores is a complex thing, and it's not just writing essays. It does a very thorough job of evaluating performance. And did you just say you just came on in 2023?
Yeah, I came on in February of '23, and one of the other elements of the procurement process is that we have to certify. And so, well, my technical score, AKA the essay, may not have had the highest score. We have to still demonstrate our competency in the program. We still had to certify. We still did well there. We did well in orals. We might just be better at verbally articulating it than writing it, because I don't, like I said, I have 0 people in my organization that are in business development and writing procurements, literally 0.
Well, considering you just came on in 2023, that question obviously can't be directed at you because you just came on just 2 years ago. But, like I said, I've heard that over the last 15 years, you've been either dead last or next to last. And so that's kind of concerning. And is it a true statement that you all are currently or have been recently on probation with the National Committee on Quality Assurance?
To go back to the last question, the 2018 RFP for Star and Chip was not scored. The last RFP that would have happened is under our current contract would have been around 2010. I don't know what the score. I don't know what the outcome of that score was. It's also over a decade, so I'll just say I don't know if that's necessarily relevant for you, but at the time, Parkland was also in collaboration with another MCO as a third party, so that would have been a joint partnership RFP response, not an individual one. The one that happened just in the last year is just dedicated Parkland Community Health Plan, no other third-party administrator support. We are NCQA accredited. You can see our accreditation standards are online, and no, we were not on probation.
So it's not a true statement that you either are on or have been on probation with that organization?
There's not to my knowledge, because I don't think there's a probation with NCQA. We were interim
Okay, that's just what
accredited,
the
interim
information shared
accredited
with me.
first, and then we are final, and then we have full accreditation today.
Okay. Would you say that your plan actually costs the state money year after year? I mean, are you breaking even, or are you losing money? Because I also understand you're losing money year after year as well. Is that a true
We
statement?
are not losing money.
Okay.
We have many millions back in experience rebate to HHSC in the last 2 to 3 years. So.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Ms. Wright, if I can ask you a couple questions too.
Sure.
I was told that in 2019, HHSC actually determined that your organization was not capable of delivering effective services. Is that true? Did that happen back in 2019?
I was not there in 2019.
Okay. Once again, these questions are not directed to either one of you. This is more trying to understand the effectiveness of this program that's being mandated by state law.
I thought the humor, we both weren't here at the time, so I feel bad for you for not being able to answer your questions.
Sure.
Yeah,
Are you? I would guess though that you probably would have learned that, even if you weren't there then? That's because it wasn't that long ago.
It wasn't that long ago. I actually came the following year, and not to my knowledge, we were not on any sort of cap or anything from HHSC.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I meant cap. I just, maybe that's what that word means.
It would have to actually sort of matriculate into some sort of corrective action.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you all.
Representative Tinderhold. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Your demeanor's been really good too, compared to the first of the couple. Honestly, like, look, we get a feel for the people that are sitting up here that we're asking questions for too, and I feel like you guys are being honest with us, and I appreciate that. I'm just going to have a couple questions because you've answered a lot of the stuff I've already asked. If you didn't have the mandatory plan, would you still be able to be participatory in the system for your clients? Pretend there's 15 and you're 2 of the 15. Could you still be participatory in the program?
So I will start off. And so if I look at the current procurement and where we scored middle of the pack. Houston only accepts 5 managed care organizations.
No. I'm saying if we were to do, I should have explained the question better. If we do away with the RFP process and we just make it so that there can be 15, there can be 19, there can be 23, could you participate?
Yes.
Would you be successful in participating?
Yes.
And how about you, ma'am? Does the question make sense, by the way?
It does.
Okay.
I actually do believe that the mandatory provision is beneficial for Parkland to remain in our service area, since one of the most difficult things for us is to write a long essay procurement.
Look, I get it. I have a company and I do proposals. I don't want to do proposals.
Yeah.
I don't want to have to sell. I don't want to have to tell people why we're great. I want to be able to prove it and show it to them. And so I think it's unfair to think that the end users and the taxpayers wouldn't be able to get options, the fact that there are mandatory contracts, you can tell by my questioning throughout the whole day, it's very concerning to me. But I also want to tell you that I understand the community part to it. I get it. You guys are doing the insurance side, and then you're doing the service side together. So I get it. You're probably, my guess is, I'm not looking at the data, my guess is you're going to deny less claims because it's the people in your own backyard. I get that. But I think it's also it's not normal to have a mandatory contract given. And I would like people to have choice, and I want them to be able to have the opportunity to choose, but also other companies to come in and be able to compete. And I'm trying to very nicely tell you, I don't know that I don't think that these I'm going to call them forced contract, that they seem right or ethical. We're DOJ committee. We're supposed to find efficiencies, fraud, waste, and abuse. And I understand why you're defending them. I would too, all day long. I would do it. And you're doing it very graciously. But I think it's hard to defend. It just is. And I'm going to leave it at that because you guys are so kind. So thank you.
Can I
Representative Bauer.
Can I add something? I hear you, and I can understand both sides. I mean, I try to be. Unfortunately, Texas Medicaid and across MCOs has become a little bit more competitive than it used to be. I kind of long for the days when we were far more collaborative. And being part of a community plan, I think that's the number one thing we are, is we're collaborative among community plans. But it's not unprecedented There are other states that recognize a preference to provider-owned plans, and one state in particular is Florida. And I think that really if kind of an application state is as much of, is almost like mandatory for all. It won't be as hard pressed to meet the minimums, I think. If they can, it'll be even easier, but there'll just be more. And that is just food for thought, I guess.
I'll tell you, it's hard for me to tell you that because you guys are being so honest. And because I think you really believe in what you're doing and you're probably making a difference. And then when I heard your story about your writing response to the RFP, I did the same thing during COVID in 2020. I got my biggest contract and I was on my deathbed. It was horrible and it was hard. And the fact that you did that says a lot about you and that you don't have a huge team. And so it's really hard for me to tell you, I don't believe in them.
I get it. I respect
It's hard for me to tell you that because you're so kind and you seem so honest. But I think that it needs to be competitive. I think competitive meaning there's several programs out there that people get to choose from, and I'm not convinced at this point, this is for my peers as well, I'm not convinced at this point that the RFP process that takes 2 years to do is really a smart process either. I'm almost thinking along the lines of let's let everyone come in and see who comes out the best in the end that the customers like the best. I know it's going to come with its own problems too, because we're not going to have one solution that fits all.
No.
Right.
But that's just kind of where I'm at. So thank you.
Thank you.
Can I offer just one thing too, if it's okay, please? I appreciate it, if that's okay. But just while we're looking at the process, I think to what you said, one of the value propositions of just having the hospital district plans and also having the mandate is ensuring that someone is there to truly take care of the safety net. And so when we talk about, continuity of care, it's also ensuring that everyone contracts with us, making certain that, they do contract with the hospital district so someone can see our members and so someone can take care of our patients. And so if the managed care organizations aren't contracting with us, then we're just flooding the ERs because someone does have to take care of them. So that would just be my ask and consideration.
Representative Bowers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Wright and Ms. Mora. Thank you both for testifying here in front of our committee today. And I want to say, I grew up in Houston, so I do want to hear more about the community health plan. However, and community health choice, but I serve in Dallas and currently. And I do know, Ms. Moore, what you do for my constituents and our community in Dallas. And I do know what Parkland means to the Dallas-Fort Worth area. And I got both of my COVID shots there. And, I would never have even thought about when you look at hospitals like Ben Taub or Gray in Atlanta, that I was at a trauma level 1 hospital, right? Mm-hmm. Just the facility is amazing. We could get into talking about profit margins. I know that my colleague, Mr. Olcott, mentioned that, so I do know. I think it shows that it was a 9.6% profit margin for Parkland back in 2019. And I do have those records if you'd like to talk about that, Mr. Olcott. But I have to stand up tall for Parkland Hospital because I know even the satellite parts of the service areas out in Garland, which is my district. I know what you do. So Ms. Moore, I want to give you the opportunity. You talked a little bit about quality and network. I want you to share a little bit more about why our community plans like Parkland Community Health Plan, why is it a best value for the state?
Oh, thank you for that question.
Because I know why, but I want my colleagues to hear.
There is something unique. I mean, I've been on both sides, y'all, because I've been in Medicaid for a long time, and I've been on both sides. And there is something very unique in a community health plan that I didn't get to see before. And it's not just the ability to connect with your parent and your hospital system. I think a great example is what Craig Smith said. It's part of the investment where we can see maybe a desert or a risk to having a certain provider type, like maternal fetal medicine, that isn't in an area. These are critical providers to help pregnant women have better and healthier birth outcomes. Investments we make with our parents, are things that I understand some of the nationals will say they do, but it's not the same. We are part of a teaching institution. Parkland is connected with three. There's Parkland Health, we have Children's Medical Center, and we have UT Southwest. We are all together helping bring new providers, new doctors, new nurses into Texas Medicaid. And Texas Medicaid is getting harder because providers are leaving at a faster rate than I thought I would see happen. And the way that we can help as a community plan bring more providers into the state because they're participating in our hospitals, and we can collaborate and help to innovate and fund some of those, that growth, are things that just don't happen at the national level. But it's also our ability to create and innovate in other ways, like working with our hospital. We tested giving pregnant women just a simple iron supplement as part of their prenatal exams. And that had significant reductions in negative birth outcomes, in NICU stays, in long admissions, and birth complications. And it's those kind of collaborations and innovations and partnerships that happens in a community, because that is what we do all day, every day. It is the Dallas service delivery area. It is with Parkland. It is with UT. It is with Children's. We work together to solve the health issues in the community. And so I think that's probably the best way I can define it. It's just, it's something that is, it's just such a heart. Our heart is so into everything that we do. We're Texas. We're Dallas. Our money is here. We lift economies up. We gain efficiencies by doing that. We do not fund or have people outside of our organization. We do not have bonuses. We do not have individuals even outside of our country. We are only in the Dallas service delivery area. That's where our goods, services, and people lie. Lisa, you want to?
Sure.
I mean, Victoria said it extremely well. I think, for a hospital district plan, that continuity that exists between the two, and we're talking about not only patient care on their side, but how we care for our members, it really exudes when you add that community piece in it and how all three really come together. And so when we think about things, not just quality, but more so outcomes, I think that's where we really showcase our value.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. And thank you both for your answers. And, Ms. Moore, thank you, what you said about the maternal mortality rate, because here in Texas, it is higher than the national average. Texas in 2023 was at 28.2 deaths per 100,000 live births. This is higher than the national average of 20.1 deaths per 100,000 live births. So thank you for what you both do in the community. There's been a lot of talk about bills filed to cancel Medicaid procurement and replace it with a process that allows anyone who wants to offer Medicaid in any part of the state to file an application and then they're in, right? So do either of you have an opinion as to how that would impact Texas Medicaid? And do you think Texas Medicaid is a good value for Texas taxpayers, Medicaid members and Medicaid providers?
I can start. So for file and compete or the application state, we are not in favor of it based off of not knowing the criteria that would exist around it today. When I think about a file and compete, again, I think about just allowing more managed care organizations to come in. And so when I think about efficiencies, that doesn't seem like that would move us in the right direction. What would happen first and foremost on the provider side is now if we think about our provider networks and we think about the number of managed care companies that they already have to service, we're talking about potentially quadrupling that for them in some areas. And having the workforce to really be able to keep up with that, having the time to be able to spend with each and every patient and really focusing on quality and outcomes would seem diminished to me underneath this type of model. And so because of that, we are not in favor. When I think about the oversight that the state agency would have to have, they would need more resources to be able to have oversight in an effective manner to ensure that everyone was meeting quality standards, cost index standards, and network adequacy. And so because of that, we are not in favor.
Thank you. Ms. Moore?
I think I would say we're all very familiar with the saying less is more. I don't think we're very familiar with the saying that more is better. That is going to be more inefficient, not more efficient. It will be more costly to the state. Managing more players requires more resources. Just to me, it seems, and I mean, I understand why they're presenting this as an option, but there's a reason why there's only 5 states that do this, because it doesn't work. And, you know, Medicaid, it's an entitled program, right? It's funded by our tax dollars. What we don't want is to have underperforming plans that are coming in as part of an application state, because you're now on the hook for those underperformers. But procurements, they work in the best way because they're harnessing the selection process and they're protecting the finite number of tax dollars we have. Application states don't do that. Procurement states do that.
Thank
and
you.
If I could just add one more thing, when we also think about having MCOs come in, it also gets to look very lucrative from a financial standpoint. I think, you know, the previous, when the children's plans were up here, they talked about, you know, people coming in, buying smaller plans. Someone mentioned that one of the MCOs in the last 5 or 6 years had purchased about 3 plans out of New York. Well, I also just want to bring to the committee's attention that, you know, on the ACA side, we had this, where in 2020, we had 2 players come into Texas, and they got, through using innovation and through using, you know, gimmicks to get people to select their plan, quickly they went from a new plan to having close between the 2 of them 500,000 members. And then in 2022, the Texas Department of Insurance had to liquidate them. And they have left the state with $500 million of debt that all of us are still trying to figure out and work through. The lawsuits and stuff are still going on. And for me, when I think about application state, it just reminds me of having people that truly aren't here for the common good of our communities, of our patients, and of our members.
Thank you very much. Thank you both.
Representative Curry.
Hi, ladies. Thank you for staying. Thank you for being here. Look, I think all of us up here appreciate the fact of what you do. I'm going to ask you a few questions. I will say I do appreciate that last comment. I think it was very, very well on point. All of your comments have been on point, and I do appreciate your honesty and the approach. I know Representative Tinnerholt totally appreciates demeanor, and I appreciate that too. I will say that first and foremost, both of y'all are hospital districts, correct?
That is correct.
That's correct.
So you're owned by the Parkland Hospital District. You are
Harris Health.
Harris Health. Okay. So the name mandatory plan, mandatory always sounds bad in any circle. So I think y'all need to come up with a new name.
If you'll keep it, I'll come up with any name you want.
Oh, we probably won't, so I wouldn't get all excited about that.
I gotta try.
I would imagine we'll stick with mandatory, but y'all have done a great job. I do want to say that. But y'all are health plans underneath the hospital district. So the hospital district is a local taxing district, correct?
Yes.
And I'm asking these questions for
Yes.
kind of leading up to something.
Mhm.
So that means that you're taxing the local citizens, and again, we're trying to figure that piece out as well, which is a difficult piece. Obviously, property tax and local tax is of high regard at the moment, a high attention model as well.
Yes.
And so that's part of the equation of when you have the word mandatory and tax with you, it creates a whole nother level of attention.
Yes.
Which I'm sure you feel. So for Miss Mora, sorry, we've
You're
had a lot
good.
of names today. For Miss Mora, you're out of Dallas.
Yes.
So I'm the state rep from Waco. Are you willing to put one of your satellites in Waco? No, I'm kidding. You don't need to answer that. I'm really trying to provide
I'll call
a
the
little levity.
CEO at the system and find out for you.
No, you won't. It's okay. We're good. So, but my question really kind of centers around, okay, so when you have a mandate under the definition of the term, it's a lot easier to get away with things, right? I mean, the fact is you have a taxing district, you have a mandate, you're not going to go anywhere from. It would be a big movement to be able to do that with your taxing district and things that have been put into place over the years. How would you recommend that we help you gain in your KPIs, in your service levels, in your numbers, in your quote unquote scores? What can we do to help you do that? Because the fact is that you've got, you kind of got both arms tied behind your back on one hand, and you kind of have a shield in front of you on the other hand. It's typical for these kind of organizations to not perform necessarily well when it comes to standard testing models, standard KPI models on performance. So what can we do to help you do that?
So when we talk, do you mean in the procurement, or do you mean in overall?
All right, I'm going to get to procurement in just a minute. I really mean
Quality
in the overall quality scoring. Is there a different measurement we should use? Is there, in other words, we need to make sure that y'all are that with the type of plan that you are, that you're as up to speed and hopefully
Yeah.
higher ranked than the others because of the service you provide. I know both of your hospital systems pretty well. I've been in both. Not personally, but with my family.
Okay.
So I can just tell you that I certainly know your systems, and I appreciate that. I appreciate what y'all do. So please don't mistake this question.
No.
We want to help you too,
Yeah.
Yes.
right? You are our constituent as well, and you represent a ton of our constituents. So I want to know if there is, from a quality standpoint, what can be done to improve your scores? What can be done to improve your quality scores? And I'd like for each of you to answer that, please.
Yeah, well, first I would say, we are an NCQA accredited health plan, which means that we have met a lot of standards of quality performance. We were just incentivized with about $9 million in good quality performance as part of the state's last pay for quality. That is going to demonstrate that we have high quality. If we're looking at like health quality outcomes, if we're looking at HEDIS types of metrics that we've all been talking about, Parkland Community Health Plan does well. I mean, we can always do better. But I think by and large, we have happy members. More pregnant women pick Parkland Community Health Plan than the other two MCOs in our area. We have good quality scores and are continuing to improve them. We've been incentivized as part of that performance, so we've done better than estimated or others, and have been appropriately awarded for at-risk measures and even bonus measures, like for C-sections, which is something we want. We want less members with getting C-sections than we want from regular deliveries. And our providers are becoming more and more satisfied with us. Last year, I increased in provider satisfaction by 14%, percentage points. Am I where I want to be? No. Because I want to be even better than I was last year. That is my goal, is to get better every single year. How to do that is, I would just say continue to help to support the Medicaid program to help us find ways that maybe we can focus more on the health delivery and making sure that we're doing the coordination of services. We spend a lot of time duplicating audits and a lot of oversight, having multiple regulatory agencies. And so things that might be able to help us streamline those processes can take time. It takes time away from our ability to do care coordination for members. I promise you, there is no part of my business that hasn't been audited at some point in the last 3 years. Every part of our business, every facet of our business is audited, and it's audited by OIG, state or federal, CMS, HHSC, TDI. We have independent auditors that do our financials. We have other auditors that look at our FSRs. I promise we are audited all the time.
That was very good. Thank you very much.
I hope that helped.
It helps a lot, and that you brought out a point that I was trying to make, actually, which was about the regulations and all the various different things that are going on, and again, our job is to try to be more efficient.
Right.
And I know it doesn't look very efficient when we're up here for hours and hours and hours at a time, but the fact is we got a lot of work to do behind the scenes to try to help as well. So.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, right.
Thank you very much for the question. We too are NCQA accredited. We're also URAC accredited. We're probably one of the only plans that's dually accredited right now. And just like Victoria talked about, just having the oversight of the agency, both federal and state, along with TDI, the OIG, there are a number of audits that go on. When we look at our quality scores, we rank high with quality scores. We, from a market share perspective, we're second in the market. Members select us, members like us. We obviously bring a lot of services, not only to them specifically, but to their families and the overall community. We rank high with the member satisfaction that comes back from the state. And so we do a lot. And if you ask the community about us, the community enjoys us. For providers, we probably have a 92% rate on paying claims. And so re-adjudication rate on our claims. We pay providers fast. All of our providers get paid probably once they submit a claim anywhere from 5 to 7 days. And so we do a lot to make certain that we're not only taking care of our members and taking care of our providers, but doing it at the highest quality possible.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. And I'm not doubting that at all. Again, we're trying to figure out we have 274,000 regulations in this state, and we're trying to figure out which ones are good and which ones are bad, which ones are tough, mandates, regulations, all kinds of things that have built up over time that we need to do better and make sure that they're worth the paper they're written on.
Yes.
And sometimes they're probably not. So I'm just simply going to make a statement here instead of asking a question, and then I'm going to move on. I'm going to pass on. But the statement is that, and we said this to the last panel. I know both of you were here. I watched your heads nodding at many times, and so I pay attention to the audience. But I will say that that your point is made well about the procurement process, and the fact that it's the application process is maybe a little more difficult. What I would ask each of you to do is, especially because of your honesty and demeanor and so on, is to participate with us in the process of how you think it should go best. I don't want to get into the discussion right now, because that is going to make dinner way later. But I do want to say that I'd appreciate y'all coming back to my office or our offices. We're going to all work really hard on this.
Okay.
And I think this is a great box to have open, and we need to open it up and then get it closed, and we need your help. So thank you so much for what you do.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Representative Rodriguez Ramos.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think about when discussing your application or how you're scored, you're rated, and you said you don't have a team. And I just think about the children who are preparing for the SATs, who have all the tutors in the world and all the resources and after school and weekend, and then the one who is just mom's working 3 jobs and then they're just trying to study on their own and hope they do well. And I think that's really what we're looking at, somebody with all of the resources in the world versus, so of course, you're going to expect different results. And it's unfortunate that we're using that to really, I think it really undermines or undervalues the overall contribution. It's more than just a mandatory contract. As a Dallas citizen, you have to, not shareholders because we're not financially, but essentially we are, because we are those taxpayers who in our property taxes have to pay the Parkland taxes. And it is something that I'm proud of, because not only was I born there, my daughter was born there, and it's part of the community, and I'm sure you have the same in your community, that it's more so than a managed health plan. The hospital district is really part of it's an institution. Parkland is not a plan, it's an institution in the Dallas community, and I can tell you that you have 14 members who are part of this legislature from Dallas County who feel the same, and over 3 million in our Dallas County population. And Representative Curry said, well, can you open a clinic in mine? I mean, that's the truth, right? That people are coming from surrounding counties. And I'm sure the same is in your situation, where it's such a valuable asset to our community that it's more than numbers on a paper and some evaluation. It's bigger than that. And I don't know how you could even measure that on any application. What Parkland means and what your plan means to our community. It's just so much bigger. So I want to thank you for that. But out of all how many other, if you all know, I don't know if you know this, the numbers, but how many other communities have hospital district health plans within the state of Texas?
There are 2 others.
Yeah, 4 of us altogether.
4 of us
4
altogether.
altogether in a state of over 30 million.
Right.
So we have one in Dallas County, we have one in Harris County. Where are the other 2?
San Antonio and El Paso.
Yes.
San Antonio and El Paso. Interesting. So that just says a lot in terms of the value, also the reach, right? And it's unfortunate, because I think something like this would probably be beneficial to our rural counterparts. I mean,
Yes.
at the end of the day, it's accessibility, and we have to help our working families. And so I just appreciate what you all are doing for our community, and I'm a huge champion of your efforts and a product of your service. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Tony Tuno.
Wasn't expecting it to come this fast. I'm ready to go eat.
Sorry, we're keeping you.
I don't get to say goodnight like you think I do. I left a few minutes ago to do FaceTime goodnight with my son, which I do with my son and daughter every night. And it's, thank God for technology, right? When I
Right.
was deployed in the Army, we didn't get to do that. So 2 questions, kind of. It sounds like you guys do not like or don't support the the people applying for their own choice, right? And what did you call that?
File and compete.
Yeah, where the individual end user chooses, the applicant chooses their provider. Is that what I'm hearing? Where the individual gets to choose what they want versus the RFP process?
When you say the individual, you're talking about the managed care organization?
No, what I'm talking about is if I'm an end user, if I am the person that is going to go to the doctor's office and I want to choose my insurance,
You
Is
can
that
do
what
that
it is?
today. Yeah.
let me rephrase it.
Okay.
I'm finding that I'm not wording things properly.
I-
There's three things that are happening in my mind right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's the RFP process where people submit and they are chosen to be able to be an insurance provider in the area.
Yes.
There's your program, which is mandatory. There's another program that's being kind of tossed about, which is people get to come in from out of the state, and there might be 20 programs, and I get to choose which one I want to use.
Mhm.
Do you guys not like that program?
So I am not, I just want to say two things. So one, no, I'm not in favor of file and compete, to specifically answer your question.
What is it called again?
File and compete.
There you go.
So no, I'm not in favor of that. But to the other part around the member or the patient being able to select their managed care company, a member or patient still gets to select a managed care company.
Are you for file and compete?
No. What I would like, if I may, I believe that there's two options, right? We have procurement, and while we may be under the Government Code 533.004, we are still submitting a bid. We are still having to certify and demonstrate we are able to fulfill the terms of the contract.
Yeah.
And we are selected accordingly under procurement rules. An application state or file and compete or member choice state, what that would do is it wouldn't change the way members are
Selected.
assigned to MCOs. They still will have a choice to first self-select, and then they will go through an auto-assignment process. That's not a change in process. It just means instead of 3 or 4, for example, in our service areas, you'll probably have 10 or more until such time as Parkland Community Health Plan will be squeezed out.
You're educating us at the same time, or at least you're educating me, so I appreciate it. I'm very poor at the terminology. So the second question is, if that program is not a type of program you like, then the RFP program is the program that you do like. Would you be acceptable to an RFP program where you do not have a mandatory contract?
Do I have to say yes?
Here's why I'm asking. I feel like after listening to all this, remember, I get what you do in the community, but I don't think you're okay with either of those two because you like the mandatory contract. Which I would like too.
Yeah, I think
Right.
yes, I think it is very beneficial for a plan, for plans like ours that fund 0 individuals in business development. However, I will say, while we very much support what HHSC has done, and we would like this procurement to move forward, we are very open to sitting at a table and talking about what a future procurement should be, whether that should include different types of quality and measures, and what that criteria could or should look like, so that hopefully this will help to diminish future challenges. Now, I'll just say, as part of the national plans, they are fulfilling, or they are beginning to discuss protests before that bid is even delivered. That is their MO. They have done that in multiple states. So if they lose, they go through the protest process. And I would like an opportunity to counter Mr. Thompson's previous testimony that they followed the protest process completely. That was not true. The executive commissioner did not have the opportunity to release her final decision on the second level protest before it went through the court and the injunction was granted. So we don't know what she was going to do at this point. But what we do know is that if they don't win or win enough, it is the national, typically the national process to do protest and then to litigate or seek support from the legislature in order to stop and change the outcome for more market share.
So my last statement is, you'll never have to litigate. You'll never have to do any of that because you're guaranteed a contract. You are very generous with your time by putting together the proposal you do, but you could also spend 30 minutes and put your proposal together versus weeks or months and submit it, and you're guaranteed that you're going to get the contract. So you'll never have to litigate. You'll never have to file anything. I just struggle with it. I really do.
Go ahead.
Well, there's a couple of things. Well, one, I do want to say we do have to meet a certification process, and so it's not as if we're just handed. I mean, there are requirements that even a mandatory contract
Right, you would
holder
still have to
has
meet all of the standards. What I'm saying is to win the business.
No, I'm talking about to win the business, we have to meet certification. If we do not win the business.
Right, but when you're putting your proposal together, you're not required to spend 2 months on a proposal. You could use the proposal from 6 years ago, and you could make some modifications to it and submit it is my guess, because you're guaranteed you're going to get it.
Yeah, but that's just not who we are, right?
I understand
That's
that.
not how we approach it. And I think there's more to the mandatory contract than just the mandatory. You know, the hospital district plans do put up the non-federal share of dish payments, and then those dollars then get shared with the rest of the hospitals. We do make certain, because of our high acuity rates, there are some payments that come to public hospitals that are more than others. And because of that, not every managed care company wants to contract with us. And so those are things that are out of our control. We do take care of the sickest of the sick. And so we need to make certain that everyone contracts with us because we have got to cover the safety net. And so I share that because I think that that's important. There is a book that Dr. Ricardo Nuala wrote, and it's called The People's Hospital. And in there, he talks about coming to Texas and talks about the fact that he was at Ben Taub and that there was someone there that needed a liver transplant. And in his experience, that anytime you're at the public hospital and someone comes with a transplant, it's nothing more than them coming in with their death sentence. But coming here, it was a whole change because some sort of way this person got insurance, and now he was actually not getting the transplant at the public hospital, but getting the transplant at another hospital because he was transferred out. And so that is the value that we bring. And I'm sorry, but I just don't know other insurance companies that would do that.
But I would say I think all sides will have these stories. I'm not going to change your mind. I'm just not. And you're not going to change mine. And I do want to be respectful of everybody's time. I do want to hear what you have to say, and then I won't ask any more questions.
No, fair enough. I just have a different perspective that we would, I think our procurement, our technical response, aka the written portion, cannot be written in a short period of time. It cannot be done quickly or haphazardly or in a way that would be fundamentally deficient from the RFP that we are responding to. Like, we couldn't leave out sections. We couldn't pull a bid from 6 years ago and have that apply because it would not meet the requirements. In the government code, I just want to read the part of the government code. It says that for a mandatory contract plan like ours, we are subject to all terms and conditions to which other managed care organizations are subject. So our RFP responses cannot be grossly deficient from the submission and still be awarded a mandatory contract, including all contractual, regulatory, and statutory provisions relating to the participation in the managed care program. I very much respect your position. You're right, we probably won't be on different sides, or we probably will be. As long as that bid submission is
Meets the
accurate
criteria.
and in response to what the state is asking for and we are certifying. It might not say the right things, it might be, maybe it's not grammatically correct, but the context is there, it's in response, we've answered all the best value criteria. Yes, I may not have written it as well, but it's still there and it still meets the state requirements of the RFP submission. But you're right, yes, we would, but I can't just write a paragraph, I can't write a deficient, I can't leave something out. I still have to fulfill all the terms and obligations, or I still could be disqualified.
Yeah. Thank you.
Representative Olcott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to briefly respond to some comments you made, Ms. Moore, and also to you, Ms. Bowers. I just want to set the record straight that I spent two of the most intellectually stimulating years of my life was spent at Southwestern Medical School, which is integrally associated with Parkland Hospital. So I have very fond memories. When I was there in the 1980s, it was one of the top medical schools probably in the whole world. I had 3 different Nobel laureates as professors there. So, you know, I just have nothing but praise for that. But I just want to make sure that we don't lose sight of the fact that what should be the most important thing to this committee and to actually everybody in this room is which plan is going to provide the best medical care for the people in these different hospital districts. And I don't think the goal should not be to protect a certain institution or a certain hospital district. It should be to protect and make sure that the people living in this hospital district are able to access the best medical care as possible. And I don't know the all ins and outs of the procurement system, but when I see, you know, that as we mentioned, Ms. Moore, that the procurement scores are like y'all been dead last. I don't know the reasons for that. I don't know exactly how all that's made up, and you keep talking about essays. But if there are other medical plans out there that are going to provide better medical service to the people in that area, that's one of the beauties of the free market system, and that's why I have trouble with the mandate like Representative Tinelholt. And I'll just close by giving an example. I spent some time as a postdoc in Sweden, and I learned very quickly while you were there, they have a mandatory gratuity included in every tip, in every bill. So you go to a restaurant, and it's pretty much like this all over Europe. You go to a restaurant, and the waitress is guaranteed like 18 or 20%. Well, guess what? The service stinks because they know they're going to get a tip. So what's the incentive to provide good service? Now, I'm not saying I truly believe, like almost everyone I've heard, that you all are doing everything you can to do the best, provide the best service you can for the people in your hospital district. I just want to make sure that the people up here in this committee don't lose sight of the fact that the most important thing is which plan is going to give the best medical care to the people that need it the most, the people on Medicaid. Thank you.
Representative Cook.
Thank you, Chairman. So I had a couple questions for you, Ms. Moore. So in the beginning of your testimony, you were very supportive of the current process that recently took place. And you kept, and at least my interpretation was, you kept referring to a group, and I wanted to kind of understand who they was. You were talking about people that were behind you in the audience and that sort of thing. Were you referring to the first panel or the third panel?
The first panel.
Okay. Well, that's a good answer, because
I had to, yeah, I'm sorry, it's a long day. Long day for you, I'm probably, yeah.
But just to clarify, you were referring to the Superior and WellPoint group.
Correct.
Not Group 3. Because the commonality I see with with you and Group 3 are nonprofit corporations and the community-based programs. And so that's why I was kind of appalled at your answers at the beginning, because I thought you were talking about people that were similarly situated as you are, which would be the nonprofits that testified just before you.
No, sir, sorry.
Okay. Because do you see the disadvantage that they have, that you, or we can look the other way, you recognize you have a huge advantage over the nonprofits that went before you on panel 3?
Then you're talking about Cook and Driscoll?
Yeah.
I can understand
yeah, Cook, Driscoll, and
I can
Texas
understand,
Children's
yeah, and Texas Children. I can understand the perspective.
Would you agree with that? I mean, do you agree that you said you agree with the perspective? Let me ask a question.
Yeah.
So you said you agree with the perspective. I want to make sure that you agree that that's a fact. That's what's happening. I mean, with this guaranteed contract. You know, as long as you check the boxes and you cross your T's and dot your I's, you get the contract. You recognize and agree that you have a contractual advantage over the nonprofits in Group 3. Is that fair?
Yes, I believe the legislature gave that directive as part of the 75th.
Yeah. Way back, a long time ago, 1997, I'm quite surprised that it's lasted that long. I mean, I just can't imagine how that's a fair process. If you're doing an RFP, I don't know how you can guarantee winners before you start the process.
I don't think we're guaranteed to be a winner before we've started the process.
Well,
We still have to bid.
I understand.
We still have to write a procurement. We still have to perform. And if my performance in the Dallas service area was low, my medical loss ratio would be over 100 or at or over 100. It is not. We manage the care well, we manage our premium well, and we have satisfied and happy members and providers.
Okay. But you would agree that the statute is a mandatory. It says that shall occur as long as these boxes are checked, right?
That is correct.
Yes.
Let's see. Give me 1 minute, Chairman. Yeah, the last thing I will say is like I said, the commonality that I find in success, and even if, as far as the ratings, if you're rated last on some of the application processes, be that as it may, but I think that that these districts, these hospital districts were set up a long time ago, and the legislature had confidence in the hospital districts way back in 1997, and that's a process that's been ongoing for quite some time. And you are invested in the community just like the nonprofits that came before you were invested in the community. And so what I wanted to ask you about is, you said that you were fully supportive of the process. And so I want to ask you, if you would have been graded on the same scale as Group 3, would you still have the same opinion? If you did not have the guarantee that was provided to you in 1997 by House Bill 2913?
I don't know.
I think it's pretty obvious.
Well, I don't know. I don't know how I would. It's hard for me to, because I'm not. I did not experience it. I can't say I would be going through the same process.
Okay. Well, do you remember the testimony from Group 3 where they said once the first 7, and maybe you know what I'm going to ask, is it Ms. Wright?
Mm-hmm.
Correct? Yeah. So you remember in the prior testimony, it was stated that once the department made its choices, that then those providers got to pick which territories they wanted.
I don't believe that's was accurately described.
Like my
It
recitation.
was-
Let me just get a clarification.
Sure.
What I just said, or it wasn't.
How the ranking was in the bid. Now, okay, for the record, I'm going to try to remember this specifically, but this was a different part, right? In a long time ago, that's not how the state did it, but in this procurement, this HHSC allowed MCOs to list and prioritize which service areas they wanted.
Okay,
And,
so let's
you
stop.
know,
Yeah, so let's stop there. So if
Sure.
If that would have happened and you would have been graded on the same scale as Group 3, do you think Dallas would have been taken from you?
Yes.
Because it's a large urban market, correct?
Yes.
And Ms. Wright, do you agree the same thing for you? If you would have been graded against the national panels as well, do you think they would have selected Harris County right off the bat?
Based on the scoring and for our area, they picked the top
That was
five,
probably
so
a terrible.
no.
That was probably a
Yeah.
terrible question. So when I say they, I'm talking about the national, companies, not like once HHSC, ranked them and let them choose which service areas they wanted. Do you agree that Harris County, you probably would have lost?
They would have selected Harris, absolutely.
Yeah, and so I think that's why the legislature did what they did in 1997 is to have that, the permanency and to, have the confidence that almost 30 years later, we're still going to have that same care that's being provided by Parkland and by you in Harris County. And so that's my comment is just, I think that y'all are similarly situated with Panel 3 and that y'all should be, the solution probably lies within that nonprofit status. And so I think it's unfair to give this nonprofit something that you're not giving these 3 nonprofits. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Representative Bowers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be quick. I don't have a question. The bill that was referenced, I think by Representative Cook, was passed back in 1997 by Chairman here with us today, Representative Garnet Coleman. So I just wanted to make sure you knew that the author was here in the committee hearing with us tonight. The only thing I really wanted to add is just I want to thank this panel for your testimony and for what you do in the communities that you serve with your health plans. Ms. Wright, thank you for your mention of the People's Hospital. I think based on our robust conversation today and this great conversation we've had, it's probably a good read because it chronicles the lives of 5 Houstonians and are some of the poorest patients. Really, the work that you all are doing serves the uninsured. And all of that speaks to me, and really knowing my father along with Representative Garnet Coleman's father served Houston residents and citizens of Harris County and in the poorest of areas of the city. And so I have to speak to health plans that would put insurance, make sure insurance comes second to genuine care. Yeah. So thank you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. I know that as I say that, my father is smiling down. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Rodriguez-Ramos.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of you talked about the federal, leveraging federal funds. Could you speak a little bit about that and how it is spread over hospitals all over the state?
Can you help me with this?
Is that you?
That was me.
Okay.
And so I'm going to have to get Victoria to help me with this. But one of the things as a public hospital entity, we put up the non-federal share of the dish payment. We're allowed to do that. Then the feds match that. And then those dollars were then shared with all of the hospitals.
I think
Could
you're
you say that again?
The IGT.
Yeah.
Could say that again?
The district hospitals, the district hospitals will fund IGT dollars that do get dispersed across all hospitals in Texas, and it's part of the reason why the bill the code 533.004, the mandatory, it exists. It's because in part the districts help to keep good funding across all the hospitals. That is also paid out. It's like 166 million a year, something
It's
like,
more than that.
I'm going to be off on the dollars. I will have
We
to
can
go
get
look
back
that
to you
up.
about the dollars.
Well, I have here 650 million in
Yeah.
federal matching
Oh, I was just
funds.
a little
like
off.
it's
I'm so
more.
sorry.
2024 that was distributed to dozens of hospitals all over the
That's
state.
it.
That is
Thank you so much.
And so, do the other hospitals do that, or is it something specific to the hospital districts that leverage federal funds and spread it throughout hospitals across the states?
Specific to the hospital
The
districts.
districts.
Okay, thank you.
Members, are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you both for your testimony. Appreciate it.
you.
Thank you.
Okay. I want to thank all of our invited witnesses who have agreed to be here today for giving such robust testimony and spending their valuable time with us. We appreciate your participation. Now, members, we will move on to public testimony regarding the posted subject. As a reminder, testimony will be limited to 2 minutes. If you intend to testify and you have not already registered on the kiosk located in the hallway behind this hearing room, please do so immediately. The chair calls Abdullah Hasib. No, I apologize. Hasib Abdullah. Just calling again, Hasib Abdullah. Doesn't look like he's here, but we show him as testifying on behalf of himself and that he was registered to be on the subject. And showing him registering not to testify now. Is there anyone else here who wishes to testify on, for, or against the invited subjects in the testimony thereof? Okay. First, members, before we conclude today's agenda, I just wanted to thank Representative Garnett Coleman for being here. We've enjoyed seeing you, and we're really thankful. I'm thankful to have the opportunity not only to serve with you, but to have sat right next to you for so long. So thanks for being here. Thank you. Members, that concludes today's agenda. I appreciate everyone's participation and engagement. Is there any further business for the committee to address? Yes, Representative Cook.
This map that's managed care service area effective January 1st, 2025 that HHSC puts out, could we get something like this? I mean, that based upon the award, I know it's paused, but could we get something like this that shows what it would look like if the procurement went forward?
If you give me a copy of that, we will talk to HHSC or someone else to see if we can add it to the way you want.
All right,
Absolutely. All right, members, is there any other further business for the committee to address? Not, Chair moves to adjourn. Is there objection? Hearing none, the committee stands adjourned, subject to the call of the chair.